Huh, I wonder how effective lightning is. Well, that was cool, but I wish that I could do it more and better. Oh, interesting. Ladies, gentlemen, and Hyruleans of all ages, we're all out here just starting off our journey in Tears of the Kingdom, taking it at our own pace. Some people are still just slowly working through the tutorial island and its meaty amount of stuff to do, whereas other people are sort of beelining the story and may have even completed the game already without touching the open world and the side objectives at all. If you're early on in the game, though, there are plenty of objectives you can set for yourself to just make the rest of the game just a little bit easier as well. The combat in Tears of the Kingdom is definitely a step up from Breath of the Wild, and arguably some of the hardest combat in Zelda up to this point as a whole. The world is unforgiving and the enemies are as well, so what are some things that you can grab for yourself early on to help out? Today we'll be going over 10 important items that you can grab pretty early into your gameplay experience that will just make your life much simpler as you proceed. Number 1, Bokoblin Arm Bones. This may seem a bit simple, and well, that's because it is. At night in the open world on the ground level of the map as you wander around, you'll find stock goblins spawning near you. These are the skeletal bokoblins. Again, they are unique to nighttime, and if you kill them, they will drop a bit of equipment, a bit of bokoblin materials, but they'll also drop their own arm as an actual weapon. It doesn't have great durability, but it is 20 attack power, which early game is quite strong, and as if that wasn't enough, Tears of the Kingdom introduced a new mechanic in item fusion that lets you fuse items to your arrows, your shield, your weapons, and even each other, giving different and unique effects. Interestingly, though, the fusion effect of a bokoblin arm is 20 attack power. So you take a bokoblin arm, fuse it to another bokoblin arm, and you get a weapon called bokoblin arm bones. 40 attack power, not great durability, but it is super easy to farm multiple of them, and 40 attack power is nuts early on in the game, letting you dish out a lot more damage than you otherwise would at this stage, as again, you can just get these the second that you land on the ground. Number 2, Bomb Flowers. This one is a touch harder to get, but requires no fighting if you do it right. Bomb Flowers are an insanely strong utility item in Tears of the Kingdom. You can fuse them with arrows to fire off high explosive shots to deal a ton of damage, and do so in a large area of effect as well. The effect is similar to that of using the various precious gem ores, but those ores sell for a high value, so it's better to keep them for that purpose if you have another option to use for combat. Thus, Bomb Flowers. If you have a steady supply of Bomb Flowers and arrows, no fight is all that threatening, really. As for farming them, the simple answer is just go down to the depths. Drop into any chasm that you find, even the one directly south of Lookout Landing, even right there, and then just look around under the trees, around the rocks. Generally, these bomb flowers will just grow in patches of 1 or 2 just around the area, so just do a bit of exploring, walk around, try and avoid the enemies if you aren't ready for combat, and you can just find them all around the place. Be careful of the darkness. You can bring in things like Bright Bloom to actually light things up. Don't stand in the gloom or you'll use your hearts, and you'll find bomb flowers just all over the place down here if you actually look. Number 3, Energizing Elixir. This one can be obtained super early, and its use is unquestionable. One of the biggest annoyances in the game, as it was in Breath of the Wild, is the stamina bar. In a world where you can climb anything that you want to, where you can glide from the highest heights down to anywhere that you can see, the only truly limiting factor toward traversal is the stamina bar. Thankfully, though, cooking exists, and you can create these handy-dandy items that restore most of an entire bar of stamina extremely cheaply and easily. So a bit of farming and you'll essentially be able to have infinite stamina if you gather enough of it. How do you make these in Tears of the Kingdom then? Well, the recipe is 3 restless crickets and 1 bokoblin horn. Bokoblin horns are super easy to get. They are common drops from any bokoblin enemy, and those are just everywhere. As for the restless crickets, these are actually super simple as well. Even as early as Lookout Landing, just walk out of the gate to the east and you'll be in a field of grass. Simply start cutting the grass in little patches, and depending on our RNG a little bit, a little critter will appear. Sometimes you'll get a lizard, but more often you'll get the restless cricket. And if you just walk around cutting through the grass, you can get a ton of crickets in no time. Bring your materials back to a cooking pot, throw in 3 crickets and a bokoblin horn, and you'll have yourself an energizing elixir. Repeat as much as you want and fill your bags with all of this bonus stamina. Number 4, Royal Guard Armor and Champion's Leathers. Now that you know how to get energizing elixirs, let's move on to how to use them to get yourself some snazzy gear early on. In Lookout Landing, there is a Skyview Tower, and you can use this to throw yourself up high into the air whenever you want. If you do so and point yourself pretty much directly north, you'll see Hyrule Castle floating and covered in a creepy gloom effect. Glide the second that you reach the top of the jump from the tower and head towards it. If you are running on the base stamina bar, you'll need to use an energy elixir here, maybe even 2 depending on your flight path, but essentially your goal is to land right around here, which is here on the map. Once you've landed, just head straight into the chamber in front of you, head up the stairs on either side, and you'll see 2 unlit torches on the edges. Use a fire fruit or any other method of fire creation to light both of these torches, and you'll find the stone shifting behind you to open up the statue altar thing that's in front of you. And if you go into it, you'll find a chest containing the Champion's Leathers, a solid 5 defense chest piece, which is incredible at this stage of the game for us. There's other equipment in the room if you want to have a search too, but the next piece of armor that we're specifically after is back out the way that we entered the chamber. Immediately southwest of this, you'll see a tower, down a tiny drop to that tower, drop into that tower, and then behind the little holding screen in the corner of the room is a chest with the Royal Guard cap. Then ascend back to the top of the tower and start gliding northward. You'll see a path below you, which is what we want to follow, and there will be enemies along here, but you can just sort of sprint past them, which I recommend, as they are sort of nasty if they hit you. As you look ahead, you'll see a door and a shrine above the door too. You should touch the shrine just to open it as a fast travel point, but then you want to go through the door that was at the bottom anyways. Head down the stairs inside and you'll enter a library, drop down immediately straight forward, turn 180 degrees, and use Ultra Hand to take the false door off of the bookshelf, and inside of here is a chest with the Royal Guard leggings. Number 5, Hylian Shield. Yes, that Hylian Shield, an iconic shield, and again, you can get this really quite early in the game. In fact, it is in the same general area as the last entry. Head to the shrine that we just got as a fast travel point, and you'll want to carefully glide downwards. This part is a pretty exact path, so just follow where I go down to this little river entrance to the lower layer of the castle. In front of you here is a dock, and you want to go up the stairs here, but beware when you do so, an enemy will spawn, and it's a bit scary. So when this enemy spawns, immediately jump off of the upper level and climb onto the wall right to the right side, just right near the enemy, and just hug it. The enemy cannot hit you when you're on the wall, but it will try to grab you from above, and for whatever reason, this sort of glitches it out, and it will just die after a bit. A welcome breath of relief, honestly. Head past where the enemy was, then end up some more stairs, get past the gloom by doing some box parkour, then let's light a fire one more time. That brazier in the middle of the room. A chest will rise up from underground once you've lit the fire containing the Hylian Shield, 90 defense, incredible durability, unbelievably good to have, and again, you can get here super early in the game.
That's unfair.
It's incredibly unfair.
Number 6, Magic Staff. And here comes a really fun one. Due to the concept of weapon fusion in Tears of the Kingdom, there's some really silly things that you can actually do, but one of the more interesting ones, at least in my opinion, is that you can fuse gems to any weapon to make them have elemental properties and fire projectiles or even explosions in the case of arrows. That said, there are a select few weapons that actually interact with these gems in special ways, one of the coolest in my opinion being the Magic Staff. On its own, it's just a meager thrusting weapon with 4 attack power, but fuse an elemental gem onto it and you've got essentially a cannon. Once fused, if you attack with this, it thrusts out a volley of 3 projectiles per attack that will even curve if they hit walls and then keep moving. Because the Magic Staff is based on a spear, you can span these attacks out incredibly quickly. Anything with any sort of elemental weakness will melt to this, and it just looks incredibly cool to be using this as well. As for how to get one, it's actually really simple. All you have to do is head to the Susub Shrine. This shrine is in Dale Lake, and you can get there by traveling from the Bottomless Pond, which you can see on your map from the initial Skyview Tower. Heading directly south from there, you will cross a couple of rivers, but when you see Dale Lake pop up on your screen, you'll know you're there. In the southwest corner of this lake, you'll see a well right here. There's some rocks within the well that you have to break with one weapon, and once you drop into it, you'll be in a cave. Follow through the cave, being careful of enemies, and you'll see the shrine waiting for you here. This shrine doesn't have a puzzle of any kind within it. It is literally just a chest with the Magic Staff in it, and then it's completed. Well done. Number 7, Phantom Legs. This is a bit further out of the way, specifically in the Gerudo Desert. As Tears of the Kingdom is a true open world sandboxy type of game, there is nothing stopping you from just running here right at the start of the game if you want to, but I would recommend doing it with some cold resistance food and doing it at night specifically so the desert is cold. It's just a touch simpler this way than doing it in the massive heat during the day. If you get yourself the Skyview Tower for the area, you can simply jump from here down to the Siwakama Shrine, which is right over here. Then on the map, you'll see some circles just south of you. Head to this specific one with the marker on it that I've got, not a different one, this exact one, and if you drop into the hole in that circle, when you get there, you'll land immediately beside a chest, which contains the Phantom Legs. These legs have a ridiculous 8 defense and also come with attack up as a skill. They are incredibly strong, and it's hard not to recommend using them once you can get them. One more thing to be aware of, though, there is a boss roaming the desert on the way to the circle. Just do your best to avoid it. That's the only real advice I've got for that. Number 8, Gibdo Bones. Now that you are in Gerudo Desert, just head sort of the northwestern section of the area, and as you wander around it, you'll see Gibdo enemies just spawning everywhere. They spawn like crazy in this area, as long as you have not yet defeated the region's temple, so this is definitely an earlier game farming maneuver. Gibdo are super weak to elemental attacks of any kind, and when you kill them, they drop Gibdo Bones. Gibdo Bones are a material, but they have a whopping 40 fuse attack power with extremely low durability. That means they aren't great for proper weapon fusions, they just won't last long at all, but these are incredible for shooting with arrows. Adding 40 attack power to every single arrow is obviously amazing. The enemies are super easy to farm too, they spawn relatively clustered, and as long as you have the resistance required to exist in the desert in the first place, it's just a simple process. Number 9, cold and heat resistant armor. Speaking of resistances, this is how you get them. For heat resistance, you want to head to this village along the path of Gerudo Desert. It's just a small bazaar, but in here you'll find a merchant selling the Desert Bow headband for 450 rupees. It comes with heat resistance, which is obviously quite good, especially in the desert. The rest of the heat resistance set requires you to complete the Temple of the Area, so I wouldn't consider it early game, won't be covering it here, but you can find it in Gerudo Town itself if you're interested. As for cold resistance, this armor set is all found together at one merchant, and you can purchase it as soon as you find it, but it is a bit pricey. But hey, if you need rupees, we'll actually have a guide for farming them efficiently up later today on the channel. To get this set, then simply head to the Rito village located above Lake Totori and find the armor vendor that's located here, who sells these items to you without question for a total of 3 cold resistance, helping you survive even the harshest of climates just for the price of a fair bit of rupees. Number 10, glider set. This one will require a bit more running around, but it's definitely worth it long term for the amount of extra travel speed that you'll gain. The process involves using 3 Skyview towers to reach specific sky islands, which have a challenge on them for you to fall through some green rings. The challenges aren't too hard once you know where they are, so we'll just go over the locations here, but if you want a full guide on the process, we have a video for it up on the channel for you to follow. The first Skyview tower is Lindor's Brow, over here northwest of the starting area. Fly up the tower, follow this path to reach the sky island right nearby, interact with the green splotch in front of you, and then jump through the green rings. This is essentially the tutorial for the challenge. To talk to the robot nearby at the bottom, and he'll get you to do it for real with a timer. Once you've done that, you'll get the glide shirt with skydive mobility up as a skill. Next up, you'll want to head to the Typhlo Rune Skyview Tower north of the Great Hyrule Forest area. From here, once again, just head up the tower, follow the path here. It's a bit of a longer one, so I'll let it play out, but essentially you're just heading directly to the robot rather than starting at the challenge platform. Talk to the robot there, and he'll get you to do the practice run, give him a zonai charge afterwards, and he'll get to do the real run, which rewards you with the glide leggings if successful. Then finally, you want to head to Mount Lanairu Skyview Tower, which is all the way out in the east. This is a hell of a journey. Once there, again, just go up to the Skyview Tower and follow the path on screen. You'll find a pre-built hovercraft, which is actually incredibly useful, and you can use this to fly the majority of the way for our journey. Talk to the construct that is located over here at the end of it, do the practice run, give the construct the zonai charge to do the challenge run, and upon completion, he'll give you the glide mask to complete the set. What the set does then, when it is fully equipped, is simply massively improve the distance that you can cover when diving, essentially making the dive portion of a fall a partial glider. The glider will always get you the most distance, obviously, but that requires stamina, whereas now even when you're out of stamina, you can get massive distance too, which adds up to make traversal just way easier in the future. And just for the sake of mentioning it, you can also get the Master Sword relatively early in the game with minimal issues. The only necessary requirement is to have completed 20 shrines, but the process is a bit in depth, so if you're interested in that, just check out our Master Sword video already on the channel. With that, that is everything then. 10 items that are super important to collect earlier in your journey than later. Some will give you a strong power boost for the early game, some will just save you time and effort later on. All of them are incredibly useful. I hope you've enjoyed this collection of items, and of course let us know down in the comments what other Zelda videos you want to see from us, as we'll be doing lots of things related to the game in the coming days and weeks. Like if you like the video, subscribe and hit the notification bell for more, and most importantly, ladies and gentlemen, until next time, stay sweet.
Josh, Cotton, and Hollow with the videos, dropping the humor like a hammer on your tippy toes, bringing entertainment on a daily arrangement to take our insanity and turn it into entertainment. Yes, I said entertainment twice, to reiterate that it is nice to look into your faces on a mostly daily basis when you let us in your homes to make the whole world a stage. Goodbye.
Are you always running out of battery power when things get fun on your builds in Tears of the Kingdom? Well, in this video, we're going to show you how you can fix that super early on in the game. You'll also be able to use the super useful auto build skill that will let you build things that you have previously created super easily by saving blueprints. You can also get schematics from NPCs and other sources for a variety of pre-built things that are super helpful. All you'll need to do to be able to do this is get off of the Great Sky Island tutorial area and receive the quest Regional Phenomena, which is only about 1 or 2 hours into the game. To upgrade the battery, you will need to find a few crystallized charges and a ton of zonite, as every 100 crystallized charges can be converted into one energy well battery cell. This means we will need to find somewhere to farm tons of it, but if you're at the start of the game, you may not know this or may have completely missed it, but it's very accessible and just a little bit scary. But you know what else is scary? The YouTube algorithm, so please give this video a like if it helps you out, and subscribe to find out more about Tears of the Kingdom on our channel. To get what we need, we will need to go to the depths. Some of you will have already got a quest about this if you have progressed far enough, but it isn't required as we were able to get down there and get all of this stuff without progressing in the first region, so here's how you're going to do it. The easiest way to get there is to head south from Lookout Landing in the middle of Hyrule. If you look on the map, you will see a red spot on it, and it was created by the upheaval. If you YOLO jump down into there, you will end up inside the depths. From here, you have a variety of options when it comes to farming zonite, but the first thing to know is that you should head towards the light routes, as the depths are very dark, and this will light up the area around you. Alternatively, you can bring bright bloom seeds, which you should have a bunch of at this point. So, what are your options? There are small enemy camps that have a number of ore spawns around them. If you aren't geared up, you may have a little bit of trouble fighting them, but if you hit the ores with a blunt weapon, like a boulder fused weapon, you should be able to get a ton of these ores very quickly, and then run for your life. The best way to get zonite is to probably take down the bosses that roam the depths, but since we are very early game, this isn't exactly an option, unless you want to get one-tapped. The option we do have, though, is to follow the statues, as this statue will lead you towards the mines that are located down in the depths, and these mines have a ton of zonite deposits around that you can easily farm for small and large ores. It's very easy to get there if you just follow the statues in the direction they are pointing. Once you get to the end of the route laid out by them, you will then arrive at the Great Abandoned Central Mine, and there will be 2 NPCs that will need your help to repair their cars. This is where you get the auto build ability, which, after having it, I can say is amazing and just makes your life so much easier. So I am really glad I did this earlier on, and you will be too, so you don't want to miss out on this. There is a minor side quest spoiler here, though. After you interact with them, you will need to fight a boss. If you defeat this boss, you will receive a huge crystallized charge that's worth 100 normal charges, basically giving you 1 additional cell for your batteries instantly. Even though we were undergeared when we did this, we were able to defeat them super easily, so you shouldn't have too much trouble. All you have to do is run up behind him, jump up on the truck, and then whack him up a bit. It's quite a fun fight, and you can continue this questline for even more if you want to. But to get zonite, you will need to head down in the mines, and there you will see a number of deposits. Make sure to activate the light route so you can see the area around you and have that visibility, and there's a fast travel point too. To get the extra battery charges, you will need to convert them at a construct refinery, so you want to use the one by the Great Mines fast travel point to get a better rate so you can get a lot more. They also seem to respawn after some time has passed, so you're able to revisit them as well. Once you have enough crystallized charges, head back to the Sky Island by fast traveling to Nachoya Shrine, and head to the crystal refinery there, where you can trade your charges for more batteries. Alternatively, you can also use the one outside of the lookout. And that's how you get more battery cells, so you can use your custom builds and different devices for even longer. It makes a massive difference in your playthrough having more charges, and the auto build system is incredible for quality of life and saves so much time. One great tip to remember is that you can actually use the charges to instantly give you back battery power, so if you run out of battery and you need an instant refill, you can use these charges too. Out of your entire playthrough, you will not regret expanding your overall battery power. It's just that useful. So I highly recommend doing this as soon as possible, and share to your friends that have just started playing, because they will want to do this too. And hit that like button if you did enjoy it, subscribe for all the other guides we have coming your way soon, and the 2 videos on screen now we think you'll really like if you did enjoy this one. If you found it helpful or interesting, you're probably going to like these ones too. And then tell us what you think after watching in the comments down below.
What if there was hidden esoteric information about how reality works that was so powerful it was literally kept from the average person's awareness? What if the CIA actually had documents that were forbidden or hidden documents that talk about the exact topics I'm going to be sharing with you in this video? And what if you understood these concepts, it would completely transform your worldview about what reality is, and it would empower you in a completely new way? Now, what I'm going to share with you is something that I learned 6 years ago, and it comes from these right here. These called the Gateway Experience. It's a set of DVDs from the 70s and the 80s, or not even DVDs, but CDs that are meditations. That actually, these cost, when I bought this back in 2017, it cost $500. And the reason I bought this is because someone that I know, that I've known my whole entire life, shared with me and said, if you get these exact CDs and you listen to these meditations, it will completely transform your consciousness. It will expand your awareness. This person is someone that I knew my entire life. And also, once they saw me making YouTube videos in 2017 and my YouTube channel started to grow, they saw that I was into these kind of things. And he very blatantly told me, get these CDs, it will transform your life, and begin listening to the meditations. So I went online, I found that I thought it was gonna be like 60 bucks. $500 used were these CDs right here. And basically what they are, it's a specific technology called HemiSync that you use headphones with that puts your brainwave frequency into a certain pattern that then allows you to access different states of consciousness. Now, with what I'm going to share with you in this video, it has to do with a very specific technique that is called patterning. Now, patterning, and in the CIA document that I want to share with you, it says this technique involves the use of consciousness to achieve desired objectives in the physical, emotional, or intellectual sphere. It involves concentrations on the desired objective while in a focus 12 state. So a focus 12 state, there's a certain DVD in here, or CD, I keep saying DVD, and once you experience focus 12, it's a certain frequency, a certain brainwave state that you get into, where in a way your subconscious is more influenced, but also you have the ability to just feel into different states of emotion much easier. Now, basically what this document shows, the CIA document that was like, you know, hidden for a long time, there's a specific, and even the meditation in here called patterning, that's specifically the one that I've been listening to, that I was listening to, especially in 2017, that was helping me get into a certain state of consciousness. And then what I would do is I would imagine myself as the version of me that was already in the reality that I preferred. So I'd imagine how that version of me would think, feel, act, as if it already existed. And what I would do is I would stay in that state, in this meditation. Now, this particular methodology is based on the belief that the thought patterns generated by our consciousness in a state of expanded awareness create holograms which represent the situation we desire to bring about, and in doing so, establish the basis for actual realization of that goal. So let me kind of summarize that. In certain states of consciousness, in certain brainwave activities that we can get into using the power of meditation, when we feel in that state and we visualize it, what we end up doing is creating a certain holographic energy. Like literally our reality is based on energy. Everything in our reality is based on energy, and everything is vibrating at a certain frequency. What the CIA document is mentioning, what these tapes kind of also are talking about, is that when you get to a certain state of consciousness and you feel a specific way, you then are amplifying an energy that attracts to you more holograms that are in resonance with that energy you are emitting. This also, I believe, if you look at the work of Dr. Joe Dispenza, which it's all about meditation and connecting to the quantum field and feeling and creating a new sense of self, a new sense of connection to a new vision as if it's happening now, so many people experience miraculous healings, transformations from this. It literally could be based in what this is actually the CIA document is saying. Now, here is something to be mindful of. This is a warning, okay? This is not BS. It actually says this. Monroe trainers, so Robert Monroe was the person that was studying out-of-body experiences, astral projection, remote viewing. There was a government organization that eventually, in a way, they would test, and they would get people that would test these different things on and to see what is reality. And what this document is pretty much the findings from doing these different type of exercises. Now, Robert Monroe and the Monroe Institute and the trainers caution against attempting to force the pace of this process because the individual could succeed in dislocating his existing reality with drastic consequences. Think about that. Basically, what it's saying is that if you get into this state of consciousness and you feel as if it's happening now, but you try to rush it, what you could end up doing is forcing a situation to happen that is actually undesired but goes against the forcing of what you were trying to do. For example, I remember reading this in the book and watching, when I became obsessed with this back in 2017, I was watching YouTube videos. There's a guy named Thomas Campbell who was one of the, he's like a scientist that talks about a lot about what's called the big toe, the big theory of everything, which has to do with our reality being a simulation, kind of like a virtual reality that we live in, and this is an avatar. He was someone that tested and that worked a lot with the kind of like the Monroe technology back in the 70s and the 80s. But basically, one thing that it cautioned against is like, for example, I want $100,000. I want $100,000. I want $100,000. Focusing on the $100,000. You already have the $100,000. But if you try to force it, what it said could happen is maybe something undesirable happens, like someone passes away and you inherit that money. You inherit money. So trying to force a specific situation in the hologram of reality may begin bringing it to you, but maybe in ways that are unpleasant. Maybe in ways that you don't actually prefer. So with what I'm sharing with you in this video, it's important to understand there's a pace, there's a process to all of this. And what you want to do, and what I recommend, and what I've been doing, and the way I've really manifested the abundance in my life, is by visualizing myself being in the frequency of what I want to experience as if it's happening now, and feeling into that every single day. Neville Goddard, separate from this whole CIA document gateway experience thing, he talked a lot about, as you're going to bed at night, feel as if you are that version of you now. As you do so, you are influencing your own subconscious mind. And as you do that, you literally begin to reorganize your frequency, reorganize your energy, and you begin to believe more in this new potential. You begin to believe more in this new version of you. Now, with what I'm sharing with all of this, something else I believe that is also beyond just the identity part of this, something else I wanted to share when it comes to hidden esoteric knowledge, is something that comes from a book called Reality Transurfing. I have not talked about this book in a very, very long time with good reason, because when it was just, anyways, I haven't been talking about reality transurfing for a very long time, even though it's a very powerful book. It's written by a quantum physicist named Vadim Zeland in Russia. It's been then transcribed to English. Back in 2017-18, I made a ton of videos about this, and then I stopped because I think basically what happened is I was sending thousands and thousands of people to buy this book called Reality Transurfing. But what happened is there were people from certain organizations that taught reality transurfing that didn't like that I was getting so many views about that. And basically those videos, it became this whole BS I had to deal with where even though I'm pretty much selling the book for them and sending people to this idea and to these concepts, it was like, I don't think they liked the fact that I looked like a reality transurfing expert. When I wasn't. I was just sharing a book, but there's all, the legality. I don't think I wasn't even doing anything illegal. I was just sharing a book and pretty much sending people to it. Anyways, I didn't talk about it for 3 years because it was a lot of BS. I think that BS is over, so I'm going to share a concept from it. There's a concept from reality transurfing, which is all about understanding in a way that what's called the space of variations. There is this infinite quantum possibilities that exist. So what reality transurfing talks a lot about is it talks about gliding through what's called the space of variation. And one of the main things that I gain benefit from this is understanding a concept that has to do with increased and decreased importance. Anything we make very important, we put on a pedestal, and the universe then gives a reality that is equal to that resistance. So if you put a job that you want on a pedestal, you are energetically severed from it because it'd be really, really cool if it would happen. It's resistance. Balanced forces from the universe come into place to make sure that that stays balanced out, which means you don't get that what you want if you really, really want it. If you put someone else on a pedestal, it then creates resistance around that. It creates increased importance on them, and then the energy's all messed up, and that person will honestly kind of also feel that desperate, needy energy, and it's unattractive. But in reality transurfing terms, this is all about understanding that balance of energy. So one of the things I learned is you want it to be natural for you to experience what you want. It's natural for you to be abundant. It is natural for you to be in a loving relationship. It is natural for you to have that role that you want or the business that you want. When you let it be natural, it completely changes the energy dynamic. So that was one concept. The other concept I want to share is something called pendulums. Reality transurfing is a concept called pendulums that has to do with thought structures. The idea is that even though you can't see physically certain thought structures, The idea is that because we're in a collective consciousness and we're all connected together, what happens is there's literally thoughts that come around us that we can't necessarily see. And when we're interacting with other people, we're in a way activating these different thought forms. I know this sounds esoteric, but just bear with me for a minute. Now, with pendulums, the goal of a pendulum is to gain more energy. Pendulums are thought structures that also exist within our reality, and there are very big thought structures because there are billions of people thinking similar thoughts. For example, being Republican or Democrat, whichever one you are, there are pendulums around both. And when there are thought structures around both, there's like almost like a rules of what it means to be Democrat or Republican. And these two pendulums fight each other because they want to be right. There are pendulums around football teams. There are pendulums around sports. There are pendulums around movies, around music. There's a pendulum around my YouTube channel. And the idea behind pendulums is it gains energy the more people that focus on it. Now what happens is when you start going down and you start taking on certain pendulums, it can in a way dominate your thoughts. So some people start focusing on, like I see it happen a lot, conspiracy theory. They go down a rabbit hole. It then takes up so much of their life and their field becomes very interesting, like kind of like scattered, or it's like there's a lot of debris in it because they're thinking of all these things that honestly have a lot of resistance a lot of times. But then they tune more easily to more of it. The goal of pendulums is to gain energy. Now the thing is pendulums will keep you from living in your authentic truth. They will keep you from expressing your true self. And pendulums are not always bad, but in general, they have their own intention. They have their own goal. That's why it's very important to become aware of what and when pendulums may be taking your power from you. There's pendulums around the news. There's pendulums around sports. There's pendulums around just about everything. So when people watch the news and they think they're having their own thoughts, many times it's a pendulum that's overtaking them. Then they get into fear. And that keeps them from being in their true frequency. It keeps them from creating their own reality and harnessing their own energy. So pendulums, in a way, are like thought structures that you may not visibly see, but may have a certain power if you put all your energy in it and you're not aware of it. Now, what is the process of defeating a pendulum? You can't. You can't. The more you fight a pendulum, the more it grows. You see this happening when people are running for president. One person, basically whoever has the stronger pendulum as a president normally wins. Because even if you fight a pendulum, you're feeding it energy. It's like, for example, when you see Trump running for president, he gets a lot of attention. He has a lot of people that are very fanatic about him, that very much like him and want him to win, and you have a lot of people that really don't want him to win. That actually feeds his pendulum. The other people I think of that had very strong pendulums back in the day, if you talk about the YouTube sphere, Logan Paul, David Dobrik, they have very strong pendulums. And I remember especially back in the day, it would grow to such an extent that they were at this very high, like an unattainable level of influence. But sometimes what happens with pendulums is once there's a certain, especially if there's a certain degree of like kind of getting lost in it, it smacks it, it humbles it. And that was what happened with both Logan Paul and David Dobrik. I find it very interesting. And the purpose of these pendulums and the power in it is observing them and ignoring them if it's running your life in a negative way. The news, like ignore the news, you don't fight the news, you just don't watch it. You don't tune to it. Become aware of that energy. So pendulums in a way are thought structures, and it's this weird kind of hidden esoteric concept, but once I started becoming aware of it, I started to become more aware of even the music I listen to. Because you want to know something interesting? There's certain frequencies most popular music is tuned to that keeps people in a certain frequency. I've heard, I don't know if this is true, but I've heard that certain frequency of 432 hertz, which is like the frequency of the heart, frequency of love, I've heard music in general is not allowed to really be at that frequency. I don't know how true this is, but I do know that a lot of music is tuned to just a little bit above or below that kind of like keeps people in dissonance. I also think of this sometimes when I talk about, I talked to Bashar about this as well. I will say that, like Bashar, a big fan of, been watching his content for like 10, 15 years since I've been on my awakening. I actually talked about reality transurfing and pendulums when I was asking him questions once. And basically he said that within our collective consciousness, there are certain archetypes. And these archetypes we can begin to take on by tuning to it and embodying it. There are archetypes for the king, the lover. Basically, if you look at the tarot, there's a lot of different like archetypes you can connect to. There's even people within our own collective consciousness. I remember talking to a buddy of mine back in the day. It was actually an old assistant of mine. And he was telling me that he loved Conor McGregor. So he would like walk like Conor McGregor. He would work out like Conor McGregor. And he said that literally he felt like because Conor McGregor has a very big back. He's like very good back, like muscles and stuff. And he's like his back became bigger and he felt like he was becoming it. I thought that was kind of interesting. But there are these archetypes within our collective consciousness that we can begin to become aware of. And that's kind of what Bashar hinted at. There are these archetypes within our reality that we can tune to. And if we want to reap the benefits of certain qualities we want to embody more of, courage, vulnerability, these are all different, like empowerment. And we can begin to then tune to these. Now, one other thing I want to talk about that I believe that is very much kept within that has kept people within a certain energy is that of group intention. And when a lot of people are in fear, I believe that they're also easier to control. So that's why I think 99.9% of everything you see on the news is negative. It keeps people contracted, keep people in fear. It's a pendulum. And when you withdraw your energy from it, you can then put it towards your goals. You can put it towards what you're passionate about. You can grow more energy there. And that's why one thing that I like to do at my live events, and we do in general, these group Ohm activations, which funny enough, by the way, we do these Ohms, where we all Ohm, like hundreds of us, if not thousands of us, will Ohm at a certain frequency, activate the energy in our hearts, and connect to everyone on the planet that's doing it at the same time. And that as we do that, it like amplifies our heart energy, creates more mind-heart coherence, and it taps into group intention. Group intention is also like from the book Think and Grow Rich, where it talks about that of the mastermind principle. When one person's focused on something, there's a certain energy. When two people focus on something, that energy grows. When 3 or more people are focused on one outcome, it's like you have more people's thought energy growing that vision. It's very powerful. That's why masterminds are so big. They're people that are focused on a similar outcome, and you benefit from the collective energy of it. So what happens is that is in a way, by doing and having people that are focused on opening their hearts, doing these Ohm activations, what I was going to say is there's this thing called resonant tuning, where in these meditations, sometimes it can be kind of freaky listening to these meditations, because at a certain point you're supposed to go, ah, do this like thing while you're in meditation, and it sounds kind of scary. You're listening to other people like a course, like a choir, doing this, ah, it feels like kind of, I remember the first time I listened to it, I was like, this is kind of weird. Maybe I'll turn my lights on a little bit. But in general, it's resonant frequency tuning for elevating your frequency and tuning the cells in your body. Now, when many people get together with one unified intention and activate their heart energy with a specific outcome, it is very powerful. Now, something else that I find very interesting is I have these meditations on YouTube, and I have met so many people that have shared with me crazy things about what's happened from listening to them. I'm like, why is this happening? For example, I met someone in Costa Rica recently that was at a retreat that said that they listened to that of the meditation, how to raise your dominant vibration permanently by listening to this meditation. It has almost like 2 million views on YouTube. They said that they listened to this meditation on 420, and they remember the date. And they said that they simply believed that they were going to shift and raise their dominant vibration permanently, and this person was depressed. Said they were depressed. They couldn't break that like energy of depression. Felt confused. She did this meditation and literally said she was never depressed again. Years later, I see her at this retreat. She said she was never depressed again. Her dominant vibration did raise. And it was a meditation for raising your dominant vibration permanently. And I thought to myself, why are these meditations so powerful? And then I thought about it. I was like, did you read the comments to this meditation? And she said, yes. She's like, you see thousands of comments from this meditation of people saying their lives changed, their vibration raised, and they're genuine comments from people. I think what happens is people then see that. It increases the belief it can happen for them. And then in the meditation, there's certainty that you're going to shift. And then you do. So in a way, it's like there's belief here. Like our beliefs create our reality. Even beyond beliefs, it's who are you being? What is your identity? But your worldview begins to change when you realize that reality is like holograms. It's literally, you are shifting based on your energy to different reality potentials based on the energy you are embodying. So meditations are one of the most powerful ways of transforming your life to feel and to tap into the possibility of a new version of you. So when I'm talking about this, I'm talking about the gateway experience, these, $500 that I spent on these back in 2017. Basically, the one that has had the most powerful impact on me is called patterning or repatterning. And repatterning is connecting to the frequency of this new you. It's visualizing it as if it's here now, being it, and understanding that reality is just different. Everything's vibrating at a different frequency. As you change your energy, you change your life. Realize there are thought structures, there are thought forms, there is a reason the news is negative. I believe that, I'm not trying to be conspiracy theory, like put fear into you. I'm just saying be aware of where you put your energy. Be aware of the pendulums you're buying into. I know when I watch Breaking Bad, that's a pendulum I'm buying into. But the show's so damn good, I don't even care. Same with Game of Thrones, same with Stranger Things. I'll just list off all the shows I've ever watched. But in general, become aware of how that might be influencing your consciousness. Oh. Awareness really is the key here. But also be aware of the other side of this. Don't try to force it. Yeah, he engages in this resonant tuning, as it's called, by humming along with a course of such sounds that are contained in the gateway tape. Following this, the participant is exposed to the gateway of affirmation and is encouraged to repeat it to himself as he hears it repeated on the tape. There's these phrases you say, like, I deeply want to expand my consciousness, and there's like these affirmations that you say. In general, though, what we can learn from all these CIA documents, all this hidden esoteric information, is that I believe there are people on the planet that know, and if you keep people within a certain level of consciousness, you keep them kind of disempowered, feeding the pendulums of the things that you want. However, you gain your power back as you become aware of it, as you stop feeding it, as you ignore it, as you put it into your ideal reality. Understand that meditation may be the missing key to you really transforming your life and experiencing the reality you want. If you want a meditation that is specifically personalized for you, that will help you raise your vibration to a new level of consciousness, and you want to understand more about what's called your vibration, then go to www.whatsmyvibration.com, download and get a meditation that's personalized for you. It's completely free. It will help you to elevate your vibration to a completely new level. If you want to listen to that meditation on raising your dominant frequency permanently, then go ahead and watch this video right here. Listen to this meditation for 21 days and watch how much your life changes.
This meditation will change your dominant vibration permanently. Your vibration is a combination of how you think, feel, and act, and it has been on
If you're cautious of spoilers pertaining to the Master Sword, the Lost Woods, the location of a horned statue, or where Hestu is, the Korok Seed guy, well, get out of here within the next 10 seconds. If you came here to easily find one or all of those things, you're in exactly that video. And by the way, before we begin, if you're new here but want more Tears of the Kingdom, hit subscribe. Alright, so to get the repaired version of the Master Sword, there are two ways to go about finding it, because it's currently flying around in the sky right now, lodged in the noggin of this dragon. The only requirement is that you need to have completed at least 20 shrines, so that you have 2 full rings of stamina, which is required to actually pull the sword out. If you already completed 20 shrines, but you didn't pump much into stamina, no problem. I'll show you an easy method for converting your max hearts to max stamina a bit later. Okay, so there's 2 ways to find the dragon that's flying around with your Master Sword. Option 1, cross your fingers that you just happen to spot it out in the world. Easier said than done since it moves around the entire map. Option 2 is to get a special quest pertaining to the Master Sword from the Korok Forest in the Lost Woods, which will highlight the exact location of where that dragon is. To find the Lost Woods, head over here to the northeast. You cannot safely navigate the Lost Woods this time around from the surface, you'll just keep getting kicked back to the start over and over. Instead, head slightly south from there to this spot. You'll find this big hole in the ground that will lead to the underground area. When you plop down there, look around until you spot this large pillar coming downward from the surface. That's where we're headed, but there's a lot of this hazardous gloom blocking the route. Nearby, you'll see a material depot where you can put together a simple vehicle. Use that to get yourself across the red gloomed area. Once you make it to that pillar, you probably already know what to do. Use your ascend ability on the bottom. That'll put you right into the Korok Forest, avoiding the Lost Woods entirely. So how you navigate the Lost Woods this time, you don't. The Great Deku Tree is corrupted though, and no one is going to speak with you. Head into this room of the big tree, which is kind of like his stomach or something, and you'll see this big hole in the ground. Down there are 2 pretty challenging fights, so you better prepare before you drop. I recommend putting on one of your highest damaging materials onto a single-handed weapon, since your shield is going to be useful in the second fight. If you happen to have a dark clump, use that to create a dish that gives resistance to gloom. If you don't, no problem, just make sure you have some meals and maybe a defense buff. Having about 8 to 10 bomb flowers is good to have as well. Now drop down into that hole, and at the bottom, you'll be assaulted by a group of these grabby hands, which are pretty tough if you're doing this fight early on. I found that spamming bomb arrows into them makes this fight much more manageable. After you kill all those, a Phantom Ganon will appear. The safest way to fight him is to focus on waiting and nailing flurry rushes. When you see him wind up to your right like this, dodge backwards as he starts to initiate that spin. Holding his sword to your left like this, a little trickier to time, but dodge backwards for that one as well. This rush forward with his arm raised, wait until he gets right up to you and dodge either left or right. When you finally finish him off, that will cure the corruption in the Korok Forest above. Before you leave, pick up what he dropped, the Gloom Sword, which has high base damage but drains health, and the Demon King's Bow, which has increased power the more hearts you have. Now, if you completed the shrine up above in the Korok Forest, fast travel up to that, or you can use the Ascend ability on these things sticking out from the walls. Talk to the now cured Great Deku Tree, and it will give you the quest, Recovering the Hero's Sword. Tracking that quest will pinpoint exactly on the map where that dragon with your sword is. Before you leave, Hestu will now reside here, letting you expand more of your inventory for Korok Seeds. If you didn't find him in his first location, check right here by this stable northwest of Lookout Landing. Alright, now if you already have 2 full circles of stamina, which looks like this, you can skip forward on the timeline to the next section. If you completed at least 20 shrines, but maybe pumped some into health instead of stamina, well, we're going to find a horned statue to redistribute those. There's 2 options to find where this is at. Talk to the guard in the center of Lookout Landing if you haven't yet, and go down into the emergency shelter. If you're far enough into the game, for me I had 1 major temple beat at this point, this spot in the wall should be open. Head down that path a little bit and take an immediate right to find a horned statue behind some rocks. This will let you give it heart containers for stamina extension, and vice versa. This takes 20 rupees each time, and use that function until you have an entire extra ring around your stamina gauge. Now if that hole in the wall isn't open for you, but you still want to access this, it's going to be a lot more involved, but is possible. Get yourself over to this spot on Hyrule Castle, close to the first gatehouse location. You will see a bridge and a set of stairs, then head off to this edge. Jump off and immediately paraglide backwards to land in the castle's interior. Go forward past the gloom, down these stairs, and at the bottom of those, look left. You'll see a metal grate on the floor, which you can open with your Ultra Hand ability. If you head up at the spiral staircase, you'll get a diamond, I believe, and then you're going to head downward down that same staircase. At the bottom of the spiral stairs, you'll be met with a tunnel system filled with a bunch of rocks. Actually, a bunch of rocks. This route is pretty much a mining gauntlet, so you'll need a high amount of weapons with rocks or hammers attached, and spare weapons that use fuse with rocks as you go. A long journey through all that will tunnel you all the way under the map to the edge of Lookout Landing's emergency shelter, where you'll find the horn statue. Alright, now that everyone has 2 rings of stamina, let's get that Master Sword. Track the quest Recovering the Hero's Sword, which you got from the Great Deku Tree, and that will spot exactly where that dragon currently is. One of the easiest ways to get up to it is to wait till it's close to a tower that you have unlocked, so you can launch off of it. When you fly near the dragon, just land on its head or back. Before you interact with the sword, though, take some time to grab some of the materials off of that dragon. Those are pretty useful fusion materials that apply health on hit to weapons you put them on, and that's going to apply to our Master Sword as well in a moment. Now go back to the Dragon's Head and press A to Master Sword. This process will take exactly those 2 full rings of stamina, and will send the dragon flying upwards into the clouds. A again to pull the sword out, and after some epicness, it's yours to keep. That'll plop you out onto this platform in Great Sky Island with your new fully functional sword. Its moveset is the same as it was in Breath of the Wild, with its ability to throw out beams when your health is full. However, this version is better, allowing for fusion with any of your materials. Fusing to the Master Sword imbues it with the material's damage properties, and adds a green glow effect to the side after doing so. The sword will look just like normal until you swing it, where it will temporarily transform its appearance according to the material used on it. This Master Sword will run out of energy and become unusable, just like how normal weapons break, but the difference, the Master Sword recharges after 10 minutes have passed. The next time it's back, you'll need to apply another material to it to amplify its damage. If you want to change the material fusion you chose before the sword's energy is drained, go into your inventory, select it, and choose Destroy Fused Material. That'll remove and destroy the material you fused, but will let you pick something else to slap onto the Master Sword. Here, I applied an elemental gem to it, and those work pretty well with the Master Sword, being able to throw out both its beam projectile and an elemental orb at the same time. After successfully acquiring the Master Sword, remember you can go back to that horn statue and redistribute your stamina back into hearts if you want to. You'll still be able to use the Master Sword without those 2 full rings of stamina. So that's how you find the repaired Master Sword in Tears of the Kingdom, along with that other stuff you maybe found useful as well. Before you go though, I gotta ask, have you seen my other guide, Get Link Overpowered, and my gameplay tips video? Well, those are out right now, and they're jammed full of other useful information, and some unique tactics you're not gonna find anywhere else. As always, I'm Alex, and thanks for watching.
The Master Sword is back in Tears of the Kingdom, and in today's video, I'm going to be showing you exactly how to acquire this legendary weapon. And for those of you worried about its usefulness during your playthrough, let me assure you that this is going to be a great addition to your inventory, because unlike Breath of the Wild, you can actually acquire this very early in the game, within the first few hours of playing, and it is actually very powerful, especially when you incorporate fusion into the Master Sword. And one of the best parts about this is it has a naturally high base damage compared to other weapons that you can get both early and mid-game. So once you apply fusion to it, you're going to be one or two shotting most monsters in the early game, and really just destroying most high-level monsters and bosses. There are a few different ways you can acquire the Master Sword, but I'm going to be showing you the way that I think you should get it the first time, because you really should be getting this the second you enter Hyrule, because there is some story involved in this that's really going to help you understand what's going on in the game. Now, I won't be providing any spoilers to that story in this video. I'm just going to be showing you what you need to do, and I really want you to experience that story on your own while you acquire this weapon. Now, the one downside of the Master Sword is that it does not break, but it does still have the cooldown timer from Breath of the Wild, which is 10 minutes. To be able to pull the Master Sword, you're going to need 2 full bars of stamina, which is equivalent to 20 shrines. But unlike Breath of the Wild, you can actually use food to increase your maximum stamina wheel, and this will actually work to be able to pull the Master Sword. So if you don't want to invest your first few shrines into stamina, then you can use food like the Enduring Carrots to be able to increase your maximum stamina. To start this quest, you're going to have to locate Kato. If you go from Lookout Landing and follow the road northwest, you can cross the gorge here, and Kato is going to be standing in this open area right here. Kato is going to tell you that Impa has gone off on her own to investigate the geoglyphs. You can actually see one of these geoglyphs right behind you, and we're going to need to locate all of these on the map to acquire the Master Sword. Once you talk to Kato, head to the New Serene Stables, and you'll find Impa here, kind of on this rock structure with what seems to be a broken down blimp near one of these glyphs. This mission is going to introduce us to the process of finding dragon tears within these glyphs. These dragon tears can be located from high up or on the ground, and once you do find one, you're going to unlock a memory of Princess Zelda. I won't be showing the actual memories in this video. I will be showing all the locations and the process that we need to be able to unlock the Master Sword, but I do recommend watching all these cutscenes because it's a really interesting story, and I think you'll all really enjoy it. The first dragon's tear can be found at the top of this geoglyph. Just head to this location, pick it up, watch the cutscene, and we'll continue on to the next one. Once you get the first dragon's tear, make sure to head back to Impa. She's going to tell you to head to the Forgotten Temple, where she has gone on without you. Head all the way to the back of the temple, where you're going to find her waiting for you. From here, just head a little bit farther back, and you're going to find a map room with all the different locations of the glyphs around Hyrule. This next geoglyph is going to be directly west of central Hyrule. You can find it directly on this little plateau right here, the Illumeni Plateau. If you head to the spot right here, you can see Impa and Kato already standing right next to the balloon, and the tier that you need to pick up is just sitting right there. The next geoglyph we're going to get is northwest of central Hyrule. You can easily see it from the Picata Stone Grove Skyview Tower. That's a mouthful, and it's right here. If you fly towards this location, you'll be able to see it. From the sky, just look for the tier that is a solid tier from the sky. All the other ones will be empty except for this one. Next, if you have the Picata Skyview Tower unlocked, you can fly south from that one, and as you fly south, you'll notice one of the geoglyphs in this mountainside right here. Next, you can go from the Picata Skyview Tower, which is northwest from central Hyrule. If you launch out of this and then glide your way south, on this cliffside right here, there's going to be another geoglyph. You can also get to this from the road. If you head to this location on the map, next you're going to want to head south towards the Gerudo area. If you go to the Gerudo Canyon Skyview Tower and launch yourself out of it, as you're falling from the sky, you'll be able to see it right on this ledge here. So all we got to do is just make sure we have enough stamina to glide towards it. They definitely get easier and easier to see as you progress through these. Next, we're going to head to the Typhlo Ruins Skyview Tower, which is just north of central Hyrule. If you launch out of this tower, you can actually find one of the sword glyphs pretty much right below it. And as you're flying down, the tier is going to be in the very tip of the sword. And if we open up our map, that location is right here at the edge of this cliff. Next, we're going to head to the Elden Canyon Skyview Tower. This glyph is much smaller than all the others, but it's going to be just to the right of this little like train track thing. And we can kind of dive down towards it. As you fly down towards this one, it kind of looks like a Nintendo Switch. We can open up our map, and it is exactly right here on the map. So if we zoom out, we can see that it's right here within all of this stuff. And the spot we're looking for is just kind of at the center of this. The next one that's here is a little bit harder to see from the sky. If you launch yourself out of the slope Skyview Tower, you can find the next glyph right here next to the Batria Lake. So it's much harder to see from the sky. You also don't have to launch yourself out of the tower to get to it. But if you head to this clump of trees right here, at the top of this hill, you'll be able to find the next tier location. Next, we're going to head to the Poplar Foothill Skyview Tower. And when you launch yourself out of it, you're going to want to start heading directly southwest. And as you cross over this river, you'll see one of the glyphs right there. And we're headed for the left side of this one right there. Now, for the exact location of this on the map, we can zoom in because you can get to this without actually having to fly to them. It's right here on the map, just west of the Hylia Island. Next, we're going to head far east. If you launch yourself out of the Mount Lenariu Skyview Tower, or even just yeet yourself off of any of these cliffs, you'll be able to see the next glyph right here on this peninsula. It kind of looks like a shell of some sort or a conch, but we're heading for this corner of it right here. Next, we're going to head to the Rubella Wetlands Skyview Tower and launch ourselves out of there. This one's pretty easy to see. You can see it pretty much the second you pop out. It's going on that little peninsula there right there. And the spot we're going for is right on the left side of the hill guard. The spot we're going for is the very southeast corner of the map. Now that we've collected all of the memories, we've got a new dragon floating around the sky. And if you open up your map, the first location that you'll be able to go to find it is at the Ulri Mountain Skyview Tower. And there's another memory that we can collect right here called the Dragon's Tears. It's at the northeastern part of the map. You can launch here from the Ulri Mountain Skyview Tower, or you can just kind of walk your way over here. There's also a shrine here that you can unlock for fast traveling. Now that we've collected all of the different tiers and seen all the memories, we can already see the Master Sword kind of embedded in her skull. So we just need to land on top of this dragon. I'm curious if it's like the other dragons where she might have some additional bonuses embedded into her back. Those of you that don't know, you can actually land on all the dragons in the game now. A Shard of Light's Dragon Spike. Wow. It is very destructive when fused to a weapon, and it also imbues the weapon with healing power. Oh, that's awesome. Oh, that's so good. So not only are we getting the Master Sword, we're also getting a very, very useful item as well. So at the very tip of her head is the Master Sword embedded in it. So let's grab onto this and see if we can pull it out. From here, if you don't want any story spoilers, I recommend skipping to the next chapter where we're going to go over Master Sword Weapon Fusion, because all you really need to know is that if you have 2 full wheels of stamina, you can pull this sword. Oh, is it going to kill her? This is a stamina check this time rather than a heart check. We only have 2 rings of stamina. I have a feeling it's not going to take a lot. Please don't kill her. I 100% thought I killed her. Wow, it's just such a beautiful scene, though.
Link. Link. The Master Sword. Your sword. She is the key to destroying the Demon King. He defeated her before, but a long slumber will heal these grievous wounds. And when you two next face the Demon King, you will have my strength to help you through her. Link, you are our final hope. I pray this sword reaches you in the future.
Okay, that was pretty phenomenal. I only wish I did it with a less ugly mask on. And ladies and gentlemen, we officially have the Master Sword. Now that we've got the Master Sword, let's get into weapon fusion. One of the interesting things to take note about the Master Sword is when it does run out of energy, you are also going to lose the fuse material that you equipped on it. Now this is better than losing the weapon and the fuse material, but do keep in mind that you are going to eventually lose the fuse material as well. Now I do have some favorite things to fuse onto these weapons. There are some better things you can fuse mid to late game, but for the most part, these are going to be really, really good. Now any of the dragon horns are going to be a great fuse material for the Master Sword, but the Nadra's horn in particular is, in my opinion, one of the best things. It has the ability to freeze targets, and it does a lot of damage, just as much as the other ones, but the freeze effect seems to be just so much better in my opinion, and quite frankly, it was better in Breath of the Wild as well. Now, farming up this dragon horn can be relatively easy. If you head to the southeast corner of the map, you can head to the Mount Lenaryu Skyview Tower, and you will occasionally find the dragon popping out of this hole right here. Now, this dragon will make kind of a path through here, so you have quite a long chance to be able to mount this thing and shoot the horn off of it if you so desire. And then you have another chance to go through the Rebella Wetland Skyview Tower as well, because it kind of passed right through here, and it's going to make its way all the way back up, and then back down into this hole near Kakariko Village. Once it gets to this point, it's actually going to go underground, and then you can find it in the underground area as well. I'm not going to talk too much about that right now, but eventually it will make its way back out this hole right here, and it continues this path. Now, it's not affected by time or anything like that, so you're just going to have to wait for it to be above or below ground, depending on where you want to hunt it. Otherwise, the dragon works exactly the same. If you shoot it in the head, you're going to get a horn. If you shoot it in the scale, you're going to get a scale. And if you shoot it in the foot, you're going to get a claw. You can also run along the backs of the dragons to pick up their spikes, which you can use as hammers on weapons or to modify your arrows. Now, my next favorite fusion materials are the black moblin horn or the diamond, but the black moblin horns are significantly more common to get and incredibly powerful. There are two places that I enjoy farming the black moblin horns, the first of which being next to the Ulri Mountain Skyview Tower. If you fast travel here and then run down the hill, there's going to be a black moblin and a blue moblin sitting right here, and you can easily farm these up. The next spot actually has 4 black moblins along it, so you'll be able to get 4 black moblin horns in quick succession here. And this is located just a little bit farther north at the Jochi-Iu Shrine. So this is the Skyview Tower. If you continue traveling northeast to the East Akala Stable, you can unlock the shrine. You can farm all of these black moblins right along this road. Now, I do really hope you all enjoyed today's video. Let me know what you think in the comments below, and I'll see you all in the next one.
been busy over the last few months, if you can tell. So excited to keep gaining for everyone. And until next time, I will be fat, full, and boxy. Few months, if you can tell. Hello there. If you haven't seen me before, I go by Fat Mega Vlogs. And welcome to my kitchen. And welcome to my very first You should have seen me trying to get into this outfit. I was
This is just like AutoGPT, but now we have the ability to use free open source models. If you recall, a few weeks ago, Microsoft released a paper called Hugging Chat, where they proposed to use ChatGPT as a brain, which has access to all the Hugging Face models. Hugging Face hosts tens of thousands of open source models related to tasks like computer vision, natural language processing, speech processing, and everything in between. They call the system Jarvis. Given a task, it can decide which set of models to choose to execute that task. A few days ago, Hugging Face announced their own version of that system, and they're calling it Transformers Agents. It's now part of the Hugging Face Transformers library, and it has some really cool abilities. Now, it's a fully multi-modal agent, so it has access to models related to text, images, videos, audios, document, and a whole bunch of other things. We are still waiting for OpenAI to release multi-modal version of GPT-4. So in this video, we are going to be looking at Transformers agents in action, and I'll show you how you can run this. The best part is you can actually create your own tools that the agents can use. So it's like creating plugins for GPT-4. As I said, it's part of the new version of Transformer package, and they are introducing the concept of tools and agents. These agents are also very similar to what LangChain offers. Hugging Face actually provided a Google Colab that you can play with, but first, let's understand how this whole thing works. So the agents basically provide a natural language API on top of the Transformers, so you can simply provide instructions in natural language, and then using the agents and tools, the natural language commands are going to be executed by these different models. To process the natural language requests, we need a large language model. Here's an overview of the whole system. So the user provides instructions in natural language. So for example, read out loud the content of an image. Then the large language model creates a detailed prompt based on your instructions. And a part of this prompt creation, you define different tools that the large language model has access to. So for example, you can have a tool which generates images or create captions or convert text to speech. Now, based on the initial prompt, the large language model will create a set of steps that it's supposed to follow to execute your initial instructions. So again, then a large language model will act as the brain of this whole system. It will create a set of instructions. So for example, for a given task, it selects the type of tools that it will need from all available tools and then feed that into a pipeline. Now, the pipeline is executed in Python. The user gets a response or result. So before looking at the code, let's look at a couple of examples of how the system works. So you basically create an agent and then call a run function or run command on it. So for example, you pass an image to your agent and say caption the following image, and then the output is going to be the caption that the agent came up with. So the agent will call a few different tools, and using those tools, it came up with a caption. Now the best part is you can use the output from the previous stage and use that as an input to the next stage. So for example, we again run a different command that is read the following text out loud. So you give the text to the agent again, and then it actually will use a text-to-speech model to create the output. So here's the output.
A beaver is swimming in the water.
Hugging Face actually provided this notebook. So in order to execute the code, first go and make sure that you create a copy of the notebook. Then you want to make sure that you are running it on a GPU, and then you simply connect it. Now, a couple of things to note: that it will run only on Transformer version 4.29. Right? So here we're simply checking the Transformer version. Other than that, it's also downloading some other packages. For example, it's downloading diffusers, accelerate, datasets, torch, sound file, right? And then some other libraries. Now, it's not going to download all the models that are available in the tools, but whenever we need a certain tool or certain model, based on the input that the user provides, the agent will automatically download that specific tool from Hugging Face. So if I run this, it will actually ask me to provide the Hugging Face token. Okay, it's actually asking me to provide the token. So just go to your Hugging Face accounts, then go to settings, and settings, then click on access tokens. Just copy that, and we'll simply paste that and click login, and now we are successfully logged in. Okay, next we need to set up the agent. So there are three types of agents depending on which LLM you use. So you have three different options. Either you can use OpenAI's LLM or OpenAssistant or StarCoder. Now, they recommend to use OpenAI because that is the most powerful agent. Now, you can use OpenAssistant or StarCoder as well, but you just need to be very careful with the prompt that you provide. I'm going to also show you some tips and tricks that they have in order to get the most out of your agent. So if you're interested in the code, here is the code that it simply select. The default one is OpenAI, right? But then there are these other options as well, StarCode and OpenAssistant. For the first two, it simply creates a Hugging Face agent object. And for the last one, it's getting OpenAI agent object. Right, so in this case, we're going to be selecting OpenAI. So I'm going to run this. It's asking me for my OpenAI API key. So I'm going to just provide that, hit enter, and it simply downloads the corresponding agent. And now it's initiated. Okay, a side trick, if you want to hide the code, so go to these three dots, then click on form, hide code, or you can hide the form that you are seeing, so it will simply show you the code. But I'm going to simply click on hide code. Okay, now how do you use the agent? So currently it supports two commands. One is run, and the other one is chat. We're going to look at the chat in a little bit. Now, just to show you the capabilities of this agent, I'm going to be using the examples provided by Hugging Face, but we're going to go into a little bit more details. So first, we're going to be looking at this run command. All you need to do is simply provide a prompt. So in this case, the prompt is generate an image of a boat in the water. Now, depending on all the available tools and models that this agent has access to, it will decide which models or agents to use, which actually tools or models to use to execute this task. So in this case, it's just one simple task, so it will use a single tool, but it can be a multi-layered prompt as well, and then in that case it's going to be using multiple tools. We are going to look at that example in a little bit. So here's you actually get an explanation of what's going on. So this is coming from the agent. The agent says I will use the following tool. So since it's related to image generation, so it's going to use image generator, and then the code that is actually executing is image is equal to image generator, and the prompt that it's passing on to the image generator is a boat in the water. Now, it's smart enough to actually ignore the first part of the prompt, right? Because based on the first part, it decided which tool or model to use. And the actual thing that we want is in the second part of the prompt, and that's why it used the second part. So it will simply download the corresponding model that it needs, and here's the image that it generated. So there is a boat, and it's right in the middle of the water. Now, you can actually do operations on the output that it was generated. So for example, next we want to create a caption for this image. So we took the output of the last execution, so that's the boat. That is going to be the image, right? We feed that in as an input, and then we ask the agent to run another prompt or query. And this time it is, can you caption the image that we just generated, right? And let's see what it comes up with. Now, in this case, it says that I'm going to use image captioner to generate caption for the image. So basically, it will download either, I think it's going to be using a blip model that takes in the image and generate text description, right? And the code that is running is image captioner and boat. That is the caption. We're going to look at what different tools that are currently available. The new tools that are being added, but we're going to look at the current available tools. And here's the output. So a boat floating in the ocean. Now in this case, and the only input that it received was this image, but not the initial text prompt that we gave. Okay, so far we simply look at single stage prompt execution, but let's look at this. Can you create an image of a boat? Please read out the contents of the image afterwards. So it's supposed to first create an image, then it's supposed to create the description of the image. So we need a second stage or model, and then we need a third stage model that will take the text input and convert it into an audio, and then we will play that audio. So let's execute it and let's see what different steps it comes up with. As I said before, the agent itself decides which tools to use and which models to use, right? So it simply looks at this natural language description, and based on this, it will decide all the steps. So here are the steps. I'll be using the following tools. So image generator to generate an image of the boat, then text reader to read out the contents of the image, right? Then here is how it's going to be done. So first generate the image, then generate the caption, so you get the text description, and then you convert it into speech. This is amazing to think of how this is being done. Right now, we're using OpenAI, but you can literally integrate any other large language model with this. So let's see what it came up with.
A boat is floating in the water.
That's pretty cool. And the best part is that the caption, it generated this text. The caption is a boat is floating in the water. But to text-to-speech model, it only passed this, the boat is floating in the water. So it's pretty neat. It can actually understand which is the most important bit. So far in the tasks that we asked it to execute, we actually described them step by step in our prompt. However, this works great when the query implies the use of tools which haven't been described directly. So like as an example, read out loud the summary of huggingface.com, right? So now it has to deduce by itself what type of tools to use. And the agent automatically selects the tool appropriate for the task you want to perform. The agent is saying, I will use the following tools. So text downloader. So first it needs to actually access this website and download the text, then summarizer to create a summary of the text, and then text reader to read it out loud, right? And the actual tools or models that it uses. So it's using text downloader, then summarization, and then an audio text to speech, right? So
Hugging Face is an AI community building the future. More than now, organizations are using Hugging Face's AI chat models. The hub is open to all MISA models and has support from libraries like Flare, Asteroid, ETSNet, and Pinot.
okay, so you saw that the text-to-speech didn't really do a good job with the say 5000 or AI, but you can actually replace whatever that model is with another model. I'm going to show you how these tools are defined later in the video. Run is one command that works on the agent, and it doesn't keep memory across runs, but performs better for multiple operations at once. So for example, if your prompt is using 2 or more tools or models, then it runs really well, right? There's another command that you can execute, and this is called chat. So it keeps memory across runs, but performs better at a single instruction. Now in order to do chat, all you need to do is just call .chat on your agent. So let's run it. Like here, my prompt is show me an image of a car. Actually, I have an extra and, but let's see how good this can work. Here, it's passing a prompt of a car to the image generator, so I think it will work. Now, in the process, it will download the model that it needs. So here it generated an image of a car. Now, you can continue the chat, so it will assume that you were working with the same system. So for example, if you can ask it transform the image so that it can snow. Like the initial prompt was showing this animal, and now it seems like it's snowing, right? And you can even execute other operations on top of that. So for example, this was show me a mask, a snowy capybaras. You know, the chat is great if you want to keep the history of the prompts that you have used so far. In order to start a new chat, you will simply execute this function, prepare for new chat, and it will clean up the history of the previous chat, and you can start over with a new chat. Let's look at which tools are available. So there is a tool for document question answering, such as PDF files, and the model that's used is called Donut. Then for text question answering, it's using Flant D5. For unconditional image captioning, it's using the blip. And then there are other models related to, let's say, image segmentation, text to speech, speech to text, and so on and so forth. There are some community-based tools as well. For example, the text downloader from a website, that's actually a community tool, right? So this list of tools will keep expanding. It was the initial release, so expect this is going to grow a lot. This is very similar to the plugins with GPT-4. They also provided a section on what if you want to add a new tool yourself, right? So here is an example of image reading, right? So there's an API actually, which I wasn't aware, where you can make a call and you will get a random image of a cat. So let's assume you wanted to create a tool around it, which whenever it's used will call that API and create an image of a cat, right? So here is how it's going to look like. You are going to be using the tool object from the transformer, and you define a class. And there are two very important things that you need to consider when creating your tool. So first is the name of the tool, and then a concise description of what this tool actually does. Now, this description is going to be used by the agent to decide whether to use this tool for a specific task. Then you simply define the input and outputs, and when this tool is called, what operations are going to be performed. So here is an example. Like if you simply use an object of that function, of that class, so you will get an image. Now, whatever agent you are using, so you can pass a list of tools, and let's say if in this specific case we are passing that one specific tool, right? So based on the prompt, the agent will decide which tool to use. So it says fit an image of a cat online and caption it for me. So it will look at the description of all the available tools. So for example, in this case, it picks this tool to be the most appropriate because it says fetch an actual image of a cat online. Here it used that specific tool to get the image, and then use the image captioner tool to create caption for that tool. Caption for that image. This also brings us to the importance of the prompt that you are providing. So you want to make sure that the prompt is very clear so that the agent can actually decide on which tools to use to execute your prompt. So that is why they actually have a whole section on custom tools and prompts guidelines on their website. For example, a shorter version of the run prompt that is being used. So it says, I will ask you to perform a task, right? Your job is to come up with a series of simple commands, right? And then it's given a list of tools, then a task and example answer, right? So that's how the master prompt is defined. Now they have given a couple of good examples of how to get the most out of your prompt. So for example, if you simply tell it, show me a tree, right? And it's the Hugging Face agent. So the steps it came up with is I'm going to use an image segmenter. Now the reason is this prompt is not very clear based on the tools available and the description. So in this case, they looked at image generator, its description. So the description says this is a tool that creates an image according to a prompt, which is a text description, right? So it takes in input name prompt, which contains the description of the image, and outputs an image, right? Now you want your prompt to have some words used within the description of your tool. So let's say if you update our prompt to create an image of a tree, right? So now it has the word image in there, right? And it's a lot more clear to the agent. And as a result, you see that it's actually using image generator tool now. Now you can also customize the description of your tools, even the ones that are already available. So this gives you the ability to customize them to your own prompts, which is, I think, a really great feature to have. Now you can also customize your prompts and using custom tools. We already covered this. It's an extremely powerful model or agent that you can use it in your own operations. Like you can build something like AutoGPT on top of this. Now, a couple of channel related announcements. So now we have a Discord server, so come and join us over there. Quite a few people are already here. Let's learn from each other. Link is in the description of the video. As always, if you have any questions or comments, put them in the comment section below. If you are new here, please consider subscribing to the channel. And if you're a subscriber, make sure that you press that bell notification button. Hope you learned something new today. Thanks for watching. See you in the next one.
The world of automated AI agents have got a huge upgrade thanks to Hugging Face. Today we have got something called Transformers Agent. All you have to do is agent.run and give your instruction, and this agent is going to run the entire code for you and generate the final output, which you can see. You don't have to do anything else at all. There are certain caveats, but still this is completely leap forward in terms of programming, and we are going to discuss Transformers Agent in this video in complete detail. We'll end the video with this hands-on Google Colab where I'll take you every single step for you to run this on your own machine. To start with, what are we even talking about? We are talking about something called Transformers Agent. Transformers Agent is a completely new effort from Hugging Face, who already has a very popular library called Transformers. So Transformers Agent is an experimental API which is subject to change at any time. Results written by the agents can vary as the APIs or underlying models are prone to change. At this point, you would have got an idea about what this model is. But if you have not, that's exactly why you're here. Starting from the Transformers version V2 4.229.0, there is a new concept of tools and agents. The concept is called tools and agents. So what is happening here is, in short, it provides a natural language API on top of Transformers. So Hugging Face has created a set of curated tools and design an agent. So they've defined a set of tools and has designed an agent to interpret the natural language input from the users and use these tools to solve a particular problem. For example, you can go there and then simply say agent.run and give, for example, the caption for the following image, and give the image, and it is going to caption the image for you. Or on the other hand, you can go and say agent.run, read the following text out loud, and give the text, and it can...
A beaver is swimming in the water. A beaver is...
It can read it for you. And in the same way, you can go give an input document and then say, in the following document, where will the TRRF Scientific Advisory Council meeting take place? And it can read the document, do OCR, optical character recognition for you, and it can find the answer, which is, I think, ballroom flyer, ballroom flyer, and it can give you the answer. So this entire thing is happening because you ran only one line of code from Hugging Face Transformers. So what's happening under the hood? Like, how is this magical thing happening? And that's exactly what we're going to understand from this particular piece here. So what is happening here is the instruction that you give here. For example, draw a picture of lakes and rivers. Draw me a picture of lakes and rivers. That's an instruction the human being is going to give the machine. Now that instruction is translated into this big prompt. You can see this big prompt. That instruction is translated into this big prompt thanks to some large language model. And now there are a set of tools that the Hugging Face team has already curated, which is made available for people to use, or the large language model to use. Now that goes inside a restricted Python interpreter, which can say, okay, this is the instruction that I received from the human, and this is how this has been translated as a task. And the agent, the large language model, knows that these are the tools that you can use to come up with this result. For example, if the instruction says read out loud the content of the image, then the agent knows I will use image captioner to caption the image. Then I can use text to speech to read it loud. So you can see that there are two tools used by this agent, and that goes inside the Python interpreter, and then finally the generation output is happening. It's the same thing that happens when you say draw me a picture of rivers and lakes. So that becomes a prompt, and the agent knows you have to create something like an image generation. So it uses image generation that goes inside the Python interpreter, and that comes out finally as an image, just like we saw in the Colab notebook, where you can just give an instruction. You can say agent.run, draw me a picture of an astronaut riding a horse. So the explanation from the agent is, I will use the following tool, in this case an image generator, to generate an image according to the given prompt. And this is the prompt, code generated by the agent. So it says image is equal to image generator, and the prompt is astronaut riding a horse. And the result is the image has successfully been generated to you. And this is the series of steps that Hugging Face is doing for you, or Transformers Agent. So now Transformers Agent is a wrapper or a high-level API that combines tools and agents. So these tools and agents are going to help you use your natural language, which means, like, in simple English, you can describe something and the agent and the tools are going to get this done for you. How is this happening? Like, even though we know the state of execution and the workflow and the architecture, let's look at how this is happening. So the agent here is a large language model, just like your OpenAI's large models like GPT-3, GPT-3.5, GPT-4, or Open Assistant. So these kind of large language models are acting as agents here, and the tools here are the tools that Hugging Face team has curated, just like we saw before. So these could be anything to do with, let's say, text generation or image generation or image captioning. Any of these things could be tools. So we have set of tools and we have a set of agents. So you can choose which agent you want to use. But now that agent will read the instruction and then create this prompt and then design the tools, or pick the tools that they have to use and send it to the Python interpreter, which finally does the code execution. And that's how you finally get the result. What kind of tools are available? You have document question and answering, text question and answering, unconditional image captioning, caption the image question and answering, image segmentation, speech to text, text to speech, zero shot text classification, text summarization, translation. And these tools can be also loaded, like if you are using Transformers without the agent, these tools can be also loaded very simply and easily for you to do anything. In case, like if you want to upload this programmatically, this is completely mind-boggling, mind-blowing. I'm quite excited about this thing. That's one of the reasons why I decided to make a video just in a few hours after this has been launched. The only caveat here is that if you want to use OpenAI agent, you need to set your API key, which I'll show in the Google Colab notebook. But also you have an app, you have an option to use Big Code or Open Assistant. Hugging Face at this point is giving you free API access to both Big Code and Open Assistant. So if you do not want to use OpenAI, you can log in with your Hugging Face account and use either Big Code or Open Assistant if you feel that you don't want to use OpenAI. My Google Colab notebook does not cover this different LLMs. If you want to use those different LLMs and if you have any issue, please let me know in the comment section. I can help you. But overall, Transformers Agent is an amazing achievement. It's almost like if you know that few weeks back we did a tutorial called Microsoft Jarvis or Hugging GPT. This is almost like that, and it's quite amazing, mind-boggling. So now let's start with the tool. So this Google Colab notebook will be linked in the YouTube description, which means all you have to do is go click here. You'll be taken to this notebook. You can just go set the key, API key. After you set the API key, you can just select runtime and run all, and this will ideally work for you. So now let's start with the basic setup. You have to install Transformers. Then you need to install OpenAI if you want to use OpenAI as an LLM. Then use Accelerate because some of the models that they are going to suggest you require Accelerate. And in this particular example, I'm going to focus on image creation, so I need to install Diffuser's library as well. So Transformers because we want to use Transformers Agent. OpenAI because we want to use GPT as an LLM. Accelerate is for accelerated computing couples with Transformers. Diffusers primarily for image generation. And make sure that you have got the right version of Transformers. If you're watching this tutorial from the future, you know for sure that you need at least 4.29.0. This is the minimum version for this thing to work. If you have any version before this code will not work for you. I'm sorry to say that. The next thing is set up the API key for OpenAI. If you have decided to use OpenAI API key, import OpenAI, import OS and os.environment, then you can set the environment variable here, which is the OpenAI API key. OpenAI API key is available in OpenAI account. Like if you just go to platform.openai.com, there you can actually go find the API key inside API keys or managing account. So get the API key and paste it here. You should be good enough. If you don't want to use it, you can use other open source LLMs, which I'm not covering here. Let me know in the comments if you want a separate tutorial for that. Once you have done, you are like pretty set with the basic setup. Next you need to do is you need to create an agent. So you need to create an agent. So what are we doing here? We are saying from Transformers, import OpenAI agent. Import OpenAI is not required because we have already done it. Agent is equal to OpenAI agent. And what is that OpenAI model that you want to use? TextDaVinci OO3 is the model we are going to use. If you want to use a different model, you can give the model details here. Run that. After you run that, you are going to be amazed because you are now in for a treat. All you have to do is agent.run and then say, draw me a picture of whatever you want to draw, say rivers and lakes. For the first time, it is going to download all the models and it's going to locally execute. So the thing that you need to remember here is the LLMs are accessed through APIs. So if we go back to the same workflow chart again, let me quickly show you. The LLMs make the decision by using the LLMs as an API. But ultimately, when this code executes inside the Python interpreter. So which means if you're going to give a request that requires GPU, then this code needs you to run it on GPU. So that's exactly why if you see this Google Colab notebook, go to runtime, click change runtime. I've created this Google Colab notebook as a GPU notebook primarily because when we are trying to run image generation, it's going to actually run on GPU. So you need. So again, to repeat it, the LLMs happen through API, but the actual code execution happens on the machine where you run this. If you're going to run this on your local machine, it's going to run on your local machine, which means you need that kind of computation and power for this code to get executed. So that's exactly why we are running this on a GPU Google Colab. So say agent.run, draw me a picture of rivers and lakes. For the first time, it creates the explanation which comes from the agent, in this case LLM, OpenAI LLM. I will use the following tool, image generator, to generate an image according to the prompt. Image is equal to image generator prompt, draw me a picture of rivers and lakes, and it downloads all the models and it generates you the image of rivers and lakes. You can say agent.run, draw me a picture of astronaut riding a horse, and it can generate astronaut riding horse. If you want to see what code it uses, so you can say, okay, return code is equal to true. When you run this code, it actually creates whatever you want, but also it gives you the code. So it can give you the code. So you can copy this code quite simply and then run this on your own. So that would make it easier for you to do this programmatically or make any changes that you want. And as a note, this is not only for image generation because, like I said, there are a lot of tools, agents that they have put together. So it's not necessarily only for image generation, but it can do a lot of other things like document question and answering, image question and answering, image segmentation. The another aspect here is you can also chat with this. So it's not just you can always run this, you can also chat with this. So let's go ahead and then do a quick chat. So I can say agent.chat, and then I can say, draw me a picture of an astronaut. Let's do the same thing. Astronaut, did I type it properly? No. Astronaut riding a horse, and run this. So at this point, I'm trying to chat with this. So I'm saying, draw me a picture of an astronaut riding a horse. What happens in chat is it remembers the state. It remembers the output of the first whatever chat you had. So it's an astronaut riding a horse. Okay, so now I can do another agent.chat. I can say, can you change that? Can you change that horse to a car? So ideally what we are expecting is that this should understand that this is the input picture, and this should understand that in the picture we have a horse and we wanted to change it to a car. It started downloading new models, and that's one of the reasons why you can see it is downloading. I'm going to stop the code here, but the way you can run this probably is I can say, draw me a picture of a horse instead of a car. Run this, and let's see if it changes. And it's very similar. Like for example, you can say generate a picture of rivers and lakes, and you can say transform the picture so that there is a rock in there. So you can see this picture, when it transformed, there is a rock in there, so it transformed. It's not completely perfect at this point. Even like this entire thing, if you see, all these things are not super perfect at this point. But the fact is that it can do like pretty much in single line of instruction. You can again go with complicated instructions, a complex set of instructions, multi-layer instructions like with agent.chat. But the fact that it can create something for you with just natural language input, you can say agent.run and give this, or you can say agent.run, translate this line of text from English to Tamil, some language, or you can say agent.run is this do a sentiment analysis for me based on this input text. So all these things are possible. Okay, it actually transformed a horse into something, I don't know. It has done something, but you can see that it has still tried to take the input image and then it tried to do something on top of it. It's not perfect, but I think it's an wonderful development. Given like this is the first version that it has been launched, a lot of changes would come definitely. But the fact that Transformers agent exists makes me really happy, because we saw what Hugging GPT could do. We saw what Microsoft Jarvis could do, and Microsoft Jarvis and Hugging GPT in a way was doing actually this. Like they got access to this entire ecosystem of Hugging Face models and tried to leverage that with a large language model in the center that communicates everything, and exactly what Hugging Face Transformers has done. And you can also look at their own Google Colab notebook, their example, or you can refer to my Google Colab notebook, which I'll link in the YouTube description. Overall, this is an impressive piece. Once again, Hugging Face team has made something completely amazing possible for anybody to use very easily thanks to Hugging Face team. See you in another video. Happy prompting.
Large language models like those that power ChatGPT are taking over self-taught. Every startup is rapidly moving to get some form of large language model powered machine learning into their stack. Wolfram Alpha is now plugged into ChatGPT. Khan Academy has their education AI. Salesforce has Einstein GPT. Bloomberg, in fact, took it one step further and fine-tuned their own GPT model. So my question is, why don't we all do it? I'll explain why in a second, but in this video I'm actually going to show you how to build your very own auto GPT model using a framework that's taking the programming community by storm. So up until now, this has been difficult to do. Organizations have needed teams of machine learning engineers to be able to build, train, and productionize machine learning models. It was too big of an investment for most companies to bother taking on. But now it's not. And frameworks like LangChain make it dramatically easier to get started. Think of LangChain like Spider-Man with a jetpack. It's super fast and it's connected to the web. Programmers can use it to leverage large language models from OpenAI, Hugging Face, Cohere, and more. But where it gets super interesting is it provides the ability to use agents. This means you can have your own app reach out to the web or use your own documents inside of your own GPT pipeline. There's 6 key modules in LangChain: models, prompts, indexes, memory, chains, and agents. Models gives you access to large language models. Prompts structure your prompts with templates. Indexes prepare your documents for working with large language models. Memory gives your LLM chain access to historical inputs, kind of like ChatGPT. Chains allow you to string it all together, and agents allow you tools like accessing Wikipedia or Google search.
Now that you know a little bit about the LangChain framework, we're going to go ahead and build an application with it. With Streamlit and LangChain, we're going to run through a bunch of the modules. We'll take it end to end and be able to build an application that allows us to create a YouTube script generator and title. Now, in the interest of time, I'm going to set a 15-minute timer to try to get this information to you as quickly as possible. So the first thing that we need to do is create 2 files. So we're going to create a file called APIKey.py, and we'll also need to create one called app.py. So inside of our APIKey.py file, we're going to create a new variable called API key, and I'm going to set that equal to the API key that is available inside of OpenAI. Now, you can use different LLM service providers. I'll show you what that looks like a little bit over here. So if you didn't want to use the OpenAI service, you definitely don't need to. Now, inside of our app.py file, we are then going to import that in. So I'm going to run import OS, and I'm also going to bring in the API key. So from API key, import API key. Now, we need to make this available to our OpenAI service. So to do that, I can run os.environ, and then inside of a set of square brackets, I'm going to set a dictionary key. So OpenAI underscore API underscore key, and we are going to set that equal to this API key over there. So we're going to set it equal to that. Beautiful. Now, the next thing that we need to do is we need to go ahead and install some dependencies to be able to leverage the LangChain service. I'm going to open up a terminal, and then we're going to run pip install. Oh, that's looking a bit weird. Bring that up. Let's clear that. Oh, we're getting errors already. So pip install Streamlit. We also need LangChain, the man of the hour. We also need OpenAI, Wikipedia, Chroma, DB, and we also need tick token. So 6 different services that we're installing. So pip install Streamlit, LangChain, OpenAI, Wikipedia, ChromaDB, and tick token. If we go and run that, that is all that set of services now installed. Now, what we want to do is we actually want to bring some of those in. So we're going to import Streamlit as ST. Streamlit is going to be our application framework that allows us to work with our different services. So bring in depths. I'm just going to separate these out a little bit. And then what we want to do is bring in the OpenAI service. So we're going to go from LangChain.llms, we are going to import OpenAI. So this is going to give us the OpenAI service to be able to leverage a large language model. The next thing that we probably want to do is start setting up a little bit of our app so we can see what it's going to look like. So first up, we'll create a title, so st.title, and we are going to grab some emojis from the LangChain documentation, and we're going to say that this is going to be equal to, instead of a set of strings, YouTube GPT creator. You can probably think of a better title than me. We're then going to create a place that we can pass to a prompt to our LLM. So to do that, we're going to create a new variable called prompt, and we're going to set that equal to st.textInput. And here we're just going to include a label. So plug in your prompt. Yeah. Okay, so this is our app framework. Now, what we should probably do is let's start up our app. So I'm just going to clear this. So to start up our app, we can run Streamlit, run app.py. Okay, that is our application. It looks like it's running. Beautiful. So you can see that we've got our title there and we've got our label that allows us to plug in our prompt. Let's move that. And so if I wanted to, I could pass through a prompt here and say, what is the fastest car in the world? Right now, it's not going to do anything because we don't have this hooked up to our LLM. So let's go ahead and now hook it up. So to do that, what we need to do is we need to create an instance of our OpenAI server. So let's do that. So LLMs. So we're going to create a new variable called LLM and set that equal to OpenAI. And to that, we need to pass through a temperature value or position keyword argument. And this is going to dictate how creative or not creative our large language model is going to be. So we've just created a new instance of that OpenAI service. Then we want a way to go and trigger our prompt to our LLM. So we can say if prompt. Then what we're going to do is create a new variable for our response, and we're going to actually pass through this prompt to this LLM. So we're going to say LLM and then pass through our prompt. And then we actually need a way to render this back to the screen. So I can do st or write st.write and pass through our response there. So this is going to actually show stuff to the screen if there's a prompt. Right, so now we can go back to our app. Let's rerun it. Right now we don't have a prompt, so nothing's going to run to the screen. But I could say, what is the fastest car in the world? And this should theoretically go to our API service and take a look. We've got our response. So the fastest car in the world is the Bugatti Chiron Supersport, 300 plus with a top speed of 304 miles per hour. We could also say, write me a YouTube video title about deep learning. All things holding equal, take a look. Deep Learning Fundamentals, a crash course. Let me know if you want to see a video on that. Regardless, let's jump back onto our app. So right now, we've had to go and write out this entire prompt. We don't want to have to go and do that, specifically if we want a user-directed type application. We ideally would want them to just pass through a topic and have our application drive what prompts should be written out based on that. This is where prompt templates come in. So we're going to jump into our app, and we're going to bring in a prompt template. So from LangChain.prompts, we are going to import prompt template. And we're also going to import a LLM chain as well. So from LangChain. So our LangChain chain is going to allow us to run our topic through our prompt template and then go and generate output. So we're going to say from LangChain.chains, import LLM No, don't need your Siri. LLM chain. Okay, cool. So that is that now imported. So we're going to written these two lines here. So then what we want to do is we want to create a prompt template, and our prompt template is purely going to take in a topic, and it's going to write us a prompt that almost says, write me a YouTube video title, and then it's going to plug in that variable there. So we don't necessarily need our user to go and write this entire thing going forward. So let's go ahead and create a prompt template. So we're going to create a new variable called title template. I'm going to say set that equal to prompt template. Then what we need to do is dictate a input variable. So our input variable is going to be equal to a topic. And we also want to create a template here. So the template is going to be effectively just a string that we can pass a variable into it, almost like string formatting. So this is going to be let's actually just grab what we wrote out here. So let's copy this and plug it in here. So write me a YouTube video title about, and then we want to pass through our variable. So we can pass through our topic variable here. This means that when we go and use this prompt template, we only pass through a topic, and it is going to prompt format it to that over there with our topic down here. Now to use this, we're actually going to use a LLM chain. So rather than just using the raw LLM, we're actually going to chain it together. So let's create a bit of a comment over here. So these are going to be our prompt templates. And then we're going to create our LLM chain. Actually, this is going to be our title chain. And we're going to set that equal to LLM chain. LLM chain. And then to that, what we need to do is we need to pass through our LLM and set that to equal to this LLM. So this is being passed through to our LLM chain. Then what we want to do is we want to set our prompt. So we can say prompt is equal to our title template. And then what we can do is rather than running the LLM directly down here, we'll actually grab our title chain and we'll do, or pass through, use the run method based on that prompt. So what we should effectively get is our prompt topic here. So really what we're doing is we're setting our topic equal to the prompt that we're getting from over here. Now, if we go and run this, we should effectively prompt format our topic into this specific prompt. So it should actually be running, write me a YouTube video title about a specific topic. I'm going to move this over to the side because we do get, we can actually set verbose to equal to true in here. Verbose equal to true. And you actually see the run chain as it's actually going through and running this. So let me zoom out of this so you can see it a little bit better. So let's actually go on ahead and bring this over to this side. So now if we get rid of that and just change it to just our topic or deep learning, when we go and run this now, we should effectively see the chain run. So let's go and refresh. We've got an error. Key error, input variables. What is happening there? It's probably input variables. Change that over there. Let's go and rerun this. That looks like it's running successfully. So you can see down there, I don't know if you can see it, it's a little bit small, but you can see it's actually entering a new LLM chain, and you can see that this is the prompt after formatting. So write me a YouTube video title about deep learning. So it's actually gone and prompt formatted. It's taken a raw topic and passed it through to our prompt template. This is the advantage of using prompt templates because they simplify stuff an absolute ton. But for now, we've only got a prompt title or a YouTube title being generated. We want a script as well. It doesn't just stop there. We want to take this a little bit further. Well, this is where chains come truly in handy. So right now we're just using a single chain. We're using an LLM chain. Well, what we can actually do is we can chain a bunch of these together. So we can sequentially bring them together to be able to do a bunch of stuff. So from our LangChain module over here, we're also going to import simple sequential chain. And this is going to allow us to stack a bunch of these together to be able to generate multiple outputs. But we'll come back to that in a second. Multiple outputs, important to note. So we're actually going to create another prompt template. And this next prompt template is all going to be to do with actually generating a YouTube script, not just a title. So we'll copy this template that we've got over here, which is currently title template, and we're going to convert this to script template. The input to our script template is going to be our YouTube title. So our input variable over here is actually going to be our title. Zoom out, it's a little bit too zoomed in for me. And then our template is going to be write me a YouTube video script based on this title. And we'll say title. And then we're actually going to pass through this title variable into our prompt template. Do you see how these prompt templates can really come in handy? Because it means that you've already got the prompt kind of formatted. You just need to pass through the context-specific variables. Makes your life a ton easier, particularly when you've got to work with a bunch of documents, which we'll come to later on. Okay, so that is our script template now done. Now, what we need to do is we need to create another chain, but this chain is going to be for our script chain. So we're going to copy our title chain down here, and we're going to create or convert this to be a script chain. How are we doing for time? Oh, 4 minutes left. Oh, wow, we're not going to make this. To our script chain, we're going to grab our script template, and we're going to set that as our prompt down here. So you can see that we've now got two chains. So we've actually got two templates. We've got a title template, and we've got a script template, and we've now got a title chain and a script chain. Now we need some way to join these chains together because right now they're just operating independently. One is not going to interact with the other. This is where that simple sequential chain comes in that we brought in up here. So we're going to copy that over, and we're going to create a new instance of our sequential chain. So I'm going to say sequential chain and set that equal to simple sequential chain. There's one positional argument that we need to set to our simple sequential chain, and that is the chain's positional argument. And that is just a list of all of these sequential chains. Order is really important here. So we're going to basically specify that run this chain first, then run the next chain. Or run a specific LLM chain first, then run the next chain. So the first chain that we want to run is our title chain, which is going to generate our video title. And then the output of our title chain is going to get passed to our script chain. It's a simple sequential chain. One output goes to the next chain. Now, we can make this a little bit more sophisticated, which we'll do in a sec. But I'll come back to that and I'll show you why that's important. So to our chains, we're then going to grab our script chain, and that's going to be the second one. And we're also going to specify verbose equal true. So you can see that what we've gone and done now is now we've got two templates, we've got two chains, and we've also got a simple sequential chain that chains them all together. Wow, how many times have I said chain? So let's grab the sequential chain, and then we are going to run sequential chain.run, and we're going to be passing through our topic to that sequential chain. So this should effectively now run the title chain, generate the output, then pass the title to the script chain and generate the script. So let's make sure we can see the terminal because this is going to get interesting. So if we now go and refresh our app, it should go and automatically run the chain. That's the first one. Write me a YouTube video title about deep learning. And then all things holding equal, have we saved this? We have not saved it. Let's save it. All right, let's open up our terminal again. Let's rerun. Missing some keys. Input. Oh no, we've got an error.
If you're enjoying this video and you'd like to learn a little bit more about Python for machine learning, deep learning, and data science, head on over to go.coursesfromnick.com/Python, where you can take my entire Tech Fundamentals course from scratch for free. It takes you completely from the ground up and gets you started and ready for machine learning, deep learning, and data science. Back to the video.
My bad. I realized I don't need topic over here. Let's get rid of that. Beautiful. Let's jump back over to our app. Let's rerun. Let's open up the terminal. Take a look. It's obviously going to take a while because it's actually generating now. And take a look. So it's actually going to run our sequential chain. So you can see the first chain that it's going to run is generating the title, and that's the title. And then that title is going to be passed through to our next chain. So if we now go and take a look, so this is our script, which is actually going to be run based on deep learning. How awesome is that? Now, take a look, right? So this is only outputting the script itself. It's not actually outputting the title. So this is where the simple sequential chain kind of fails a little bit because it's only going to output, let's minimize our terminal, it's only going to output the last output of the sequential chain. If we wanted to go and generate or grab multiple outputs, then it gets a little bit trickier. So we're out of time anyway, but I wanted to keep taking this further and show you just how powerful this is. So you saw that we used the simple sequential chain, but keep in mind that this will only output the last output. What we can do is we can actually sub this out for sequential chain, which is going to allow us to get multiple sets of outputs. What we do need to do though is we need to specify output keys from each of our different title chains and script chains. So what we can say is that our title chain is going to output, or the output key is going to be the title. So we're just going to update that chain, and we also need to update our script chain. So the output key there is going to be the script. What we can then do is swap out our sequential or simple sequential chain for our sequential chain. And then we're going to specify that our input keys or our input variables to our sequential chain are going to be purely the topic. Let me word wrap this so you can see it a little bit better. So the input is going to be the topic. And our output variables are going to be multiple output variables. So what we're going to be doing is we're going to be outputting our title. And we're going to be outputting our script. So this should allow us to grab multiple outputs from our sequential chain rather than just getting the single one. This is where I find the API a little bit weird because you can't just use run here. You actually need to go and use or pass through a dictionary. And our dictionary is going to take in topic as a key as well as our prompt. So there is a little bit of nuance when it comes to using each of the different types of chains. So now what we're going to be doing is we should effectively be able to get our title out as well as our script. Now what we need to do though is when we go and write it, to be able to grab each one of these keys from our response variable, what we're going to do is we're going to grab our title. And we'll also write out our script. So this should allow us to access both of those variables separately. So we're going to grab the title and the script separately over there. So you should be able to see that there. Okay, what we now need to do, just make sure our code is saved. Let's jump back into our application. Let's throw the terminal on this side so we can see it. And let's rerun. You can see we've got our prompt formatting happening down there. So beginners going to deep learning and introduction to neural networks. Then all things holding equal, we should write out our title as well as our script. Take a look, there is our title. So beginner's guide to deep learning, introduction to neural networks, and then right down here, we've got our script separately. So now you're able to get multiple different sets of outputs.
Now, a big part of what makes ChatGPT cool is its ability to incorporate memory. It knows what's happened previously. So far, we haven't brought in memory into our LangChain app, but let's do that.
Now, in order to add memory to our application, we're going to access another LangChain cloud. So from langchain.memory, we are going to be importing conversation buffer memory, which is over there. What we then need to do is create an instance of this. Now, we're going to be using the memory class, but we're not actually going to be using it for prompting. We're purely going to be using it for storing the history. If you're building a chat-based application, this would come in handy a ton. So we can create a new variable called memory and set that equal to conversation buffer memory. And then we need to go and set two values. We're going to set our input key, and we're also going to store our memory key. So our input key is going to be equal to our topic, and this is going to be deep learning at the moment. And our memory key will be our chat history. Now, what we can do is pass this memory value or memory class to both of our LLM chains. We're going to break this out once we go and start adding some tools. So stay tuned for that. Then we're going to add that to our script chain as well. And then what we actually want to do is we want to render this back to the screen so we can actually see our memory. So right down here under our prompt where we've been doing both of our writes, we're going to use a Streamlit expander. So we'll say with st.expander. And then the title for our expander will be message history. And what we'll do is we'll put in an info box. So st.info, and we're going to pass through our memory.buffer value. So now if we go and rerun, we should get an expander, which is almost like an accordion. And then inside of that, we're going to get an info box, which stores our memory, which is coming from each of our chains. So we've created our buffer and we'll pass it to our chains, and we're now writing it out to our expander. So we now go and refresh our app. So right now there's nothing below. If we go and rerun it, just by hitting R on the keyboard. If we scroll on down, take a look. We've now got our message history. So if we go and open that up, you can see that we've now got our output. Now, this is the one thing that I don't necessarily like about it. So right now, because I'm maybe using the incorrect class or a class that maybe is not ideal for sequential classes, you can see that our input right over here is deep learning, and the AI is outputting the title. If anyone knows how to do this a little bit better, let me know in the description below. Because right over here, you can see that it's taking the topic again, and we're outputting AI. There might be a way to output the title, but we're going to break this out in terms of two separate classes, so you'll be able to see that once we get onto tools.
Now, there's one thing that makes LangChain really, really interesting. It's its ability to leverage tools.
All right, so the next thing that we need to do is add some tools. So we're on the home stretch, so stick with me here. So we're going to take this step by step. First thing that we need to do is go to LangChain. Wow, that was hard for me to type. LangChain utilities, oh wow. We're going to import the Wikipedia API wrapper. Perfect, so this is going to allow us to make API calls to the Wikipedia API. What we then need to do is we need to update our prompt template. So our prompt template is no longer only going to take in a title, we're going to take in some Wikipedia research as well. So what we'll be able to
Hello my friends and welcome back to another Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom video for you guys here on the channel. Today I got what I think is the best and easiest rupee farm in the game, at least as of right now. Now obviously there may be better rupee farms, but they might have to do with getting monster parts or things like that. Things that might be a little bit more difficult. Like I said, I think this is the easiest and also the best, especially something that you can do early on in the game. So if you guys do enjoy this video, if you find it useful, be sure to leave a like, subscribe for more. If you have any other ideas on rupee farms, let us all know down in the comments below. But otherwise stick around for more content. We do a variety of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom content for you guys here on the channel, as well as everything else in Nintendo. Alright, let's go ahead and jump into this. So this is actually coming back from Breath of the Wild. I made a similar guide and I checked to see if it was still viable in this game, and sure enough it is. So I'm going to walk you through it. A little bit of kind of tweaking, but it's still pretty viable. So first thing we're going to want to do is actually get some warm clothes. Now if you can't get the warm clothes right off the top, obviously you need a lot of rupees, then there's other methods to kind of get your way started. But if we head over to Rito Village, which is going to be where it was in Breath of the Wild, it's going to be kind of like south of the Hebra region up here. Go to Rito Village and there's this shop right here that you can actually buy some warm clothing. I'm actually wearing it right now. If you can wear at least 2 pieces, you should be warm enough. You don't need the whole set, so you just buy the cheapest pieces. Now one of them is going to cost you $650, one of them is going to cost you $500, and the other one $1,000. So probably just get the headpiece maybe and the chest. I don't know, whatever combination. I got the chest piece and the legs, the trousers, the boots, whatever you want to call them. And that's going to keep you warm enough in the region because we're going to a snowy region. Now there is another way to do that. Let me explain that right now. So as I was mentioning, one of the things is that you're not going to have enough rupees to buy this gear yet, so you're going to have to get some, different kinds of foods that are going to keep you warm, cold-resistant food. So there's these spicy peppers you're going to find growing on plants in the kind of normal kind of field regions and stuff, kind of maybe central Hyrule, different things like that. I can't pinpoint exactly where I've seen them all, but I'm pretty sure it's just kind of around, this sort of, again, forestry areas for the most part, or grassy areas. Again, I think most of it that I found was in central Hyrule. But anyway, spicy peppers, you'll come across them pretty early on in the game. And what you can actually do is you can go ahead and if you cook one, so you go up to a cooking pot, there's actually the one I'm at here, we're going to be coming to a lot. It's in Kakariko, which is just kind of like southeast of central Hyrule, if you will. So if you come here and you go to a cooking pot, you cook just 1 spicy pepper, what's going to happen is it's going to give you just a 1 heart recovery with 2 minutes and 30 seconds of cold resistance. Now, if you cook 2 spicy peppers, it'll give you a little bit more, which is going to be 5 minutes of cold resistance. So the more spicy peppers you have, you can just go ahead and cook, just 2 at a time by themselves, or anything else that says in the description that they'll help you withstand the cold. There's a variety of different, items you can find throughout the game. I believe this one here, no, I don't think that one is. I'm not sure. Anyways, there's a bunch of different ones. Just read descriptions. But spicy peppers, you cook 2, you get 5 minutes, 1, 2.5 minutes, and so on and so forth. So that's the best way to do it early before you can buy this gear. Once you have enough rupees doing this method, you can buy the warm gear so you can continue doing this, buy everything else that you need in the game. Now that we got that part done, we also need bows and arrows. Now there's actually a shop right here in Kakariko where you can go buy some arrows if you don't have any. They're very easy to find. Again, if you don't have any rupees, if you're very early on in the game, then you might not be able to buy any. But again, you can buy quite a few. So I can buy, I think, how many is that? 5 arrows for like 40 rupees, and then there's a bunch of bundles here, which will give you all of them for 50 rupees. And anyways, you're basically gonna get, I think, like 15 to 20 arrows right there, which is gonna do you a lot of good. So get the arrows, and I'll show you a location where we can get a bow, but it is in the cold region. Again, typically, actually, just fortresses. If you can find any kind of fortresses, like Bokoblin fortresses, there's usually an archer in it. There's one up here where we're gonna be going in a second. This is what the fortress looks like. And now, if you go into one of these fortresses, what you can actually do, and again, I'm gonna be getting the bow from this one here in the kind of north region of Tabantha Tundra. Once you get the bow from the Bokoblin that drops it, save your game and then die, and that Bokoblin will respawn, which will still have your bow. And then you can just farm the bow over and over again, unless this gets patched, of course. But that's how I did it, and I just got a bunch of bows because we need bows. They break easily, somewhat easily, and then we're good to go. So now that you all have that preparation done, we're gonna head to this area south Tabantha Snowfield. Now it's going to be going from the Picada Stone Grove Skyview Tower, if I'm pronouncing that right, and we're just going to fly over to the kind of south right, and we're going to be around the Snowfield Stable. We're actually going to be going around where you see these kind of little leaves here. We're going to be going around there, and there's kind of like a path there we're going to be taking, and I'm going to explain how that works once we get there. So really quick, I actually just seen where there's some spicy peppers. Right behind the stable, there's a bunch of spicy peppers growing right here. You can actually grab probably like 6 of them. They might respawn after so often, but they'll at least give you 6. And if, 2, 4, 6, that's like 15 minutes worth of cold resistance for this area. So definitely grab those spicy peppers. All right, so the next thing you're going to want to do is grab a horse. Now, I have a golden horse. If you want to know how to do that, I should have a guide up on my channel either before or after this video at some point. But there's horses right here. Kind of show you where it is on the map exactly. So if you just kind of go southeast of the stable, right about here, these horses are always here. There's like 4 of them. All you got to do is jump on one, keep tapping L to soothe it. If you don't have enough stamina, maybe get your stamina wheels increased by doing some shrines and different things like that. I should have a guide on my channel for that as well. Once you have a horse, you can register it there at the stable. And all that, get a saddle on it if you want, and all that good stuff. And then once we have a horse, the reason why we want a horse, first of all, is for easier traversal. The second reason is because we're going to be looking for certain animals we're going to be hunting. We're going to be looking specifically for bears is number 1, which actually there's a bear right here. Bear is going to be the first on our list, and then the second one's going to be moose. Now, when you kill one of them, you can see they drop a bunch of meat. Also, the other thing, there's a moose right there too. Wolves, I mean, you could kill them if you want. They won't drop really the best meat, but I mean, if that's all you're finding, have at it. Also, pick up the meat as fast as you can, because if you don't, it's going to freeze, and it's going to be unusable for what we're trying to do here. So the idea is to just kind of go around. I've kind of created a path here. So look at my path. There's kind of like a triangle, upside down triangle around the stable. But we're just kind of going around here. And it's kind of, if you could see, there's a bunch of like forestry areas, a bunch of like, these are all like trees and stuff. So little groups of trees. We're not going up here for a specific reason. The reason for that is if you see in the distance, there's an ice gleeok, or how do you pronounce it? Basically a three-headed dragon. So we're not going there for that very reason. Now, when you see a moose or a bear, you're going to want to chase it to get in front of it so you can aim at its head. And then what we're going to do, this one's giving me a little bit of a hard time. We're going to jump off the horse using X. It's going to slow down time. We're going to shoot its head. If you don't shoot its head, it's not going to be a one-shot. It's like, I don't even know how many shots to the body. It takes way too many. But if you hit it in the head, it should be a one-shot for sure. At least with the bows that I've been using. And the bows I'm using, like I said, where I found at that base nearby, are level 12. So at least with level 12, they're one-shot in the head. I think I was using a level 9 at one point, potentially. But so again, you're just kind of following this path. There's, like I said, a bunch of wolves. Sometimes you're going to get a lot of... Whoops. Sometimes you're going to... My horse just froze. Oh, gosh. Look at that. It's frozen. Oh, there we go. Okay, cool. Like I was saying, sometimes you're going to get a lot of animals spawning. Sometimes it's going to be, you know, few and far between. Also, these Lizalfos that spawn, sometimes they have a bow as well. I just hit my horse. That's unfortunate. They could be a little bit tricky to kill off, but there, right there, you see, it dropped the bow. I'm not going to fight it because I'm getting low in health, and I just don't want to do that right now. Don't want to deal with that. But you can see they can drop a bow as well. So if you're really in a pinch, you need a bow. The Lizalfos are always kind of hiding in the snow. You can see them very easily. The base right there, very easy to kind of go to. Again, you guys should have seen a little bit of gameplay on screen earlier. And again, just kind of take this path. Again, it's a little bit RNG with the spawns where you know, sometimes you can be. So what we're going to do is we're going to go into our inventory, and we're going to start cooking these things. We're going to hold 5 at a time, so we're going to get 5 gourmet, and then we're going to cook it. Okay, so 5 gourmet all together, again, and we're going to cook it. This is going to give you a meat skewer that gives you full recovery. Okay, now the other option is the prime meat, which we're again going to make 5. We're going to go ahead, we're going to cook it. And what this one's going to give us is also a meat skewer, but not with full recovery. It's going to give us a meat skewer that would recover up to 10 hearts. Now, I'm going to go ahead, I'm going to cook the rest of these real quick, and then we're going to go sell them, and I'll show you guys exactly how much you're going to make for it. All right, so I finished cooking my skewers, and there's, again, 2 shops. There's one right here, one right here. Doesn't really matter which one you go to. This one on the left has the arrows that typically come in stock every so often. So we're going to go ahead, we're going to go talk to someone, and then what we're going to do is we're going to say I want to sell, and again, it's going to be worth, oops, I'm selling the wrong thing. This is going to be worth the same thing at pretty much all the shops. Pay close attention to how much rupees I have. I have 487 currently. Okay, we're going to go down to the bottom. So the ones that were prime meat that gave us 10 hearts of recovery, it's going to give us 135 per skewer. The ones that had gourmet, this is why I say the bears are especially great because they drop more gourmet. They're going to give us, the ones that give us full recovery, they're going to give us 315 rupees, which is a whopping amount. So look how many I have here, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to select these one by one, and it's just going to go up. It's just going to go up and up and up and up, and I'm going to get so much money. Let me go ahead and sell all of them. We'll see how many I actually get in total here. I don't think there's actually a multiple select, unfortunately. So I got to go one by one. So give me a sec. It's going to be a little tedious. All right, so you can see we're left with 5,167, which, doing just rough math, I think we're like, what, 47 when we started or something like that? We got about, what is that, 4,600 rupees, I think, if I'm doing my math right, roughly. So, again, close to 5,000 rupees for just an hour of grinding. And I say roughly an hour. It might have been actually a little bit less because I was watching a TV show while I was doing it. But nonetheless, I mean, that's a lot of rupees. You know, if I was completely focused on it, I probably could have, you know, got a little bit more. But that's a lot of rupees. Again, we're clocking in at 5,167 from, what was, like I said, 487 or whatever we were before that. That's a lot, man. That is an absolute lot. Actually, there's 2 more skewers I forgot to sell here. So technically, yeah, it is 5,000. There you go, 315. Boom. There's an extra chunk. This one's actually only 109 because it's only a 4 meat skewer, that one. So yeah, there you go, 5,591. So we got basically 5,100 rupees roughly in less than an hour. So I think it's a pretty great farm, personally speaking. It's very easy to do. It gets you, you know, meat that you can again use for full recovery when you get more hearts and whatnot. So I don't know. Let me know what you think in the comments below. If you have any suggestions or tips otherwise, let me know. Like I said, I think this is the easiest, best farm. You know, maybe not the best of the best. We'll have to see. Maybe make other kind of videos of other methods. But for now, I think for the easiest best, probably the easiest one. Again, jump off your horse, slow motion. You know, when you pull out your bow, shoot the animal in the head, and go pick up the meat before it freezes, and just rinse and repeat. Very, very simple to do. And again, you just come buy some arrows in these shops whenever you need. Not too difficult. Getting started a little bit tricky because it is in a cold region. You gotta have to warm up. But once you get going, you get the warm gear. I mean, you're golden, baby. You're golden. So I hope you guys found this video useful and enjoyed it. If you did, be sure to leave a like. It really helps the channel. If you didn't like it, let me know why so I can improve the content in the future. And I'll see you soon in another one. Enjoy the rest of your playthrough of Tears of the Kingdom. And until then, game on. Thanks for watching.
Hello and welcome back to Raze Gaming and welcome back to Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. Today we're talking about, say, fuse and combat tips to make your experience in combat and exploration a lot easier. There's a lot of benefits to knowing about this stuff, whether that's swapping damage type, benefiting from the different elements, or massively increasing your damage with resources you've probably got and you're probably not using. Let's get straight to the point though. We'll start with a really strong farmable weapon. A weapon fusion that is going to give you 40 damage just pretty much from the beginning of the game. All you need is it to be nighttime and then to be ambushed by some goblin skeletons. These exist in ambush only at night and are pretty easy to defeat. You just have to hit them like once and then their heads fall off, you hit the head and then they will die. Very commonly though, they will drop their skeleton arm, which is a low durability, fine damage weapon, but if you fuse it, it doubles damage up to 40, which is pretty incredible in the early game or for any burst. It makes for an incredible sneak attack ambush because of the incredible bonus to the damage and can be accessed pretty much immediately from the start of the game. Having a nice supply of these then is a great way to have lots of bursts whenever you need it. If you want to hunt them down then, you can just rest at a fire or any time skip you want and just play at night, and they'll ambush you whether you're in fields and open areas or following roads. So if they ever do spring up on you, it's always worth using to get that weapon. Next we're talking about this, the bomb flower, which as you probably know is a very effective throwing weapon which will blow up enemies in the area when thrown at them. Very effective for that. You can also just attach it to say an arrow, long range, very pinpoint accurate explosive shots, and that's awesome too. These are more obvious. What I want to talk about is the shield infusion version. If you were to say take one, hold it, put it on the ground, and then we can go ahead and fuse to our shield. So put it on a knight shield like so, it's now on the back of our shield. What's really cool about this is it gives you a way to basically pinpoint accurately explode and leap up by doing a shield surf. All you need to be doing is blocking, then you jump, and then while you're in the air, you press A. Mid-air, I do the jump, and then I go straight up into the air and activate my glider, giving me a very nice vertical leap into the air, very suddenly launching me and giving me the option to overcome obstacles if I need a little bit of verticality. Of course, there is another thing you can do. Using your Zonai devices, you can get a portable fan and put that on the ground like so. With some careful placement and then turning it on, you can activate it and it'll create a wind tunnel, which then you can activate glider and get high as well. It's going to be about the same height as the bomb jump, as the bomb surf, but you know, you might not want to waste these. They are important resources. Maybe you want to use these fans and contraptions, and maybe you're somewhere indoors or you just don't have access to a fan. So doing a quick bomb shield leap up can help you access some areas that might be difficult to get to otherwise. Next, I want to talk about fusing with monster and enemy parts. Mainly, we should talk about construct parts, which you should really not sleep on. These parts drop from the various types of constructs based on their level and difficulty. The stronger they are, the stronger the parts they drop. What I'm talking about are these parts here with a yellow and green theme. As you can see, we have the soldier construct horn, and then level 2 horn, and then we have the captain construct horn, and you see that goes to 2 levels as well. We can see what they're actually going to provide us with in the information here. It says fuse attack power 3, so that's the weak one. This one's a pretty strong one at 8, but it gives a specific moveset, and then we have a sword here with 5. And you can do the same with monster parts that you're going to fuse with. This basic horn gives us 4, we have 7 from a blue version, and 17 from a black bokoblin. Why I bring this up is because you get these drops constantly. You can see about 40 of these, for example, 16 of the next up one. And it's very easy to take a weapon that is, you know, low on durability and quickly fuse to keep it alive, or just simply increase its damage. To do it, all you need to do is hold one and then drop it on the ground, and then of course, just like any weapon, choose fuse and put it on your weapon. Here we've made kind of like a short sword out of that one, whereas say with the horn level 2, which is kind of like an axe, we can of course make an enhanced version, a little axe to work with and fight with. And this also works for chopping damage, which is very useful. And another way to quickly identify what's worth fusing and what's powerful and what's not is to sort by your materials by fuse attack power. You can see this black bokoblin horn is actually the strongest I have at 17, then we have 16 with this horn here, and very quickly we're able to identify which is the most valuable fusing materials. We can of course use these to make elixirs, and the better the more powerful, but making very strong weapons wherever you are, or recovering durability if you're at a loss, you always have access to them, especially when you're killing monsters and picking up their parts. Next, let's talk quickly about 2 weapon types to do with rocks and stones, because while they might look very similar, they're actually different. One leads to blunt damage and the other leads to sharpened sword chopping, perfect for cutting down trees if you need to generate that kind of resource. As you can see, a rock is the larger one, which will lead to blunt damage, whereas a stone is the small one, which leads to that kind of chopping style, and that's how you make an axe. Honestly, with the simple amount of times that I've wanted to make an axe and thought I could use a rock and then not understood why it's not working, well, I hope that quick tip helps someone. Stones and rocks are different, and stones are what you want for axes, whereas rocks are used for blunt damage. Speaking of which, that's really important. So let's talk about blunt weapons such as this one. There are spike traps all over fortresses and strongholds like the one I'm standing in, and you can easily fuse your weapon to have that. This makes it a very powerful blunt weapon in terms of the damage output that you get as you turn it into a powerful hammer, but then also it has blunt damage. Blunt damage is really important because they've added armored enemies. These guys have kind of damage resistance on them to many damage types. Unless you're going to blow them up in a massive explosion, you're going to need to deal blunt damage to break the armor, then expose them to actually fight them properly. But there's also enemies that are completely immune to regular damage, and you kind of need to use blunt damage to fight them. These stone creatures are a problem, whether they're the giant ones or the little ones. You just can't deal damage to them unless you're using blunt damage. You can do something as simple as, say, infusing a rock on the end of a stick, and now you have the damage to actually hurt these guys. Knowing that you can break armor and deal damage in this way can make some particularly difficult enemies not so bad to deal with at all. Now it's time to talk elements and the many ways they can benefit you in Tears of the Kingdom. Now, of course, they've removed the elemental weapons, and you have to make them yourself using fuse. And there's quite a few ways to do that. For example, I hold a ice spear, which can freeze enemies on attack. As you can see, that is incredibly strong. You completely stun and hard CC even the biggest enemies, which gives you a way to deal damage for free, or even swap off to a different weapon between freezes. This is something you can consistently pick up and do and make some ice weapons when in a colder region. All you need to do is find icicles and then melt them. And there are many ways to do that. Just basically have any heat, throw a fire flower a couple times, hold the torch that's lit, put a campfire next to it, whatever. Eventually it will break down, and often they'll drop the icicles. Then you can attach that to a weapon and make yourself an auto-freeze weapon. This is incredibly powerful when it comes to this element. I would definitely recommend picking up a few icicles and making a few freeze weapons whenever you have the opportunity. On the other hand, if you are in a cold environment, maybe a particularly cold environment, and you need, say, level 1 or even 2 cold resistance, well then you can use rubies. These precious red ores actually have fire properties and can create fire weapons, just like the other options, like topaz making lightning weapons and opal making water weapons. Just like anything then, you can just hold one, put it on the ground, pull up your fuse to put it on your weapon. Suddenly you have a fire weapon. Not only will it increase the damage ever so slightly per hit, but it will also generate fire. So for example, without my cold resistant legs on, I'm freezing and that's a problem. But if I just quickly pull out my weapon that has a ruby on the end of it, suddenly I'm heated up and I'm not so cold anymore. That combined with, say, the warm greaves here, will get me to a full, much higher cold resistance and basically make it very hard for me to freeze even in some of the colder places. Also, as a weapon, it will generate fire, which can be very useful, especially in ice regions or in general. As I mentioned though, there are other types like the lightning for topaz or the opal, which if you put this on the end of your weapon, it'll generate water instead of fire. That can be great in the hot regions, particularly on lava sections. You can actually generate platforms by shooting out water using this. So gems can be so useful in the gameplay aspect, as well as selling them for money. On that note, let's talk about magic rods, which are particularly useful things, or you can even get magic staffs. Now, magic rods can be neutral without actual any element in them, and to change that, this is where infusion comes in. Just like we just talked about with melee weapons, we could take, say, a gemstone, put that on the ground, and then just quickly infuse it. And now I have a water wand, which can deal out triple shots of elements. Instead of just one with, say, a melee weapon, the wands can shoot out multiple, dealing a lot of damage if the enemy's weak to that element. And also you can see it reaches quite far impressively. But what if you don't have access to these pretty rare and often expensive gemstones you don't want to fuse with? Well, there's another thing you can use to get elements. That is jelly. Choo-choo jelly. As you can see, I've got a couple here. There's red, there's white, there's blue or neutral, and then the one I'm missing is the yellow lightning. These are indeed elemental effects. For example, if I take this red choo-choo jelly and throw it, it's basically a fire bomb, a fire element, which you can throw. Of course, much like anything, you can attach it to an arrow for some pinpoint and much longer range versions of this. And what's awesome is it's quite easy to convert or make lots of this. For example, you can swap the elements of these by just picking them up. Say, let's grab 5 of these neutral jellies and putting them on the ground. Now, I could just throw a different jelly at it to convert them, but that'd probably be a bit of a waste.
We need to get up close and personal with it. Be careful. Here goes. Remove the slug somehow. With my control over water and your skills, we can take this thing out together. Right. Nice job,
Oh. Oh. Yes.
Oh. We need to get up close and personal with it. Be careful. the sludge somehow. My control over water and your strength, we can take this thing out together.
Ah.
Hey now. Yes, yes. Hey. Ah.
Ah. Ah. Oh. Ooh. Oh. Ooh.
I have an idea.
Ooh.
It's just as I thought. I can see an entrance at the bottom of the lake. I'll make a path for you. Dive in, please.
Ooh. Ooh. Ooh.
Would a loving God accept human sacrifice? The fact is that human sacrifice is found throughout the Bible, and it reveals a truth that the church has tried to erase from history by any means necessary, that God isn't what he seems, that he's another being entirely. Stick with me until the end as we uncover one of the darkest stories in the Bible and the truth about God that's been hidden in plain sight. Let's begin. But first, make sure you like and subscribe, as I'll be releasing more hidden knowledge on my channel that you won't find anywhere else. And if you ever felt like you've learned something from my work, support on Patreon to get access to members-only videos every single week. You can also support by hitting the join button right below this video. Our first story takes us to the tale of Jephthah's daughter. See, in the Bible, specifically in the book of Judges, Jephthah was a military leader and he made a vow to God. What was that vow? Well, he promised that if God allowed him to defeat his enemies, he would offer as a burnt sacrifice the thing that came out of his house to greet him when he got home. So Jephthah probably thought that some kind of animal would run up to him. But what actually ended up happening? His own virgin daughter greeted him. In fact, she came out dancing to meet him because she was so excited to see him. Now think about this. What would a loving God do? See, a loving God would never let Jephthah sacrifice his own daughter. That would be crazy, absolutely vile. But what would an evil being do? Well, accept the sacrifice, of course. In fact, accepting a burnt virgin sacrifice is the absolute epitome of satanic. So the question is, did God accept Jephthah's daughter as a burnt virgin sacrifice? Before we get to that, we need to look at another story in the Bible that also involves human sacrifice, the story of Abraham and Isaac. See, in this story, God tests Abraham's faith by asking him to sacrifice his only son, Isaac. Now, as Abraham is raising the knife, about to sacrifice his son to God, an angel stops him. So even though Abraham is stopped from sacrificing his son in the end, again, ask yourself, what kind of so-called loving God would demand such blind belief and obedience from his followers that he'd ask them to sacrifice their own child as a test of their faith? That's crazy. See, I was raised in a strict Christian household, and I had an extremely hard time wrestling with the idea that a loving God could accept any kind of sacrifice, let alone human. Imagine how confusing and traumatic it is to teach kids stories like this, to tell them that these are actually true and happened. And the disturbing fact is that sacrifice is a recurring common theme throughout the Bible, and it exposes a secret belief that the church has actively sought to erase from history, that God is not what we've been led to believe, that he could be an entirely different entity. In fact, to see how much God loves sacrifice, just check out what it says in Leviticus. You are to slaughter the young bull before the Lord. The priests shall bring the blood and splash it against the sides of the altar, and the priests is to burn all of it on the altar. It is a burnt offering, a food offering, an aroma pleasing to the Lord. So the question is, did God stop Jephthah from sacrificing his daughter like he did with Abraham? Well, clearly, like we just saw, God enjoys animal sacrifice, but what about human sacrifice? Well, we know that God has no problem with the death of innocent children. See, the next piece of this puzzle comes from the story of the firstborn of Egypt. So you might remember this as one of the 10 plagues that God inflicted upon the Egyptians. Now, this was not only a punishment for the Pharaoh, but also a demonstration of God's power, where God had every firstborn child of Egypt killed. Exodus 11:4-6 says, "This is what the Lord says, about midnight I will go throughout Egypt. Every firstborn son in Egypt will die, from the firstborn son of Pharaoh, who sits on the throne, to the firstborn of the slave girl, who is at her hand mill, and all the firstborn of the cattle as well. There will be loud wailing throughout Egypt, worse than there has ever been or ever will be again." So growing up, I was constantly taught these stories, and I was told that they were examples of God's power and justice. How crazy is that? Now, deep down, I always felt this wasn't right. I remember thinking that I would never dream of doing something like that, let alone a supposedly all-loving God. Now, before we find out if God actually accepted Jephthah's daughter as a burnt virgin sacrifice, let's connect all the dots here, and the dark truth about God will become clear. Are you ready? See, in the world of early Christianity, not all Christians had the same beliefs about God. Many Christian groups, like the Gnostics and Marcionites, believed that the God of the Old Testament was in fact evil. It wasn't until the Council of Nicaea in 325 CE that the church attempted to eradicate this idea by using the power of the Roman Empire to destroy any books and hunt down any heretics that disagreed with their interpretation of God. See, many of the books banned by the church revealed that God wasn't the real God at all and was actually an evil being. Like, for example, the Apocalypse of Adam, where Adam reveals that God is actually the devil, and the Secret Book of John, where Jesus reveals the same thing, and the Gospel of Judas, where Jesus reveals that the disciples never understood his teachings, that God is actually evil, and that Jesus comes from a secret higher God. And there are way more banned books that say the same thing. Now, by the way, I've done videos on all the books that I mentioned, and you should watch them. But not only do these banned books reveal that God is evil, but did you know that the world's first Bible was specifically put together by a man named Marcion to remove God and emphasize the fact that Jesus came from an entirely different God? Marcion, who created the first Christian canon, that is, put together the first Bible, came to the conclusion that the creator God was a violent, evil being enslaving souls. Think about it. Does the God of the Bible seem like a loving God to you? The answer is clear. If God accepted a burnt virgin sacrifice, that's proof positive that God is an evil satanic being. So, are you ready to find out? Let's see what the Bible itself has to say. Remember that Jephthah vowed to God that he would sacrifice as a burnt offering whatever came out of his house to greet him. Judges 11:34-39 says, "When Jephthah returned to his home in Mizpah, who should come out to meet him but his daughter, dancing to the sound of timbrels? She was an only child. Except for her, he had neither son nor daughter. When he saw her, he tore his clothes and cried, 'Oh no, my daughter, you have brought me down and I am devastated. I have made a vow to the Lord that I cannot break.' 'My father,' she replied, 'you have given your word to the Lord. Do to me just as you promised. Now that the Lord has avenged you of your enemies, the Ammonites, but grant me this one request. Give me 2 months to roam the hills and weep with my friends, because I will never marry. You may go,' he said. And he let her go for 2 months. She and her friends went into the hills and wept because she would never marry. After the 2 months, she returned to her father, and he did to her as he had vowed, and she was a virgin." There it is. That's the verse that brings it all together. Jephthah's daughter was offered as a burnt virgin sacrifice, and God didn't stop it. What do you think that says about God? Who would want to be a part of a religion based on this evil being? See, the Gnostic and Marcionite Christians believed that the God of the Old Testament was actually an evil deity who enjoyed the suffering and sacrifice of human beings. This is the same God who, according to the scriptures, wiped out entire populations, encouraged wars, and asked for blind obedience even if it meant the death of innocent children. But what would eventually become the Orthodox Church condemned those groups as heretics and attempted to purge them entirely. So what did the church do? Instead of condemning the Old Testament God as evil, they used God's violence as a tool of fear to control the masses. The God that accepts human sacrifice, that tests his followers by asking them to sacrifice his children, that inflicts plagues and deaths upon innocent people, is not a loving being. These stories point to a being who loves suffering and death, a being who uses fear and violence to command obedience, a being who's not the loving, merciful God that we've been led to believe. You can't get any more clear than this. The only reason why that Christianity continues to exist is because of intense conditioning and brainwashing, which I experienced firsthand. So become a free thinker and question everything you've been told. Don't fall for the lies and brainwashing. It's everywhere. It's all around. Always seek the truth, no matter how uncomfortable it might be. It's time that we stop praising these violent, archaic stories that only leads to war and bloodshed and start looking to a new future based on truth, reason, love, and understanding. Remember when I mentioned how the creator of the first Christian canon, the first Bible, believed God was evil? Well, watch my video on the world's first Bible and what it reveals about God being the devil. Like, subscribe, and comment below.
A lot of people don't know that. It's not really Egypt. It's called Kemi. Kemi is the name of a country. And the Greeks went into Kemi during Alexander the Great's time, and they called that Kemi, they called it Egypt. Egypt was a Greek word for the country called Kemi, which gives us that word chemical, alchemical. How many sides does the Great Pyramid of Egypt have? That's a very important and interesting question. Obviously, you would think 5 sides. One on each side of the pyramid makes 4 sides, and of course the bottom is a side, so the 5th one is on the bottom. In point of fact, it is not. It is a 9-sided pyramid. Most people don't know that, but on the spring equinox, the sun hits the pyramid at a certain degree, hits it at a particular degree where it shines a light across the face of the pyramid on both sides. And you will see, if you go on the web and type in 8 or 9-sided pyramid, you will see that each side of the pyramid is indented in the middle perfectly, all the way from the top down, straight down, no jagged, straight down. Each side of the pyramid is indented, so that there's actually 2 sides on each side. So 2 times 4 is 8, plus the bottom makes 9. So the pyramid is 9 sides. The Egyptian symbol of the pyramid on the American dollar, you will see the spread eagle, and you will see that the eagle has 9 tail feathers. It is said that the Knights Templars, the very famous group of mystics during the Middle Ages, the early Middle Ages, called the Knights Templars, of which Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade and Indiana Jones and Raiders of the Lost Ark always features the Knights Templars in those movies. The Knights Templars was said to have been founded by 9 men, 9 masons. Why 9? 9 men. And then there's 9 tail feathers on the eagle. And there's 9 sides to the pyramid. 9 is a very important number in the mystical world of numerology. 3 is a number for God. God the Father, God the Son, and God the Holy Ghost. Brahma, Vishnu, Shiva, Osiris, Isis, Horus, Abraham, Isaac, Jacob. Always God is in 3 divine names, 3 divine persons. But 3 times 3 is said to be a demonic number. 9. 3 times 3 is 9. So why is it that the pyramid has 9 sides and the eagle on the dollar bill has 9 feathers? And the Knights Templars were founded by 9 knights, 9 men. 9 is a very important number in Masonic mythology, numerology, and occult religion. So I just think it's interesting that the eagle has 9 feathers on the dollar bill, 9 tail feathers. Tail feathers are able to direct the flow of the air for the bird. He can decide where he wants to go by the tail feathers. Well, that's true, because according to the Masonic dictionaries, there were 9 masters of Freemasonry. It was called the Council of Nine. Council of Nine, with the Knights Templars, guided the destiny of the Knights Templars. The 9 men who guided the work of the Knights Templars of the Masonic Order. Well, that makes sense, because if the eagle represents the sun, and the sun was a symbol for Freemasonry and the Masonic Order, and the sun did not belong to you, it belongs to God, so it's God's son, and he was the light of the world, and he was our risen Savior. And all of this has to do with Christianity and the Knights Templars. Stonehenge was most likely built by the same people who built the pyramid, according to the best researchers today and the best authorities on the subject. I have sat and talked with them, and I have learned that from these experts that Stonehenge uses the same numerical system of division and same numerical system as the Great Pyramid. That's interesting, that Stonehenge matches the Great Pyramid of Egypt in numbers and measurements. Stonehenge is a sun symbol. It's a round symbol of the sun. It's a way to keep track of the sun as it moves across the sky in the ancient and prehistoric world. But Stonehenge builders were probably the same builders who built the Great Pyramid, not all the pyramid, but the Great Pyramid, because it uses the same mathematical equations in the Great Pyramid that was used in Stonehenge, so they match exactly. And this is why on the American dollar bill, you will see on the left-hand side of the American $1 bill, you will see the Great Pyramid of Giza, and it's inside of a circle. You see it inside the circle, and the circle has got little rays around the circle. The round circle on the dollar bill is the symbol for the sun, and inside the round rays of the sun, which is Stonehenge, the round circle of the worship of the sun, is a pyramid on the dollar bill. So now you have a triangle within a circle. Go on the web to image and type in circle and triangle symbol, and you will see all over the world, big corporations, big companies, little companies, military, educational, governmental systems, law enforcement, all over the world. That is a symbol of power for all kinds of human institutions in every country of the world. A triangle within a circle, or a circle within the triangle, is everywhere. The triangle and the circle are always locked together. And it's a very interesting point. The thing I told you about is that in North America and Canada, especially in North America, all public buildings like restaurants and hotels, etc., any public building you go into, the men's room will always be a triangle, and a women's room will always be a circle. Why? Because the woman represents, symbolically on the earth, the woman represents the circle of life. Without her, there will be no more life on the earth. So without the woman, there is no circle of life. It just continues to go. As long as a woman is giving birth, it will continue to go. If she stops giving birth, there ain't going to be no human race. And then on the men's room, you will see a triangle, which represents the pyramid. The word pyramid is P-Y-R-A, pyra, mid. Mid means middle, pyra means fire. And the fire of sexual generation in the middle of the man is in the middle of the human body. Our whole religion of what we call Christianity borrows heavily from Egypt. The Egyptians gave us the basic concepts of what we call today Christianity. The very idea of a Messiah, which is very big in Judaism. That was one thing that represents Judaism to the world. Is the idea that it teaches there will be a Messiah who will come to save the world. Messiah. Jesus is referred to as the Messiah. But the Messiah is a concept which comes out of Egypt. If you go back to the encyclopedias and the big dictionaries, the big reference books on Christianity and religion, it will tell you the idea of a Messiah is an Egyptian idea. But Egypt got it from India. It's a Hindu story. It goes back to the Hindu India. And since all three religions, both Christianity, Judaism, and Islam, all three claim to have the same beginnings. All three major religions will tell you they are an Abrahamic religion. Abraham was the great father. God directed Abraham to found the three great religions of the world. Well, we factually know today that there was no Abraham. Abraham never existed. It's just a story. That's why the Bible is called the greatest story ever told. It's not the greatest collection of historical facts ever assembled. The greatest story ever told. It's just a story. It's a symbolic metaphor telling you something. But if you're arrogant and self-centered and egotistical and you think you know the whole truth, then you don't understand the story. It's only if you understand spiritual terms and have spiritual eyes to see what's actually being said. In India, the Brahmins are known as the great priesthood of the Almighty God. If you put an A in front of Brahmin, it becomes Abram. Abram. Well, if you go back to Genesis, you will find that Abraham was not born Abraham. His name was Abram. And God decided to change his name to Abraham. Abraham's original name was Abram, A-B-R-A-M, Abram. It goes back to the ram god of Egypt. The ram represented Aries, the ram, being the sun. The sun was in the age of Aries, the ram. And according to the history of the Brahmin religion, the Brahmins had a goddess called Saraswati, and she represented the flow of life. And so there was a river in India called the Saraswati River. It was a holy and sacred river, like the River Jordan. The Jordan River in Israel, very holy. The Mississippi River in America, very holy. All the big countries and all the big religions have a great river. And the river represents the water that flows with life. So that's what happens when you were born. Your mother's water broken. And when you take Brahman, put an A in front of it, because Abraham or Abraham, you have Abraham and Sarah. No, Abraham and Sarah Swazi comes from India. And the Egyptians picked up the religion of Abraham and Sarah Swazi. And they have Osiris, Isis, Horus. Horus was the name of the sun when it first comes up in the morning. When it first comes up in the morning, he was called Horus, the newborn baby. He was a baby. He was just newborn. And then he moved across the sky in 12 steps. This is why alcoholics have a 12-step program. You have a 12-step program when you go to school. You start in the first grade, you go to the 12th grade. And so in the 12-step program, the ancient Egyptians said, Horus, when he comes up in the morning, he comes up, he's born. He's born again. Every morning, Horus is born again. So they said the Horus came up, and they used Horus at the first step. A little while longer, and he moves up higher, Horus at the second step. Later on, a little bit longer, Horus at the third step, and Horus at the fourth, Horus at the fifth. And when he hits Horus at the sixth step, he's now referred to, Horus is referred to as the Most High God, because it doesn't get any higher. The 12 noon is called High Noon. So Horus is now the Most High God, because it doesn't get any higher than 12 noon. And now from 12 noon, Horus is going to take more steps. Horus of the 13th step, Horus of the 14th step, Horus of the last one, and Horus of the 12th step program. He dies and has left the earth. He's gone down. But the problem is when Horus dies, Horus lit the world. He was the light of the world. But now he's gone, and he's left the whole world in darkness. He's left the world in the hands of the prince of darkness, the devil. And so that's where we get the idea of the war between God's son, the light of the world, and the devil, which is the prince of darkness. We spell Horus, H-O-R-U-S, Horus. No, we say today H-O-U-R-S. Becomes 12 hours. Well, the sun represents light, intellectual and spiritual enlightenment, the truth. You can't see clearly whatever you're looking at. At 12 noon, when the sun is directly overhead, then you really are in the dark, spiritually and mentally speaking. And so that's why we say that when we understand something for the first time, we say, oh, it just dawned on me what he was talking about. What do you mean just dawned on you? That means that the sun of intelligence and wisdom and light has just dawned in your head, and now you understand something you didn't understand. Why? Because you were in the dark. You didn't know anything. And so that's why in the ancient world, when the sun left the world, it was very frightening, because that's when the animals come out. The predator animals come out looking for something to eat. And if you haven't got yourself inside of a living quarters that protects you from the animals, it's going to be very scary out there at night. It gets cold at night and the animals are out, and thank God, 12 hours later, the sun comes back up again. People were always afraid to go out at night, and children are afraid of the dark because it represents something evil. Plato, the great philosopher, said, I can understand children being afraid of the dark, but I can't understand as adults being afraid of the light. Adults are afraid to look at something in the light and see what it really is. So if you want to tell a child a little story that they will remember, you make the sun into an actual person. You call the sun the light of the world, and you call the light, in Latin, light is Lucius. Well, in English, we call it Luke. Luke means light. Lux and Luke means light. So therefore, Steven Spielberg and George Lucas made 2 movies about Star Wars. Luke Skywalker. Luke Skywalker is the light walker across the sky. He beats the Darth Vader, the Prince of Darkness. It's all mythology. Luke Skywalker represents the sun walking across the sky in 12 steps, and he comes face to face with his ultimate enemy, Darth Vader, who's wearing a black robe and a black helmet, and he speaks through a black triangle. All very interesting stuff that Hollywood's telling you. A lot of people don't know that.
If you want your walk through Hyrule in Zelda Tears of the Kingdom to be learn these tips and tricks that we're going to teach you in this video. Hit the like button, subscribe to our channel, and turn on notifications so you won't miss our next videos. And now we're going to tell you 15 tips and tricks from Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. Want to get some height to soar through the air but don't know how? We're sure many of you are missing the Rivali Champion's power that allowed us to create updrafts in Breath of the Wild. But don't worry, because we can replace it with a Pinecone. Hylian Pinecones are a new item in Tears of the Kingdom, and watch out for them because even though they're everywhere, you shouldn't underestimate them. If you place a pile of wood and hit a flint, a bonfire will form, but if you add a Hyrule Pinecone to it, you'll create a powerful updraft that will send you soaring through the air. Until we find Hetsu and have enough Korok seeds, we won't be able to store many weapons in our inventory. In the meantime, we recommend that you merge the shields and swords you get and can't save with other items in your inventory. This way, you'll have a double shield, a double sword, a sword shield, or even a shield sword. If you find blue weapons that take life from you to use them, just use them with another weapon to use it as a handle so you don't suffer this weird effect. And this has nothing to do with this trick, but if you fuse a shield with a wagon, you can ride it as if you're Tony Hawk himself. Locating all the hidden shrines of the map can be a difficult task, but there is a trick to find them. In the underground of Hyrule, there are light routes that illuminate our surroundings. But what you may not know is that these routes connect directly to the shrines on the surface. So if you see one of these routes, it probably has a shrine above it, and thereby, if you find a shrine, it probably has a route underneath. Oh, and as a bonus, the shrines in the route below them have the same name, but reversed. These two arm powers are very practical, but they're even more useful if you combine them. Specifically, recall together with the Altar Hand. If we grab an object with the Altar Hand and create a trajectory, we can reverse it using recall. This is very useful for getting up to some ledges or for moving heavy objects from one place to another. Note that this trick does break some puzzles in the game, so use it at your own risk. We mentioned the underground earlier, and moving around in the depths of this way, you'll have a double shield, a double sword, a sword shield, or even a shield sword. If you find gloom weapons that take life from you when you use them, just fuse them with another weapon to use it as a handle so you don't suffer this weird effect. And this has nothing to do with this trick, but if you fuse a shield with a wagon, you can ride it as if you're Tony Hawk himself. Locating all the hidden shrines of the map can be a difficult task, but there is a trick to find them. In the underground of Hyrule, there are light routes that illuminate our surroundings. But what you may not know is that these routes connect directly to the shrines on the surface. So if you see one of these routes, it probably has a shrine right above it, and thereby, if you find a shrine, it probably has a route underneath. Oh, and as a bonus, the shrines in the route below them have the same name, but reversed. Link's new arm powers are very practical, but they're even more useful if we combine them. Specifically, recall together with the Altar Hand. If we grab an object with the Altar Hand and create a trajectory, we can reverse it using recall. This is very useful for getting up to some ledges or for moving heavy objects from one place to another. Note that this trick does break some puzzles in the game, so use it at your own risk. We mentioned the underground earlier, and moving around in the depths of Hyrule can be quite claustrophobic, so to light the way, you can simply throw bright bloom seeds with your bow, or leave them on the ground and hit them if you don't have any arrows, as well as throwing them, but there are more ways to avoid getting lost in the dark. You can create recipes that'll make you glow like a glowworm for a few minutes. For example, combining bright cusp with meat, or deep fireflies with monster parts. Depending on the monster part you use, the elixir will be more or less powerful. Another option would be to combine a star fragment with a magic rod. This will temporarily create sparks of light that'll travel in the direction you point. Finally, there is the miner's armor, which can be found in 3 different chests throughout the underground. The first time you visit an inn, you'll be given a guild points card. This reward system will add points every time you visit a new inn or rest at one of them. Accumulated points will allow us to register more horses, get a towing harness to attach carts to our mount, and even use the Melania bed, which will reveal things about the Oracle that revives and improves horse stats. One more thing, if Tears of the Kingdom detects your Breath of the Wild save game, you will be able to use any horse you have registered from the first game, including Zelda's and Ganon's horses. Sneak strikes are a mechanic that already appeared in Breath of the Wild and are useful for doing a lot of damage to enemies. Using a stake row, a combination of an arrow and some meat, we can distract our victim while sneaking up to blow a powerful sneak strike. Stake rows can also be used to guide enemies into deadly traps where they'll meet a terrible fate. If there's a particular enemy you would like to farm items from, they will reappear after each blood moon. The same goes for weapons in Hyrule Castle, as well as some chests that'll reappear after this event. Zelda's more of a cooking game than a fighting game, so you better become a true chef if you want to succeed in Hyrule and stop cooking shit. There are 3 cooking rules in Tears of the Kingdom. First, do not mix food with things that aren't food. If you mix meat with a monster part, fail. If you mix an insect with a fruit, fail. Remember, edible things with edible things. Bugs, amphibians, and monster parts are useful for elixirs. Second rule, combine compatible items. If we want to get more speed, put fast things together to create a recipe that boosts the effect. And don't mix fast things with hard things because the final result will be neutral. And now, the final rule, be creative. Many of the things you find around Hyrule can be cooked, from herbs to nuts, but in the shops are also other ingredients such as flour, eggs, or rice, which allow you to make much more elegant and
Cherished kin.
Elaborate recipes. Who doesn't like a super Hyrule omelet? As an extra tip from master chefs or alchemists, if you create an elixir using monster parts and add monster essence,
Use your power to turn on the 4 faucets and you can...
it'll make the effect to last a random but enhance. We highly recommend the Sapphire Rod, which these are all very interesting features and we recommend getting them as soon as possible. As for the shrine and item sensor, we just have to... complete the tasks he gives us to add them to the device, so we can locate items such as treasures or certain ingredients. We know that flying a wing can be quite tricky depending on the surface you are. An easy and safe way to launch a wing is using the Ultra Hand and Recall we mentioned before. First, as we raise the wing as high as possible, then we put it on our side and activate Recall on it. As we climb up, we'll gain altitude and start gliding straight away without any problems. This not only saves us a lot of trouble, but also allows us to gain a little more height from the surface we are going to launch it. If you want to lift or raise a heavy object into the air, it's important to take into account the power of the Ultra Hand. Any item you select with it will lose all its weight, making it very light. That's ideal for lifting very heavy things into the air without the weight affecting the structures we've created. Therefore, if you're thinking of attaching something to a structure, try to always carry it with the Ultra Hand, as it'll be much easier to lift. All the shrines in the game hide a treasure inside. They're usually more difficult to obtain, and once open, it'll be marked next to the name of the shrine. A similar thing happens with caves. There's a hidden booble in each of them, and it'll give you a booble gem that you can use in Kilton's brother's shop to get monster masks. The thing is that when you capture the ghost, a tick will appear next to the cave, indicating it has been explored. If you want to know which caves you have yet to explore, just go to Satori Mountain and offer an apple to the Lord of the Mountain, who will then temporarily mark the caves where there is still a booble with a beam of blue light. There are more places like this, so just keep a lookout for the huge pink cherry trees. We also recommend that you look out for the Hudson construction signs, which will give you rupees and new recipes when you place them. In Hyrule's Underground, there are posts to collect, which can then be exchanged for interesting materials and clothing. The wells scattered all over the map, which sometimes hide clues and treasures. And last but not least, the dreaded Korok seeds, to expand the inventory and store more bows, shields, and swords. Whistling's a good way of getting your horse back to you in an instant, wherever you are, more or less, but it's also useful for getting the attention of your companions. Whistling at characters like Sidon will make them come to your side to activate their special ability. This is actually important because sometimes they'll get stuck, and a little attention will bring them back to your side. Looting shrines is a little trick we have to save on materials and zonai cores. For example, if you find a shrine with a lot of rockets, you can fuse them to your shields to take them out and use them outside. By the way, each gachapon machine gives different materials depending on its location. You can check them on the main map. They're marked as a blue ball. Do you know any other tricks or tips to play Zelda Tears of the Kingdom like a pro? Subscribe to the channel and don't miss the rest of our Nintendo videos. See you next time!
For thousands of years, mystics and yogis have understood the power of opening the third eye, how this is literally a doorway to a new level of consciousness, a new level of awareness that allows you to embody a higher aspect of yourself. It allows you to perceive of more than just what we consider to be duality, which is what we look around and see. Now, here's the thing that changes everything when you understand more about the third eye. It makes it way more practical, and it'll help you actually go deeper within yourself. Now, here it is. It's very simple. When you close your eyes to duality, think of duality as good, bad, light, dark. A lot of the stuff that you see in society keeps you in dualistic, fear-based mentality. What happens is your third eye can't activate. However, when you close your eyes to duality, you open up your third eye. As it even said in the Bible, it said, thy eye be single, thy third eye be single. It's a single eye that goes over that into the forehead, right in between the eyes. And this is where you are able to access and activate a higher level of consciousness within yourself. Now, beyond that, even more powerful than just what I shared with you, is me understanding that back in 2017 and pairing it with something that my grandpa told me to buy, these 1980s meditations that I ended up buying, spending $350 or $400 on them back in 2017. This is right at the beginning of my YouTube channel, so I also believe this had something to do with the success that I've created on YouTube. It's come from understanding how to connect to a deeper level of brainwave activities within your mind. Now, what happened is these meditations are different energy practices for tapping into your own level of consciousness. So what happens is when you activate these states within your body, what it has the ability to do is expand your level of consciousness to help you to move and break through the dualistic good, bad, light, dark thinking so that you can then be a higher aspect of yourself. Now, in the meditation you're about to do, what I do is the exact meditation that has not only changed my own life, but has also changed the life of thousands of people that have been through my courses and challenges over the last 2 or 3 years, because I apply this in these type of meditations. Now, instead of you paying $350 or $400 for a whole bunch of used CDs that are from the 80s, what I've done is I've compacted it into one meditation that you'll get here on YouTube that you can listen to right now. I recommend you commit to it for 7 days, and you allow yourself to really sink into the experience to activate that of your third eye so that you can then bring it into your heart to then perceive of a completely new reality. This has been around for thousands of years, and I believe that it's our ability to now remember, to literally remember who we are as consciousness, and as we do that, we're able to tap into higher levels of awareness. So enjoy the meditation, commit to it for 7 days, and watch what happens.
Begin this meditation by bringing your energy inwards and setting the intention that you activate your third eye, your own intuition, in a way that has never been activated before. Set the intention within yourself to allow yourself to trust your life more and more, and to feel your connection to your higher self more than you ever have in your life. Now begin this meditation by simply closing your eyes and allowing yourself to bring your energy inwards. Now imagine that inside your body there is this blue ball of energy, and wherever you put your awareness of this ball of energy, you feel your body relax more and more. Now imagine this ball of energy is in your head, behind your eyes, relaxing, melting away any stress, any tension inside your face. Allow it to melt it away. And imagine now this ball of energy moving down your jaw, relaxing your jaw more and more. Bring it now down your neck, loosening up any energy, any tension in your shoulders, melting away any stress. Bring the energy now to your left arm, your left hand. Feel it becoming heavier and heavier, loosening up and relaxing your body more and more. Bring that energy now to your right arm, your right hand, into your heart. Feel this energy inside of your heart. Bring that energy now to your stomach. Imagine this ball of energy loosening up the energy inside of your stomach. Bring it now down into your left leg and foot, down into your right leg and foot. And imagine yourself now sending a ball of energy from your heart down into Mother Gaia, into the planet, grounding yourself, feeling safe. Send this ball of energy down to Mother Earth. And now, this ball of energy is returning back to you, amplified, Mother Earth, Mother Gaia always sends that energy back tenfold. Allow yourself to absorb that energy now. Bring it up through your legs, up through your spine, past your heart, through your neck, and imagine it coming out of your third eye. Now send this energy up to the sun, up to Father Sky, to the stillness in space. Send it up. Imagine it going up through the clouds, up out of the atmosphere. Now allowing your consciousness to rest in the heavens, in their higher realms from which you are already connected. Allow yourself to soak in this light energy. And with your intention now, send that energy of love to the sun. And then imagine it coming back now through the sky, down past that of the clouds, down into the top of your head, through your neck, resting in your heart. And now, set the intention to activate that of your third eye. Imagine there's a ball of energy inside your third eye. And imagine that this ball of energy is blue. And imagine it's spinning faster and faster. And imagine that the faster it spins, the more you feel this energy increase inside that of your third eye. And ask for assistance now from your higher self, your spiritual guides, in helping you to activate your third eye. Call upon them now and ask for them to surround you so that you may energetically absorb their blessings. And with them, you are able to now activate this third eye energy. Now imagine this ball of energy inside your third eye spinning faster and faster. And I'm going to count from 1 to 10. With every number I count, you are going to feel yourself shift into a new vibration. You're going to feel yourself let go of the duality of good, bad, light, dark. You're going to feel yourself shift into a higher frequency perspective. So now, with 1, imagine that ball of energy inside your third eye, that blue ball of energy activating, spinning faster and faster. 2, doubling that sensation now, allowing yourself to feel it more and more. 3, spinning faster and faster. Let yourself feel this tingling sensation begin to grow with your higher self and your spiritual guides around you right now, assisting you. With 4, doubling that sensation again. 5, feeling it increase. Imagine this ball of energy activating your higher sense of awareness now. 6, 7, double that sensation again, asking for that higher level awareness. 7, 8, doubling that sensation again. 9, allowing yourself to increase this energy even more. And 10, allowing yourself to soak in this awareness. Now repeat in your mind, I am more than my physical body. I am more than my ego. Repeat it again. I am more than my physical body. I am more than my ego. And now, repeat the affirmations. I am open to higher levels of love and awareness. I am open to higher levels of love and awareness. And now, with your higher self and your spiritual guides, ask for assistance in bringing this energy from your third eye. Imagine, with your breath, bringing it down into your heart. Take a deep breath in. Allow it to sink down, down into your heart. And take 2 more deep breaths, allowing yourself to bring this energy deeper into yourself. Take a deep breath in now. Let it all go. Take another deep breath in through your nose now. Let it all go. Now put your hands over your heart and feel that warmth inside of your heart. Feel that energy. And know from this point moving forward, you will find more synchronicity in your life. You will find yourself in the right place at the right time. You will feel this higher connection with your higher self and your spiritual guides around you. And now, from this place in your heart, you have a higher level of awareness, a higher level of connection. You can ask any question. What is your question? Your higher self and your spiritual guides want you to know they are always with you, and they are here to help you activate this higher level of awareness. From this point moving forward, you will know that and feel connected to this higher state of consciousness. Now thank your higher self, your spiritual guides, for assistance here today. And now I'm going to count from 1 to 5. By the time I reach 5, you will feel alert, present to the moment, third eye activated, and you may notice that colors appear brighter and you feel like you are in a new reality. 1, put the awareness in your hands and your feet. 2, bring it into your legs and your arms. 3, feel it within your spine now. 4, and open up your eyes now with 5. Feeling present to the moment, feeling alert, knowing that you have just activated this energy inside of your body. For best results, listen to this meditation for the next 7 days so that you may activate the energy centers inside of your body from that of your third eye down into your heart.
Why is it that the more someone tries to be magnetic, the less attractive their energy is? And why is it that the less they care, the less attached to outcome they then are so much more desirable and people chase that kind of energy? What is the difference here? Now, for understanding your own attractive energy, your own magnetic energy, it's very important to start becoming aware of the energy that you're putting out. Because the energy we put out is felt by other people. People feel what you feel about you. Why is it that the more someone tries to be magnetic, the less attractive their energy is? And why is it that the less they care, the less attached to outcome they then are so much more desirable and people chase that kind of energy? What is the difference here? Now, for understanding your own attractive energy, your own magnetic energy, it's very important to start becoming aware of the energy that you're putting out. Because the energy we put out is felt by other people. People feel.
The world consists of consciousness. It is one mind. You are literally your brain. From an esoteric perspective, or a philosophical perspective called idealism, the entire universe is made up of consciousness, not from matter. That's the esoteric position, that the world is ultimately made out of consciousness. From that perspective, now it becomes pretty easy to understand why magical practices would work, because everything having to do with the mind is now primary over the physical world. So when you start thinking about certain things, whether it's involving ritual or some other method, that manifests into the world. In the magical tradition would be called divination, because divination is all about perceiving through space and time. That is exactly what clairvoyance is all about, perceiving through space and time. And there are proper, validated scientific ways of testing whether that's actually a real thing. And the short story is, yeah, it is a real thing. So we have divination as a magical practice. We have something I call force of will, which is impressing your will onto the world and making it do things according to your will. And the third category is theurgy, which is communicating with or dealing with spirits or invisible, sometimes non-human entities of one type or another. So in each of these three classes, divination, force of will, and theurgy, there are analogs in the scientific world which have been tested and have been shown to be true. So what is magic then? Well, it is exactly the same thing that scientists have been studying for over 140 years that we call psychic phenomena. The reason why psychic phenomena are not part of the scientific mainstream is exactly the same reason why magic is not part of the mainstream. It's because it requires that there's something about the mind and consciousness that is able to do things in the physical world directly. That's rejected by science. The difference is that with psychic phenomena, we're talking about telepathy, clairvoyance, those kinds of phenomena, we can use scientific methods. In the magical tradition would be called divination, because divination is all about perceiving through space and time. That is exactly what clairvoyance is all about, perceiving through space and time. The more that we begin to understand the nature of the physical world, Einstein developed relativity, which says, okay, at very fast speeds, at very high degrees of gravity, weird things start to happen. So suddenly there is no space and time, there is space-time. And time is flexible, and all of the things that we know from relativity. And then the further we go into it, we find at the very microscopic scale, quantum mechanics, which is, again, very, very strange from an everyday point of view. So what do we do with classical physics? Well, the reason why these new developments are acceptable is because they encapsulate classical physics. If you start from relativity, you can figure out classical mechanics. If you start from quantum mechanics, we're still not quite sure how to develop classical mechanics out of it, but nevertheless, we see Newtonian physics as a special case. The direction that many scientists are beginning to entertain now is exactly what is talked about in the esoteric traditions. So the base is not matter and energy, the base is something like consciousness, which is simply part of the fabric of reality. How do you get from pure awareness, essentially, into the physical world? Where does that come from? Well, look at the esoteric traditions, like the Kabbalah is explicitly about this idea. And most of the esoteric traditions have a way of describing how do you get from what amounts to awareness, pure awareness, and turn that into the physical world as we experience it. All of the traditions have an explanation. Whether they're correct or not is another issue, but that's what even very early on, all the way back into shamanism, that was a topic of study. The world consists of consciousness. It is one mind. And somehow that gets turned into stuff. Well, how does that work? One of the reasons, there are many reasons for why the magical traditions have been suppressed, almost from the very beginning. I mean, up until maybe the beginning of the Enlightenment in the 16th and 17th century, everybody believed in magic. A lot of people used magic in various ways. But the beginning of science, and also the beginning of organized religion, began to squash it, and squashed it real good. So that today we see magic showing up on entertainment, but people consider it as fantasy. Except privately, they also think, well, maybe that's actually real. And there are plenty of people out there using magical methods, whether they know it or not. They might call it manifestation or affirmations, but that's, of course, part of the magical tradition. One of the reasons, then, that this topic is really interesting from a sociological perspective is okay, we imagine we move along from society and this is no longer a woo-woo taboo. It's become mainstream in some way. That would cause a very dramatic shift in the way that civilization works. It would shift it in the sense that, first of all, within this tradition, magical tradition, or even just psychic traditions, there are no secrets. So how can you maintain government? How can you maintain the way that the law works, the way that business works, if there were no secrets? I mean, the only reason why people are at each other's throats all the time is because they think somebody else knows something that they don't know, is because they don't actually know what's happening. Well, if there are no secrets, and I'm talking about the effective use of telepathy and clairvoyance, among other things, that would change everything. Then why doesn't everything change? Well, because there's a gigantic status quo out there that is perfectly happy with the way things are, and they don't want things to change. Without going into conspiratorial thought, you can imagine then why there would be a lot of pressure to keep these kinds of topics out on the fringe and to not start manipulating or changing the way that the world actually works today. Anything outside the context of priests doing it in a certain way, in a certain time, is considered demonic. What is it that we can believe about the anecdotes that people tell? Because everyone has anecdotes about something psychic or magical. I mean, they're everywhere. Let's say we wanted to study, is it possible for intention to actually influence some aspect of the world? Not just within your body, but outside somewhere. Most of our experiments start from somebody telling an experience. And we say, okay, how can we take that? What you described with your sister as an aerokinetic effect from the chef's experience, who said that if in the kitchen, everybody's happy and there's a lot of intention being put into the food as they're making it, to be positive and have a good experience for people, that they will respond to that. They don't know what's going on in the kitchen, but they find that if people in the kitchen are angry that day and they're not feeling so good, then somehow the response of the customers is not so good either. So you say, okay, what's the mundane explanation for that? Well, maybe if they're not feeling so good, they're just not being very careful in the way that they prepare the food. So that could be one explanation. Well, maybe it really is something to do with intention. So we did an experiment. The first one of this type that we did was, well, what if we had people who are expert in tenders? And I'm talking about, in one case, a Mongolian shaman that we knew, in another case, a Buddhist monk who spent a lot of time in that kind of space. We asked them to take little pieces of dark gourmet chocolate, little pastilles, and then separate it into two batches. One batch they would imprint with their intention, that anybody who ate this would have an improvement in their mood. And then we had the identical pieces, pastilles, that were not intended. Then we did a double-blind experiment. So the double-blind means that we recruited a whole bunch of people. We gave some of them the treated chocolate or the blessed chocolate, and some got the control chocolate. By virtue of the way the experiment is designed, you tell them over the course of the next week, 2 days of the week, maybe told them which days, at 10 o'clock in the morning and 3 o'clock in the afternoon, you must eat a certain number of these pastilles. And at the end of the day, you record your mood using a standardized mood reporting questionnaire. We also did all of this in the San Francisco Bay Area so that during that 1 week, the weather would be the same for everybody, because weather is also a factor that will push mood around. And the end result showed that there was a statistically significant difference for the people getting the treated chocolate in the direction that we predicted. They had better mood under double-blind conditions. So we published that. So a colleague of mine in Taiwan said, can we try to replicate that with a much larger group of people? And I said, sure. Do people in Taiwan eat chocolate? More often they would drink tea. So we said, okay, let's make a gigantic batch of oolong tea, separate it into 2 bins, put them in little tiny bottles, and recruit 100 people in each of the 2 conditions. 3 Buddhist monks at a temple imprinted the blessed tea so that it would improve their mood. And then we did the same kind of experimental design and got the same results. Statistically significant results of improved mood and the people getting blessed tea under double-blind conditions. Now, in that case, we also asked people afterwards, before we told them what kind of tea they got, what do you think you got? Do you think you got the blessed tea, or do you think you got the other tea? Just to gauge their expectation. And we found something interesting. We found that if they got the blessed tea, and they believed that they got the blessed tea, they got a monstrously big positive change in their mood. But then we asked the people who got the blessed tea but did not believe that they got the blessed tea, they showed no effect at all. Your belief strongly modulates what amounts to a magical effect. If you're in a context where you have complete and absolute belief in something, which is kind of unusual, especially for something exotic, the effects can be monstrous. It's about your internal belief changing the way that you end up feeling, even under double-blind conditions. Is there actually a physical change? Like, did the chocolate chemistry change, or did the tea change in somehow molecularly? So we did another experiment where the target was, again, the Buddhist monks blessing water, which was used to grow plants, and to see whether the plants had changed. Again, double-blind conditions where the technician who was growing the plants had no idea what kind of water that we're using. Monstrously strong results there, with better growth with the blessed water than with the not blessed water. You need to, number one, of course, is to meditate. Silence your mind. If you're not used to meditating, it's not that easy to silence your mind. I mean, about the closest you'll get to it in the spontaneous way is daydreaming, where you suddenly realize, I wasn't thinking about anything for the last 10 minutes. But you do it in a disciplined way. From magical traditions, we call that the state of gnosis. So you're dropping down deeper and deeper into realms of the mind that seem like they begin to overlap with the realm of the physical. The mental and physical are no longer quite so separate the farthest down, and of course, metaphorically down, you're going into these spaces. So that's where magic starts to become very powerful. If you don't want to meditate, you don't care about that stuff, well, then you take a method like drawing a sigil. So a sigil is a symbol. It's a way of instantiating an intention. So you make very, very clear what your intention is, whatever, it could be anything. But you have an intention, you draw a symbol, and I describe ways of making a symbol out of your intention. And then once you have it, you've taken what is otherwise only a purely mental, abstract thing in your head, and you've put it into the physical world. It is now a symbol on a piece of paper that you have. Well, there's various ways of then pushing. You can charge, so-called, the sigil. You push it through high emotion, through sexual energy, you can burn it, you can do rituals around it, and you essentially take your intention and not only have it physical, but you unleash it into the world. It's going to go out there and it's going to do something.
You'll find this across many, many different esoteric teachings. This is a process that becomes a true second birth, or a spiritual birth. This has been around for thousands of years. That's what Hermeticism is really about. We never talk about like a heavenly mother. If you look closely, like this is that particular image, you will find Sophia under the arm of God the Father, inside the brain. Now, she's not going the same direction. If you look at it closely, the way Adam's body and his leg is curved and laying there, and he's got his hand up like this, and God has actually got his finger straight out. It's very deliberate. Adam is like kind of like looking away and not really fully paying attention. Maybe there's something there, maybe I'm not fully aware of it. But the way his leg is curved is matching the way that God's body and leg is curved also, as a mirror reflection. You'll see that. But you'll also see Sophia, this younger woman, who's got this light hair and everything, and Sophia's like this beautiful woman. He's got his arm around her, and the way she's positioned is in the form of an X. So she's positioned crossed where God is positioned, so it forms this X. And what that X actually represents is the optic chiasm. The optic chiasm is where your right eye meets up with your left brain, and your left eye meets up with your right brain. And it happens right at the pituitary gland. The pituitary gland is the feminine aspect inside of what's called the cave of Brahman. Cave, or the wedding hall, as it's often referred to. We talk about this, wedding halls and Last Supper and all this stuff that we see in the Bible. All of these analogies and metaphors are relating back to some physiology even in our brain that's part of ancient Kabbalah, that's part of Gnosticism, that's part also of this Hermeticism. And what this is basically pointing to is that you've got a masculine principle, you've got a feminine principle. The pituitary gland is right at the optic chiasm. And then you've got the pineal gland, which is like the human anatomy, but the masculine form of it. The pituitary is actually shaped like the feminine form of anatomy. And there is a breathing exercise that you can actually do to raise those to the same plane. It's part and parcel, you've probably heard about this cecum, or it's also referred to as the Christos, coming up the spine to light up the chakras. When you do this process, it's all an alchemical process. What you then will start to realize is that you create a marriage between this masculine and feminine aspects of the brain. And this is the birth of the spiritual aspect of the self. That's why it's also called the womb. Not only the cave of Brahman, but it's shaped just like the womb. If you look at a view of it as a photograph, the thalamus is shaped just like the womb is shaped. And inside that, there's a little walnut-shaped thing. It's right at the top, coming right up the Sushumna, right? So you've got the Ida Pingala, the masculine form, the feminine form, these two snakes creating the staff of Hermes. And right at the top of that is this thalamus. And this thalamus becomes a new entry doorway for the initiate to then be able to experience Shambhala. You'll find this across many, many different esoteric teachings. But this is a process that becomes a true second birth, or a spiritual birth, following your resurrection. And it's all following Joseph Campbell's hero's journey. Each of us have a hero's journey in this matrix of mind. And that's why I do believe that it's all literally planned out because of cause and effect. We are experiencing retrocausality in time on both directions. The future determines the past as much as the past determines the future. We've all seen this, right? We all experience things that are bad or horrific sometimes. And we can't have the opportunity to see the wider perspective that maybe this is a good thing that's happening. We think it's a bad thing. But with the perspective of time, sometimes the polarity of that experience shifts to the positive. What we refer to as free will, or what we refer to rather as destiny. Let's start from the destiny standpoint. Maybe it's just the free will of the higher self. We're applying the context of a linear perspective of time when all dimensions of time exist simultaneously. There's just a study and a new scientific theory that just came out. It basically said, okay, we now believe that all dimensions of time exist simultaneously. And it's kind of funny because academia is now becoming the last to know everything. A lot of the context that we have in a scientific sense is just sort of the confirmation at the end where the reductionist says, yes, that's what it is. And I think that's one of the things that unfortunately is still kind of upside down in society to a certain extent. We don't recognize that science and spirituality are not juxtaposed. And I delineate between religion and spirituality. To me, religion has the tendency to be more about teaching and purveying judgment, and whereas spirituality is kind of the opposite of that. It's about looking within without judging the outside and learning to no longer judge yourself internally. And through that process, you can now take on empathy for everybody else. And that actually starts to ease your suffering. You want to change your world? Start by changing your perspective of the world. Start to try to see a different way of seeing it than you've seen it before. Because seeing it the same way over and over again and you're not happy, some might call it delusional. I don't. I actually call it ascended. If you can start to see the world in the context that you would like to see the world, then the world will start to reflect more of that back to you. It's a mathematical equation. And us understanding or not understanding dark matter, dark energy, to me is just a larger metaphor for us starting to now understand our shadow collectively. It's all mine. When we look at it from that context, everything shifts. Everything shifts. You look at Jesus. Okay, Jesus, what did he do? He just told everybody, judge not, lest you judge yourself. Love God with all your heart, might, mind, and strength. Love your neighbor as yourself. That's really all he taught. He's got the Beatitudes, a few other things, so the meek shall inherit the word. But man, did he ever get attacked? He got attacked. So it's not about seeing things. I used to say that we see things from our own vantage point. Now I change that to say we see things from our own advantage point. This is our perspective. The thing that I think will benefit me is how I'm going to see whatever it is that I see. And until I can break away from that, I can never see the dark demon with the teeth that I am. And as soon as we start to see that, then the power that demon has over you diminishes dramatically. Because the more you try to repress it and say, no, it doesn't exist, it will just come out, eat you asshole first, every time. And you won't even know until it's already consumed a good portion. And then you're like, how did this happen? I'm finding myself in the same situation again. I'm experiencing the same pattern over and over again. That's what Hermeticism is really about. It's not about looking at the world and saying, here's what's fucked up about the world around me. It's about looking at yourself and going within and saying, who am I? Who am I in my full spectrum? And then being able to be at one mint with that, or to that way of thinking. You can raise your vibration. You can get to these higher gamma states. You can get beyond beta, right? Beta is between 12 and say 30 hertz in that rate. But then when you get up to kind of the 100 hertz range, then you're looking at gamma, brainwave states. And that's where you get this bliss. It's like this total bliss feeling. You're then going into another dimensional frame. And very likely, as you go higher and higher, because the angelic being, right, is really the same thing, just in a different vibrational state than what you and I are. If you want to see joy, then be the joy. If you want to see love, then be the love. And to me, enlightenment is when you can cross the street and someone can hurl all kinds of terrible insults at you. And you're unfazed. You're completely unfazed. You're not anxious about the future. You're not anxious about the past. You are in this place of Zen, which is like nothing is going to faze me. I'm determining my experience with my surroundings, not the other way around. And that requires, first of all, a conscious decision that you know that your vibration impacts the experience in the world around you. And you can raise that no matter what that experience in the world around you is. And if you don't, then you'll just continue to feed into that same loop cycle. And then, the hammer and the nail analogy comes back again. It's like, oh, there I am again. I'm getting victimized again. Damn it, they always hate me. Why is I always treated unfairly? The only real obstacles we face in this world are the ones we truly believe in. If you think you can or you think you can't, you'll be right. That's the Henry Ford famous quote, and it goes back to the whole story of Star Wars, which is another hero's journey. Luke Skywalker had to find his own father. He had to go and battle Darth Vader, who later he finds out is his father. And he had to crack his mask and then see that it was his face inside the helmet. We all have to go through that moment. We all have it, and that's the shadow integration part that precedes being able to raise to higher states of conscious awareness. If you can integrate your shadow, that's what Hermeticism absolutely teaches above all else. Integrate your shadow. Understand who you are. Understand these principles are all like principles that must carry through. They're like the base fabric of this existence. But actually, because astrology, alchemy, all these things, esoteric wisdom, they're all tied together. The weights and measures, all of this. Because also Thoth, Metatron, these same figures throughout history are ones who actually gave us weights and measures. We think that it's all arbitrary. They're actually all mathematical constants, all of them. Do you know that 6 feet, which is a fathom, which is really just father and mother, fathom, backwards, 6 feet minus 1 meter is the Euler number, and it's it's probably equally important to pi. But we think that these are all just arbitrary units of measure. Isn't the foot just some king's foot? No. In a mental construct, in a game of mentalism, maybe by the choice of your zodiac in this game construct, Maya, it determines how successful and abundant life you'll have. You thought that this was all just your own work. Things maybe just came easier for you in some ways. And other things were harder for you because this was the path you chose along your hero's journey. And it's beautiful when you start to look at it from that perspective. You start to become one with this higher mind and realize that there is a purpose to my life. It's not just to be here and die. I'm here to learn something. I'm here to learn love. I'm here to learn acceptance. I'm not here to learn judgment. I'm here to learn and transcend judgment and experience love. One of my favorite lines from the Declaration of Independence is, we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are basically endowed with certain inalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. That to ensure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers, interesting, the use of the word just powers, from the consent of the governed. There's always a balancing act. Even the Founding Fathers, and by the way, the Founding Fathers, all Hermeticists. You look at the list of people that were the signers of the Declaration of Independence, they were all Hermeticists, almost to a person. They all believed in these same principles, whether it was Benjamin Franklin or George Washington, who said, I don't want to be a king, even though they want to make me king. He wanted to step out of that role. He's like, okay, I'll subject to being president, but because out of duty. And then he's like, I want out of this thing. And he lived to his word on that. And he died not long after. He spent only a few more years after he was no longer president that he passed away. But the point being that what we look at in the world, we have to be able to take a step back and say, okay, this is the laws of the land, and then also here's the laws in the context of the universe in this Hermetic principle, whether you ascribe to this or not. I think everybody can probably look at some of the 7 Hermetic principles and say, okay, there's probably some wisdom in there, even without accepting the first one, which is the most important, and that is that it's a mental construct, that it is a mind. And it's not only Hermeticism that says this. Maybe Hermeticism is what permeated into the concepts of Hinduism, that permeated into Taoism and Buddhism. Who knows? Maybe it's that same reincarnation, or that same matching of frequency over and over again. But if we can be able to step back from that and realize that everybody that ever did anything horrible through society, for the most part, if you interviewed them, genocide, right? People that were despotic autocrats that killed people that were against them, they would probably say they believe they were doing it for a greater good. Thanos, it's their point of advantage. It's not their vantage point. It's their point of advantage. And what Hermeticism is about is being able to see that in yourself and say, whoa, it's not the world around me that needs to change, it's me that needs to change.
Sidon, my cherished kin.
That voice again. You're the one we've been hearing this whole time?
Indeed, I am your ancestor from a time long past. I served the first king of Hyrule as a Zora warrior and a sage who, like you, could direct the flow of water. You are the pride of the Zora, your fluid, graceful movements as you fight. I would expect nothing less from my descendant. You bested the monster that sullied our domain, but it was a servant of a greater evil, the Demon King. His true purpose was to prevent you from obtaining the stone that you just found. My secret stone.
That stone that you are wearing.
Yes, and it is important you know more about the stone and the Demon King. So listen closely to what I have to say. It concerns the imprisoning war and the destiny of our people. Though we Zora live long lives, this all happened in a time ancient even to us. The kingdom of Hyrule was still in its infancy. A great evil, the Demon King, appeared. He invaded Hyrule and sought to cut the new kingdom's time short. But Rauru, the first king of Hyrule, brought me and 5 other warriors together to oppose him. Rauru entrusted us with the means to fight the Demon King. Treasured artifacts called secret stones that amplify the power of those who carry them. As the Sage of Water, I bore a secret stone and fought alongside my fellow sages in battle. However, the Demon King's power was overwhelming. Even my strongest defenses could not stop his ferocious attacks. In the end, our leader realized it would not be possible to defeat the Demon King outright. He chose to end the battle by sealing the Demon King away, sacrificing himself in the process.
So that was the imprisoning war.
The rest of us survived, and it was not long after that climactic battle that someone came to see me. Her visit would make the destiny of the Zora crystal clear. It was another of the 6 sages, the Sage of Time.
The magic restraining the Demon King will eventually be undone. When that happens, a noble swordsman named Link will oppose him. We must help. Lend him your power. He will need the Zora's control over water.
The course of the Zora's future was clear. It would be our honor to aid in defeating the Demon King. I swear to you that, when the great evil returns, the Zora Sage of Water will awaken once more. The Zora people and their sage will fight alongside your swordsman. That is everything there is to share of the imprisoning war and of the destiny of the Zora. Zora's domain is once again...
It's my destiny to fight by your side.
Pistis Sophia, a Gnostic miscellany, being for the most part extracts from the books of the Savior, to which are added excerpts from a cognate literature, Englished, by G.R.S. Mead. Narrated by Matthew Schmitz. Preface.
Sure.
In the introduction to the first edition, 1896, the translator wrote, "In presenting the following translation to the English-reading public, I may say that I should not have ventured on such an undertaking if any Coptic scholar had undertaken the task, or I had heard that such a task was contemplated. In a matter of so great difficulty, every possible liability to error should be eliminated, and it stands to reason that the translation of a translation must needs be but an apology for a first-hand version. Nevertheless, I am not without predecessors. The Coptic manuscript itself is in the first place a translation, so that even Coptic scholars must give us the version of a translation. I am persuaded also that the anonymous and very imperfect French translation, 1856, in the appendix to Meunier's Dictionnaire des Apocryphes, Volume 1, is made from Schwartz's Latin version, 1851, and not from the Coptic text. C.W. King, in The Gnostics and Their Remains, 2nd edition, 1887, has also translated a number of pages of the Pistis Sophia from Schwartz. Some 3 or 4 years ago, Mr. Nutt, King's publisher, sent out a notice proposing the publication of the whole of King's translation, but the project fell through. Last year, 1895, I offered to edit this translation of King's, but was informed that the literary legatee of the deceased scholar was of the opinion that it would be unfair to his memory to publish a manuscript that was in so incomplete a condition. In 1890, I had already translated Schwartz's Latin version into English and published pages 1 to 252 with comments, notes, etc. in magazine form from April 1890 to April 1891. But I hesitated to put it forward in book form, and should not have done so but for the appearance of Amélinou's French translation in 1895. I then went over the whole again and checked it by Amélinou's version. I was further induced to venture on this undertaking, because the narrative, though dealing with mystical and therefore obscure subjects, is in itself exceedingly simple, and therefore mistakes cannot so readily creep in as into a difficult philosophical work. I therefore present my translation with all hesitation, but at the same time think that the English public, which is steadily increasing its interest in mysticism and allied subjects, will be better satisfied with half a loaf than with no bread. A quarter of a century has rolled away, much water has flowed under the bridges of scholarly research, whence the general stream of Gnosticism has been surveyed with greater accuracy, and much good work has been done on the special subject of the Coptic Gnostic documents. Though the first edition of this book was quickly exhausted and many requests were made for a second, I had hitherto refused to accede to this demand, still hoping that some English Coptic scholar would take the matter in hand. Indeed, at one time I was in high expectation that this would be achieved. Shortly before the war, a friend, whom I had interested in the work, completed a version of the fine untitled Apocalypse of the Bruce Codex, and was next to have attempted a translation of Pistis Sophia. But pressing interests and activities of a totally different nature, connected with the war and its aftermath, have absorbed all my friend's energies, and the version of Pistis Sophia has been definitely abandoned. Nor can I hear of any other project of translation. This being the case, and as the utility of even a translation of a translation is evidenced by the keen demand for the volume in the second-hand market, I have at last decided to repeat my venture. Nevertheless, a reprint of the first edition was not to be thought of. Introduction and translation needed revision in the light of 25 years' further study of the work of specialists. To this end, the most valuable help, not to speak of his long labors on the Allied documents, is afforded by Carl Schmitt's admirable German translation of Pistis Sophia, 1905. Schwartz's Latin translation was good for its date, 1851, and scholars still quote it today. Amélineau's French rendering, 1895, was somewhat of an improvement, but Schmidt's version is unquestionably the best. I have therefore revised my prior Englishing from the former two by the finer work of the latter. Schmidt is exceedingly careful throughout, and not only have I taken his decision where Schwartz and Amélineau
Look! The sludge dissolved! The domain is surely safe now. Huh? Not good! This strange creature must be responsible.
the glow of the blood.
話が違うではないか。お主何故生きておる。まあいい。始末すれば辻褄も合うというものよ。
Deal with a long and narrow apartment the same way.
I have just over 3,000 hours played in Breath of the Wild. I've beaten the game blindfolded, without stamina, and with only a single stick, among other things. The sequel of Breath of the Wild promises much, much more. So, what will I break in Tears of the Kingdom? Nintendo presents. Okay. The Legend of Zelda. Oh, dude, the heartbeat. The heartbeat. Tears of the Kingdom. Deeper. We have so many hearts. I just realized this. What is here? Oh, this is creepy. These are ruins from an ancient civilization. Wait, something is written here. Might these ruins be from the Zonai? Now, keep in mind the Zonai in Breath of the Wild, right? In Faron Woods, you would be able to see this giant ruined civilization, older than that of the Sheikah, called the Zonai. They worshipped dragons. These carvings, I'm sure they're Zonai in origin. The Zonai are said to have lived long ago, the time of the earliest legends. They possessed godlike powers and had a prosperous civilization in the sky. Many history books tell us about the Zonai, but none give us the full picture. Much is still unknown about them. Is this what the Zonai look like? They seem so different than us, with such large ears. How did the ruins from a civilization in the sky end up here beneath the castle? It looks like the path ahead goes even deeper. Oh, this is crazy. It's just the soundtrack makes it so creepy. What is this? Dude, what are we gonna find? What's in these caverns? Oh.
Look at these murals.
They look like the tapestry from Breath of the Wild. But older.
The written histories of the royal family include stories of a great war fought long ago. It was a conflict between allied tribes and someone only ever referred to as the Demon King.
That's from Skyward Sword! The Demon King.
Is it possible? Do these murals depict the...
a fine line in using tools to make our lives easier and, you know, programming robots to take over the I think one of the best things you can do for future you. No, I don't know if you're aware, but we have been using AI tools for a while, like for a minute. I don't think a lot of people are aware that they're even using AI sometimes because, like, we're just so used to things that, like, do what AI does that it isn't until something new comes on the AI scene that does something different that we're, like, mind blown, but we don't realize we've been using AI the whole time. And honestly, of all industries, I think creators are seeing the most benefit from AI, slash will see the most benefit from AI, will have the most tools to use that are AI driven. And so I came up with a list of 8 AI tools that every creator should be using. And the reason I said my spiel at the beginning about how we've all been using AI anyway is because I guarantee you've already been using some of these and you didn't even realize that they were AI. Hello, what is up? I'm Jessica Stansberry. I am pumped that you are here. And you won't see these 2 videos in a row, but I just filmed another AI video and I'm just like, you know what, let's just film this AI video because it's the thing we're talking about and my brain is in the AI space. All right, so first of all, like, what is AI? AI is artificial intelligence, and it is literally like when computers can learn and do things that have previously only been able to be done with the human noggin. You know, this is where, like, this is like the making of a movie where, you know, things go wrong. Like, I was in the barbershop the other day with my youngest son because he had to get his mullet trimmed up because, you know, we live in the South and we've got a mullet. But anyway, he had to get his mullet trimmed up and we were at the barbershop and he was watching the TV behind me and I kept looking back and I couldn't tell what movie it was. Finally, I realized it was iRobot. And if you haven't seen iRobot, it's a Will Smith movie. All the robots like take over the world or try to because they're AI driven and blah, blah, blah. And if you watch stuff like that, AI can be a little bit scary. And honestly, AI can be a little bit scary. But there's a fine line in using tools to make our lives easier and, you know, programming robots to take over the world. Okay, so like I say, I have 8 tools I want to chat about. First and foremost is actually the sponsor of this video, and that is ClickUp. So ClickUp is a project management tool, and I have used it for years. Y'all can, like, literally go back in my archives because I've been talking about ClickUp forever. Okay, I've been talking about ClickUp forever, and you can go back and, like, you know, test me on that, okay? But anyway, ClickUp is a project management tool that helps you manage all the things. It helps you keep everything in one place, helps you manage a team, it can help you manage your content strategy, etc., etc. And now ClickUp actually has a new version coming out, ClickUp 3.0, and this version has AI tools built in. So you can write with AI, you can correct your grammar with AI, you can schedule meetings with AI. It's pretty darn cool. I actually just did a whole video about ClickUp 3.0, but it is by far one of my most used AI tools and one of the ones that I think will serve me the best in what I do because it's already in a system that I already use every day. And so, like, why not? Right? So ClickUp 3.0 and ClickUp AI are currently on waitlist only. Now, by the time you see this, it may not be. So check the links below. But if you'll go ahead and sign up for ClickUp at heyjessica.com/ClickUp, you can go ahead and be familiarizing yourself with ClickUp. And then once you get access to 3.0 / the AI features, you can play around with it. But I have personally been using ClickUp 3.0 to help me write scripts for videos, to help me bullet point things, to help me write blog posts, to help me kind of get out of a creative rut if I can't think of things or I need some more ideas. I have been using it in so many ways, and for sure is a tool that I will just like keep using forever and ever, amen. Now, remember a second ago when I said that a lot of these tools you've probably already been using? Here's one I know you have, Descript. I have done whole videos on Descript or like using Descript, and there are a ton of videos about Descript out here on the internet. Descript is a video editing tool. It lets you like edit your videos, but it also auto-generates captions using AI. It will let you remove the background from your video and put you anywhere in the world using AI. It is an amazing AI tool for creators and especially to edit videos. Now, as AI gets more prevalent and more like open source and more, you know, people are seeing what they can do with AI, I think tools like Descript will just be kind of merged into other tools we already use. So like Premiere Pro or Final Cut Pro or DaVinci Resolve will start using the features of Descript they already have. But they'll start using those same AIs in their software, where before it wasn't an AI, it was just a computer tool. So I think as we go, like some of these will kind of merge together or merge into other things, but for now, these are the 8 that I recommend, okay? So Descript is awesome. If you have not checked out Descript, I'll leave a link to it below too, because it is one of my favorite tools, especially to put like captions across the video or to edit like super quickly, because what you can do with Descript is instead of editing like your video frames, you can go in and edit the text and it will delete everything that you delete in the text. So like if I say like, yeah, and I know I want to delete that, I can delete it in the text, it will delete it out of the video. Pretty freaking cool tool. Third, you know we had to include it on this list, and that's ChatGPT. ChatGPT is a writing AI tool. So this AI tool is probably the one that most people are talking about because it's like Google on steroids. Honestly, you can research things, you can write things, you can have it help you with things. It is literally like the best writing assistant that there is. And again, tools are going to start like absorbing these same features, like ClickUp 3.0 has a ChatGPT-esque feature in it. So I don't need ChatGPT as much as I did before. But for now, ChatGPT is an amazing freaking tool. You can have it like write your YouTube scripts. You can have it plan your vacation. You can have it go look up something on the internet that you're not finding a clear answer to. You can have it write podcast scripts or Instagram captions. It is a spectacular AI feature. And on that same note, Jasper.io is basically the same thing as ChatGPT, it's just a different company. So I'm not gonna like expand on it too much, but that's number 4. Number 5, you've been using this one, I promise, and that's Grammarly. Listen, I would happily start a GoFundMe for most of the world to be able to subscribe to Grammarly so that when they write Facebook posts, they don't sound the way they are. But, you know, it's probably not gonna happen because I can't stand a there, and there mix up, a your and your mix up, a sell and sale mix up. I can't do it. I thought that the sell and sale thing was just like local to me because we're Southern, and when we say like I want to sell that thing, it does kind of sound like sale, like you know what I mean? They kind of sound the same, but no, I've seen other people do it too. So it's not just a Southern thing. But my point here is that Grammarly has been around for a hot minute. It is a learning AI tool. And so what it does is it's an extension on your computer in Chrome, that kind of thing, and it will help you correct grammar, correct sentence structure, and give you suggestions for better ways to say things. So it is a really, really awesome tool. I have been using Grammarly for years. Now, Midjourney. I have not personally used Midjourney because I can't get it to let me log in. But that's not the point, okay? The point is Midjourney is an image generator. This is going to be able to create images, to create thumbnails for YouTube, to create photos based on AI, to create cartoonish photos based on AI. Now, what I have learned about photo generators of AI is that they have a long way to go. Most of the time, people come out with like 18 fingers on one hand or whatever. Now, not all the time, but sometimes. Like, it's a little funny. Like, I tried to use Canva's photo AI, which we're going to talk about in a minute, but I tried to use it in a video that y'all saw not long ago, and the mouths of the people, like, they didn't have noses. No idea. But Midjourney is a great image generator. It is the one that most people are using. There's others like DALL-E or things like that, but Midjourney is the one that I've seen the most people using and loving and having success with. And then these last two I know you've used. I know you have. And if you haven't, you're crazy, okay? So how many do we have here? We've got 8, so this is the 7th one. The 7th one would be Zapier. Y'all, Zapier is just an amazing tool without AI, okay? It is freaking amazing. And so if you've never used Zapier, it basically ties tools together and helps you automate things happening. So for instance, like if I want every single time I publish a YouTube video for it to be published to Twitter, I can do that through Zapier. If I want to get a text message every single time I make a sale, I can do that through Zapier. If every single time I make a sale in my WooCommerce store, I need it to go over to ConvertKit and tag those people in my email marketing system, I can do that with Zapier. You can even build like super complex zaps that help you like tie multiple things together. So for instance, like when we sell a YouTube audit. So anytime I sell a YouTube audit, it needs to go into ClickUp so that I can collect that person's information, and it needs to tag me, and it needs to tag Bridget so that we both know that there's one there. But also, because it was a new automation, I was a little worried that it wouldn't fire correctly because of the way I had to set it up. So I also set it up to send an email that I wrote out ahead of time to Bridget that says, hey, somebody purchased a YouTube audit. Can you make sure that's like all squared away? And so you can have it do some like pretty complex things, but now it has a partnership with Open, who is the owner of ChatGPT, so you can like pair those two together and make this even better. So let's say I wanted to have like a service where people send me their YouTube channel and what it's about, and then I send them a bunch of ideas for what to do for videos on that YouTube channel. I could incorporate Zapier with however I sell that and however they fill out that form to tell it to, when someone fills out that form, to take that and put it into a prompt in ChatGPT and give me 15 video ideas for this particular person and this niche, and then send it to my email so that I can like comb through it before I email it to them. Like, it's pretty cool. And that is obviously, by the way, not the only use case. It was just a fun one I thought of. Okay, last but certainly not least is Canva. Canva has a ton of new AI tools built in that it's kind of experimenting with and coming out with. One of those is that you can kind of create like a smart document or a smart like presentation. So you can go in and you can say, create me a presentation about why Stanley cups are the best cups in the world. And Canva will go in and go ahead and create that presentation for you and write the copy for you for a starting point. Again, it's not perfect. None of this is perfect. It's all starting point stuff, but it's stuff that like removes a step from your brain, and that's amazing. Canva also has like photo generator AI. Again, I don't think it's perfect, but it's like decent. And even like photo editor AI. So it will let you remove the background, which it's done for a while, but it will also let you like change things in a photo. So if I was a photo of me like this, right? Like, and this photo was of me with this mouse in my hand. If I take it into Canva, I can like highlight the mouse and say like, turn this mouse into an apple. And it will do that. Now, again, I have not found that this is perfect, but it's fun. It's fun to play with. All right, so that's it. That is your 8 tools that I think every creator should be using in some way, shape, or form to help make their life better. But if you'll go ahead and sign up for ClickUp, Grammar with AI, a lot of these tools you've probably already been using. Here's one I know you have, Descript. I have done whole videos on Descript or like using Descript, and there are a ton of videos about Descript out here on the internet. Descript is a video editing tool. It lets you like edit your videos, but it also auto generates captions using AI. It will let you remove the background from your video and put you anywhere in the world using AI, it is an amazing AI tool for creators and especially to edit videos. Now, as AI gets more prevalent and more like open source and more, you know, people are seeing what they can do with AI, I think tools like Descript will just be kind of merged into other tools we already use. So like Premiere Pro or Final Cut Pro or DaVinci Resolve will start using the features of Descript they already have. But they'll start using those same AIs in their software, where before it wasn't an AI, it was just a computer tool. So I think as we go, like some of these will kind of merge together or merge into other things. But for now, these are the 8 that I recommend, okay? So Descript is awesome. If you have not checked out Descript, I'll leave a link to it below too, because it is one of my favorite tools, especially to put like captions across the video or to edit like super quickly, because what you can do with Descript is instead of editing like your video frames, you can go in and edit the text and it will delete everything that you delete in the text. So like if I say like, yeah, and I know I want to delete that, I can delete it in the text, it will delete it out of the video. Pretty freaking cool tool. Third, you know we had to include it on this list, and that's ChatGPT. ChatGPT is a writing AI tool. So this AI tool is probably the one that most people are talking about, because it's like Google on steroids. Honestly, you can research things, you can write things, you can have it help you with things. It is literally like the best writing assistant that there is. And again, tools are going to start like absorbing these same features. Like ClickUp 3.0 has a ChatGPT-esque feature in it. So I don't need ChatGPT as much as I did before. But for now, ChatGPT is an amazing freaking tool. You can have it like write your YouTube scripts. You can have it plan your vacation. You can have it go look up something on the internet that you're not finding a clear answer to. You can have it write podcast scripts or Instagram captions. It is a spectacular AI feature. And on that same note, Jasper.io is basically the same thing as ChatGPT, it's just a different company. So I'm not gonna like expand on it too much, but that's number 4. Number 5, you've been using this one, I promise, and that's Grammarly. Listen, I would happily start a GoFundMe for most of the world to be able to subscribe to Grammarly so that when they write Facebook posts, they don't sound the way they are. But, you know, it's probably not going to happen, because I can't stand a there, and there mix up, a your and your mix up, a sell and sale mix up. I can't do it. I thought that the sell and sale thing was just like local to me because we're Southern, and when we say like I want to sell that thing, it does kind of sound like sale, like you know what I mean? They kind of sound the same, but no, I've seen other people do it too. So it's not just a Southern thing. But my point here is that Grammarly has been around for a hot minute. It is a learning AI tool. And so what it does is it's an extension on your computer in Chrome.
Here's how to infinitely fly through Hyrule in Breath of the Wild. First, you need to drop a bomb.
Are the napkins free?
Yes, sir, the napkins are free.
But like how many are free?
As many as you need to finish your meal, sir.
But what if I need like 480 napkins? Are they still free?
Sir,
What about the... soap in the bathroom? Can I just crank out like 80 pumps and take it home?
Do you need 80 pumps of soap?
What if there were 10 things you agreed to before you were born, but you literally forgot about it? And what if these 10 rules, these 10 things you forgot, simply becoming aware of them would completely transform your life from the inside out? Now, even just one of these rules, when I learned it, completely changed the way that I show up. I started treating people in a different way because I understood what they really were. I started also embodying my energy in a different way, which had people responding to me in a new way because I literally had a higher level of awareness. Now the thing is when I was kept in the dark about these 10 rules for most of my life, I was in a way not aware of who I really was, what everyone else was in my reality, and therefore I felt lost. I felt stuck because I didn't understand the power of the 10 rules I'm about to share with you. So even just one of these rules, if you internalize it, I believe will make this video completely worth it for you. And I want to share with you the 10 rules that if life was a game, these would be the rules. These are the agreements, the things we forgot before we came here that completely change everything. This actually comes from a book called If Life is a Game, These Are the Rules. And these really shifted my own consciousness. I want to share these with you so that you can kind of see your life from a higher perspective, and it may help you flow through your day and even your life in a very different way. So first off, it's very simple. You will receive a body. The avatar from which you are experiencing your reality is through the body, which is interpreting the 5 senses. So in essence, you are an eternal spiritual being that has come into this reality using the avatar of a body. And what happens is this second rule. You will receive lessons. You are enrolled full-time in an informal school called life. So we come here, we have a body, and we come here to experience certain lessons in our life that will help us grow as a spiritual being. The third one, there are no mistakes, only lessons. How many times do you beat yourself up thinking, I made a mistake, I should have done this differently, I should have done this differently? Those weren't mistakes or problems. They were lessons, things you actually learned from it that help you to evolve your own consciousness and in a way, upgrade to a higher level of awareness. Now the fourth one, lessons are repeated until they are learned. This one's a little bit sometimes uncomfortable. So it means If you don't get the lesson, you repeat it. I've had this happen many times in my life, where maybe I was attracting someone into my life and I would refuse to look at what this is actually showing me, but instead what I did is I would put it to the side, not deal with it, and then attract someone else that has that same exact energy. Are there any ways in your own life that you have attracted things and then once you got the lesson, left your life? I know for me, honestly, once I forgave certain people in my life, it was like certain people were in my life to serve a purpose. Once I got the lesson, I didn't have to repeat it. Number 5, learning lessons do not end. If you're alive, that means there's still lessons to be learned. A lot of times there are people that do not, or there are people that believe that if they are here, sometimes, honestly, this is gonna sound kind of dark, but people that are suicidal sometimes think maybe I've experienced everything I meant to do coming here, or not even that, maybe I just don't want to be here anymore. But what happens is there's a desire to escape this reality. The challenge, and the thing is as an eternal spiritual being, I believe what ends up happening is it ends up creating much more work for the soul. It's a way of getting out immediately, but then you have to maybe even be born into another body and go through the same exact 20, 30, 40, 50 years of experience to get to the same spot to continue to learn the lesson. So it's about understanding that if you're here, there's a reason you're here, there's lessons to be learned, and sometimes those lessons may involve feeling emotions that feel uncomfortable, but the more that you feel it, the more that you heal it, the more that you allow yourself to learn the lesson and to process the past. The number 6, there is no better than here. There is no better than here. This moment right now is where you want to be. Most of our life, we're looking to the future. We're trying to escape where we are to get somewhere else. When we absorb into this moment right here and we realize it's about the journey, it's about the process, it makes things so much easier. Like when I'm making this video right now, if I'm making this video to get to the end so that I can get it over with so I can do something else, you'll feel that. But I want to be here, right now with you. And by being here, you probably feel there's more present energy than if I was trying to escape. Now, number 7, other people are merely mirrors of you. You cannot love or hate something about someone unless it reflects to you something you love or hate about yourself. Holy shit. Other people are just mirrors. If you dislike someone else, or someone else triggers you in some way, there's something about it within you, otherwise it wouldn't be active. This one's definitely hard to look at sometimes. You're telling me that the thing that I hate about this person or the thing that triggers me about this person is also in me? I don't want to hear that. No, I'm so different than them. But really, it's the energy and the denial that exists inside to begin with. This is something that's sometimes hard to look at. But when you realize everyone else is a mirror, it's then not how do I change everyone else, it's how can I change myself. Now 8, what you make of life is up to you. You have all the tools and resources you need. What you do with them is up to you. So everything in life is fundamentally neutral, other than the meaning you give it. You have the tools and the resources within you to tap into whatever power exists within inside of you to make the change in your life. It's only when we believe I don't have power or I don't have that of the resources that we then experience that reality. That's why Tony Robbins says this a lot. It's not about having the resources, it's about being resourceful. You can figure out just about anything if you put your mind to it. For example, I know this, like I do these challenges, these things for full-time purpose where we teach people how to go full-time doing what they love. And you know, when I first got on YouTube, I didn't know how to edit. I could have said, I don't know how to edit, I'm not gonna make videos. I went on YouTube and I became resourceful. I realized there are YouTube videos that show people how to edit, just about for every program. So I said, I have iMovie on Mac. How do I edit using iMovie? I learned how to edit. But sometimes I see when we're doing these challenges, people get so blocked because there's one little block and they're like, oh, I couldn't do the homework because of this. It's like, go to YouTube and figure it out. You can figure out just about anything online. And then when people realize that, they're like, well, I didn't do this because I didn't know how to do the graphic design for Canva. You go in and you can figure it out by going on YouTube. So be resourceful. Realize YouTube is the analogy for like your own power of reality. There are people, if you could bust through the The fear of talking to other people. You could ask somebody else on social media, how do you do this? Anyone know how to do this? Can you show me how to do this on Zoom real quick? Probably somebody would help you. So be resourceful. Now 9, the answers to life's questions lie within you. All you need to do is look, listen, and trust. Everything exists inside of you. I've been learning this more and more with meditation. I've been focusing on getting better and better at leading guided meditation. So I've been doing craploads of meditations. And a lot of these meditations look into the subconscious mind, and what they do is they're different permission slips for unveiling different things that already exist inside. For example, if I got you into a meditative state, or we got into a meditative state together, because that's honestly what it is too. I get into the meditative state, and it's like we're both in it. And I were to tell you to imagine your higher self in front of you, giving you that of a piece of paper. On this piece of paper, there's a word that's written that represents the limiting belief that's holding you back. And then you took this piece of paper and you opened it up. What does it say? Now, maybe right now, something comes to you. Maybe not. Maybe you got to be in a meditative state and we got to do a whole meditation for it. But many times people will have an experience where their higher self gives them this piece of paper, they open it up and they see, oh, I'm unworthy. That's the thing that's holding me back the most. Now, the answer was within them the whole entire time. That was just unveiling the subconscious mind. Subconscious still means it's there. Sub means under. Conscious, under the consciousness, awareness. It's there, the light hasn't been shined on it to become aware of it. Now, many times in meditation, I've done these different exercises and become aware of these things inside of myself. And using that of meditation, the subconscious mind, it allows me to become aware of it. And I realize it's always there. So what is the 10th rule? The answers to life questions lie within you. All you need to do is look, listen, and trust. That was number 9. Let's go to number 10. This one's great. Remember at the beginning I said, oh, this is a rule coming up in a minute. It's the last one. Number 10. You will forget all of this at birth. You will forget who you are so that you can go through the process of life of remembering who you are and remembering these rules. So, which of these rules did you most need to hear? Which of these rules did you most need to literally remember? As you remember these rules, you give yourself the ability to allow yourself to increase your own level of consciousness, because then you see things from a higher perspective, and let go of the limiting beliefs and the limiting stories that you bought into for so long. Which of these 10 rules was the one you most needed to hear? Let me know, and as always, I'll talk to you on the next one. As always, peace, much love, and namaste.
The biggest news this week is, of course, the Google I/O conference. With this many new things, and of course, it's mostly about
AI, generative AI. It uses AI to bring AI and AI to AI.
Whoa, woohoo! What was was it about again? They released PaLM 2, which is a large language model that comes in 4 sizes and is also the backbone of Bard. Gemini, which is a multimodal foundation model that can understand images and explain them with words. Google Search with built-in AI assistant like Bing Search. Google Earth now provides an API called Photorealistic 3D Tiles so people can import real world to literally anything like this guy, combine it with Deck.gl to visualize where the Tokyo Metro is in 3D real time. Google Map is on crack now too. You can view your route in 3D. But I doubt you can actually see the cars moving, so don't get your hopes up. Gmail, Google Sheets, and a lot of other Google services would now have built-in AI assistants too, making your life much easier. And of course, a lot of other miscellaneous improvements, which you can find in a lot of supercuts online, so I'll not go into much details. Well, it was pretty funny that they used the wrong font for the Japanese kanji and put onto a presentation that was seen by at least 1 million people. It probably was some silly mistake to have made, and for information, these are the slight differences between simplified, traditional, and Japanese fonts. To be completely fair, most people wouldn't even realize it was wrong, but the main complaint was that this wouldn't have been a problem if hand unification was not made in Unicode, because that led to the creation of a single unified set of all Chinese characters, which then gave people chances to render fonts incorrectly. Yeah, we're kind of off tangent talking about fonts, but yeah, welcome to my new series where I compile the latest and the hottest AI memes, news, and interesting finds, because we all need a break from reading off the newest GPT-4 replacements or top 10 GPT-4 Chrome extensions that will blow your mind. No. It's just going to be a bunch of really random AI related stuff that I find cool or funny, like this Coca-Cola commercial that incorporated AI generative art. They might have used Stable Diffusion because Stable Diffusion Japan tweeted about it, but yeah, it's really impressive because that's one of the first commercial that has AI in it where it just doesn't feel like they are shoving the idea that they use AI generated art in their commercial down your throat, and overall it's just a really decent and creative commercial while being completely original. If you want to see the whole thing, I'll link it down in the description. And while we are all using GPT-4 with our keyboards, this guy is using telepathy to use GPT-4. More specifically, Araya Research has successfully operated Gmail using electroencephalogram by making ChatGPT to interpret brainwaves in order to write mails. While it's not like crazy good, but a world with a brain interface will become a reality much sooner than we thought, thanks to multimodal foundation models. Yeah, I mean, it's going to be pretty realistic for everyone to become like this in 10 years. And people thirsting over the new AI-generated Twitter CEO is quite a sight too. This happened because Sir Musk did not announce who's the new Twitter CEO and only hinted it's a she at that time, so this image went viral with a very questionable 9,000 bookmarks. Guys, these two faces in the post are even the same too. Claude by Anthropic AI, on the other hand, has made a 100k token language model which is capable of 75,000 words of context length. It basically takes in 3 times more than GPT-4 32k token model and is capable of analyzing crazy amount of text data accurately. You can have it to read court hearings, do your reading reflections on The Great Gatsby for you, or finally identify such stuff on a software's terms of service. But 100k though, that is nuts. I mean, the goal for context length might as well be the entire internet. And yeah, that's it for this week. Hopefully this will be a weekly thing since I'll make it easier to edit, so I'll be able to push it quicker for y'all to see. Don't worry, I'll still do my normal videos, but there are just tons of really interesting AI stuff that I want to share with y'all. Let's just end on this new API for Google Earth that was announced during Google I/O, with this person hooking the Google Earth up with Unreal Engine to drive a car on the Tokyo highway. Pretty cool. And subscribe if you want to see more.
Welcome to the Logan Bartlett Show. I am your host, Logan Bartlett, and what you're going to hear on this episode is a conversation that I had with Eliezer Yudkowsky. Eliezer is known for a bunch of different things, including starting the rationalist community, as well as a number of books. He's the author of the blog Less Wrong. Most notably, though, he has been shouting the concerns of artificial intelligence for the last 15 or so years, and in the last, call it 6 months, he's reached the conclusion that we're inevitably headed to our demise, and that artificial intelligence is going to kill us all. I go into a bunch of different stuff with him about that, how he ended up reaching these conclusions. He has a very interesting life story, never having been educated in any formal sense. Never went to high school, never went to college as well. He's a brilliant mind, an interesting person, and genuinely believes all of the stuff he says. So I want to have a conversation with him to understand it better, understand where he's coming from, and hopefully help us bridge the divide between the people that think we're headed off a cliff and the people that think it's not a big deal. So trust you'll enjoy that conversation now.
Eliezer, thanks for doing this.
Thanks for having me on.
How would you define artificial intelligence? What is artificial intelligence?
I would say that artificial intelligence is configuring computing power in such a way as to understand reality or figure out how to manipulate reality in ways that people used to think required human thought. I think that a bunch of people are sort of coming into this with a notion of intelligence as book smarts as artificial intelligence. A very common thing I get asked is along the lines of, well, you know, like my professor didn't take over the world, so why be scared? And the notion of problems solved by the brain, like social skills, understanding people is a kind of understanding reality. Manipulating people is a kind of planning. Don't just think like super college professor or super chess player, think like super Napoleon. Super Einstein, super Edison. The social skills are processed in the brain, not in the kidneys. It's an information problem, not a like, how much can you lift? Not a like, how fast can you run problem. Current artificial intelligence is still better at recalling, or with modern stuff, making up a wide range of facts. It can also write code. GPT-4 can play chess. Not sure exactly how well. I've heard different reports about that. The strange notion is that, well, for example, if you look at humans, if you just grind optimization at making something better and better at chipping flint hand axes and throwing spears and outwitting its conspecifics in social contexts, it eventually figures out how to go to the moon. And, you know, it might not be obvious a priori that this would be true, but it is how things played out. And so the sort of scary thing in artificial intelligence is the notion that as we keep going on grinding these things smarter and smarter, we don't just get super college professor, we get super understanding, super invention, super planning, super understanding of people, super planning about people, unprecedented inventions, unprecedented discoveries out from the AI itself. And I'm on my model of how this works, to get very good at these things is intrinsically to get good at steering reality, and to get good at steering reality implies that there's a place you're steering reality to. To do very good science, you need to plan which experiments to perform. There is no such thing as just being very good at understanding reality and not good at planning it all, because you have to plan experiments. You have to choose which questions to ask. You have to decide which important things to think about and what to think next. To get very good at understanding, the sort of like simplest path that evolution hit upon, that I expect gradient descent will hit upon, the simplest path to understanding is to steer reality into the state where you understand. Like, to get very good at chipping flint hand axes, you don't just learn flint hand axe chipping reflexes. You learn to envision a state of reality where you have a hand axe, and then like the path of chipping that you do to get to that state of reality. You learn imagination, not just to do flint hand axes, but you know, it works for flint hand axes too. And it's not like we evolved to have guns. Guns are from very late in our evolutionary history, after most of the shouting was over. So that's like one of the core things there is like not intelligence as book smarts, but like, you know, like somebody's like, well, the CEO is not always the smartest, but the CEO, jokes aside, is not usually a chimpanzee. There's like actually a minimum intelligence to do that. And chimpanzees don't have that much intelligence. That is the kind of gap that we are worried about when I talk about super intelligence. That there are things it does where we are just like not eligible to play, in the same way that, jokes aside, chimpanzees are not eligible to be CEOs.
And it's important for people to understand that just because there's limitations doesn't mean that something that's very smart can't pursue a goal. And one of the things that I've heard you talk about is flight, for example. We have limitations on our ability to fly. You nor I, well, I don't want to speak for you, but at least I cannot fly. But because of our intelligence, we're able to figure out how to fly through the air, as I did coming back from Paris to here. And so goal seeking of, in pursuit of some goal, if you're intelligent enough, the limitations of being only software on a computer, for example, will not limit the ability to do something. Is that right?
Yeah, humans started out just like these creatures running across the savannah. The hominids didn't even have spears. They got smarter. They made spears. Right? Like, we didn't get the sharpest, longest claws. We made ourselves artificial, sharp, long claws. We didn't start out with guns. We didn't start out with nuclear weapons. People worry about artificial intelligence getting a hold of nuclear weapons, and no, like, what makes human dangerous is not that we were handed out nuclear weapons by somebody else, that some foolish person built nuclear weapons and left it. We made nuclear weapons for ourselves. The thing that can do that is dangerous, not because it then ends up with nukes, but because it's smarter than you and can plan the route through reality that ends with you dead, whether it was by nuclear fire or some other fire. Artificial general intelligence is the notion of the kind of mind that can do things that it wasn't built for, wasn't trained on. A bee builds hives, a beaver builds dams. A human looks at them and imagines a honeycomb-shaped dam, giant dam structure. And like, what makes it sensible to look at a human and say, like, those are significantly more general intelligences than chimpanzees, is the way that we handle this very wide range of tasks that we didn't explicitly evolve to do. We didn't explicitly evolve to build rockets and go to the moon. It's just that the skills for chipping flint hand axes and outwitting other humans generalized sufficiently well. We could understand all these areas. We could understand the high vacuum. We could understand the solar light above the vacuum. We could understand the rocket equation. We could understand the rocket fuels. All these things that our ancestors did not know, we understand without having been built to understand them. We generalize. We aren't truly general. We're terrible at, for example, writing code. Our code has bugs in it, which is, not necessarily a way that a mind needs to work. It could just like do some of those processes without making errors and generating proofs along the way that it would work. But we can still do it at all. We're not like fully general, but we're more general than chimpanzees. And the thing to be scared of is the thing that is more general than us, that has the spark. It's not magic. It's not that we are conjuring new brain structures from the ether. It's just that the brain structures we were built with to solve the problems of our ancestral environment generalize sufficiently well. GPT-4 is able to do a bunch of stuff that it wasn't obviously trained to do in any particular way by predicting text on the internet, like drawing a picture of a unicorn when it has never seen a unicorn, was never trained on images. You just like ask it to write a program that draws a picture of a unicorn. It doesn't do too terribly at that. It doesn't do great, but it's never seen anything at all. So that's, starting a bit to generalize a bit further than we would expect cats to generalize, wolves to generalize, non-humans to generalize. That's why the paper where they recount this sort of thing is called Sparks of General Intelligence.
So I want to go through your background in a linear fashion because one, I think it's interesting in general and no one's exactly done that. And two, I think it helps establish credibility, your credibility as someone that's been thinking about this stuff for a long time. And it's had a bunch of different evolutions in your thought to land here. This wasn't something you woke up on the Bankless podcast 2 months ago or 3 months ago and for the first time started thinking about. So one thing that's a weird place maybe to start out for people that I think is an important framing is, what is the purpose of a fire alarm?
Well, you might think that the purpose of a fire alarm is to tell you to get out of the building. But there have been some interesting studies done over the years in cognitive psychology. What happens if you're in a room with some other people and smoke starts to come out from under the door? People who are alone in a room that starts to fill up with smoke will typically go out and report it. If you put a group of people who are all naive experimental subjects together, they sort of like, should I be reacting to this? And like do a quick sideways glance while trying to look very composed themselves because it's embarrassing if you're reacting to something that's not a real emergency. And they see that other people are looking very composed. They don't like catch them to the exact moment of doing the sideways glance. So I think something like a third of the time, nobody in, I think it's a third of the time that like anybody with the in the room with 3 people leaves or goes to report the smoke. And if you put them next to 2 experimental confederates who are deliberately not reacting, 10% of the time does the remaining subject go and report anything. Of which the moral is that the fire alarm serves a function of saying that it's socially permitted to evacuate the building. Lots of us, I think, have encountered false fire alarms at some point in our life, and just sort of like taken the time to verify does there actually appear to be any sort of fire or not, because we're used to false fire alarms. But if we did notice a fire, the fire alarm would give us social permission to react. And so when I, some time ago, wrote, "There is no fire alarm for artificial general intelligence," what I meant by that was not, there's nothing that's a sign. Smoke coming from, there's plenty of things that are equivalent to smoke coming from under the door. What I meant was, I didn't expect there to be any such thing as a moment that gave everybody social permission to react. Which I may possibly, it's not clear at this point, have been wrong about, because ChatGPT and GPT-4 and Bing Sydney seem to have given people permission to react to the point where Jeff Hinton resigned from Google so he could speak openly of the danger. And like maybe that gives people social permission to react. Yeah, I might have been wrong. Could have been that the answer was, is there a fire alarm for AGI? Yes, it's Bing Sydney.
It's an interesting thread and theory about like what the signs are for people that people are actually going to react to here. And if this is going to be a landmark moment now, maybe your efforts and conversations are going to be important, or Jeffrey Hinton stepping back, or what is the thing that's going to make people most concerned or actually paying attention to this in mass. But I want to go back to the early days, and we'll start with telling the story in a linear fashion of who is Eliezer. So you dropped out of elementary school?
No, I completed 8th grade, and it was clear that my health status would not permit me to go on to high school from there.
Do you think your less common path, you didn't go to high school or college? And
yeah, I took like an AP calculus course at the local Jewish high school, and like sometime later took linear algebra at a college. But it wasn't super helpful. But by the time I actually needed linear algebra, I just had to like reteach it to myself.
How did you educate yourself?
Math textbooks, and various other textbooks, because it used to be that there was more to. There used to be more to artificial intelligence than like calculus for bright 10-year-olds and the first 5 pages of a linear algebra textbook, which is sometimes how I describe the math that's being used in it now. So yeah, like back in the day, I didn't just study like bits and pieces of math. I also studied evolutionary biology, because you understand like how the other powerful optimization process we've ever encountered, natural selection, how does that hill climbing play out? The you know, if you dive down into the details of deep learning, there's sometimes interesting bits of math. And the same you could also say about evolutionary biology, exactly how natural selection works as an optimization process. Cognitive psychology, obviously. Evolutionary psychology, which I think people who've never studied the actual science sometimes have very strange ideas of what that's about. Real evolutionary psychology is things like the way that your eyes and brain maintain color constancy given the way that light varies in the natural environment. And in particular, so for example, like one of the dimensions that it varies is the angle of the sun, determines how much atmosphere is between you and the sun, determines how much light gets scattered. And then are you in the sun or the shade? There's one of the dimensions around which illumination varies in the natural environment. And then your eyes and brain are adapted to decode that. That's an example of what, you know, evolutionary theory of the brain actually looks like. People on the internet have some much stranger ideas of what that's all supposed to be about.
Were you just sitting at home reading these textbooks yourself with no grades or feedback, or like, would you go check it yourself out of the library and just come home and study this stuff?
More or less, yeah.
Interesting.
Unclinical people watching won't necessarily realize that cancer really is a separate, different version, and there are some special designations that you wouldn't necessarily see in other branches of medicine.
There are different levels of evidence that apply depending on the type of therapy, and as well depending on the type and how common a cancer is. So for example, if you are interested in getting a drug into approval, that might be a separate process than if you're interested in getting approval for a new diagnostic technique to diagnose a certain cancer earlier or more efficiently. And along these same lines, the level of evidence that is necessary can change depending on the cancer type, as I mentioned. So for example, for the more common cancers, where you need robust evidence that can apply across different scenarios in that same cancer, you may want evidence from randomized control trials. Those are the big trials whereby you have a control, the standard therapy, and then you have the new therapy that you want to test. And through a process like the flip of a coin, it is chosen which therapy patients will receive. That's the random part. And this allows us to quantify what the uncertainty about the differences between the two therapies, the new treatment and the control. And through that, we get these statistical outputs that say, oh, I can claim with this certainty, this confidence that the new therapy is better or the same or sometimes worse than the control. And that is taken into account during regulatory decisions. Outcomes in this sense are also important. So, for example, you're interested in improving outcomes that are important to patients. So, for example, in cancer, survival is an important outcome. Patients want to survive longer, but also patients also want to be cured. So not just surviving longer, but ideally not having cancer. But at the same time, side effects is also something that is becoming more and more important in these considerations and these deliberations, because you want to live longer, but you also want to live well, to have good quality of life. And the other aspects, along with making sure that we use outcomes that are valuable to patients, is also, as I said, for certain types of cancer that may be more rare and more homogeneous in the sense that they're more similar, more driven by specific pathways, there is the flexibility of obtaining regulatory approval without doing this type of randomized trials. First of all, because it's not feasible. Second of all, because it's not needed, and because you have, in this case, a homogeneous population. So the robustness in quantifying